Back in the Supercar Street Racing awesome bathroom, and sitting right here on top of this beautiful vanity are the Cloud Go wides, and these are in the color black and shale. Now these are last year's models, so these are on clearance, so you can pick them up pretty cheap right now. They are about 20% off of their normal price, and all of the last year's models you can get on sale if they do have your size. One of the problems is though that usually my size is not available, so I have been buying these up as I can. But as of right now, these are the Cloud Go wides for me, and I have not opened them yet, but we're gonna do that next, so let's go. Right on top of here is the ON logo, which I call the chicken, because to me it looks like a chicken with a beak up in the air. But it is an ON, not a chicken, and inside of this box there better not be any chickens, because today we are going to be unboxing the ON Cloud Go wide in size 9 male. And I do need wide shoes. I haven't had issues with any ON shoes yet not being wide enough. These are going to be extra wide, which is what I usually buy in my ASICs for doing actual exercise. My ON shoes are not for exercise. These are only for fashion. And let's turn this box around and see what the box looks like on the other side. And there we have the chicken logo again. And a reminder, these boxes are all environmental friendly. They are all made of recycle. The Cloud Go wide's looking so fresh inside this box, I would almost guarantee it. So let's go ahead and open this guy. And inside we always find the ON promise here about the 100% recycled cardboard right there. And only water-based inks, no oil-based inks as well, which is better for the environment. And then we have some recycled paper right here with the ON chicken logo all around it. And then we just go and open it just like this. And there is the ON, looking so fresh. The Cloud Go wides, and that is in color black and shale. There weren't many left, and I thought this might be cool, so I went ahead and ordered black and shale Cloud Go wides. The Cloud Go wides looking so good in front of you guys today, and that's a little bit what they look like. Now let's get them out of the box here, and then inside of them they do come with a protective shoe condom that keeps them from losing their shape in the box, keeps them fresh in shipping. We'll go ahead and pull that out of the left shoe and go ahead and unbox the right shoe for you and pull off the protective shoe interior shoe condom for you guys, which it is very stuck. Very stuck. Alright, yeah, got it. Now we see a good look at the Cloud Go wides. And you can see on the side right here the Cloud Tech logo. And that is the first look at these, and next we take an in-depth look all the way around the Cloud Go. Starting at the front of the Cloud Go, we can see the ON logo in a silverish white right on top of the black, and this is kind of a rubberish black right here. And then on the front they have the ON logo again right there in black, which connects to the bottom of the rubber on the soles. And then right here they've got the Cloud Go logo on the top that runs right underneath the laces. And this is kind of cool. It has another lace up front here, so the front lace is way further up than these laces. And then here's the black breathable material on the sides. Good look at the side. You do see these holes in the bottom of the sole, and the ON logo again in like a silverish. It might even match the color. It's a little bit more white than the actual shale color. And then moving towards the back, we've got these fashionable stripes that run both right here and right here. And then they go all the way and continue around the back here and repeat the same pattern on the other side. And on the back there is just a slice up the middle right there from the bottom of the sole that heads up to the top of the shoe. and a good look right there at the top. Checking out the sole, the bottom of the Cloud Go wide shoes. You can see they're wide right here is why they call them wide. They're size wide. But on the bottom, they've got a pretty fashionable mix of the black rubber and the actual shale colored rubber there that continues all the way from one side to the other. And then they have the On logo right in the center in the channel that runs all the way from the front all the way to the back. Not sure what the purpose of that channel actually is, but we'll take a look at that online and see if they do mention what that is about. Right down below me in size 9 are the Cloud Go wides, and you can see I am wearing my ASICs. These are my everyday exercise shoes, so I had them on from my treadmill session this morning out there in the Supercar Street Racing sunroom. And now we are going to take off these ASICs and give these Cloud Go's a fitment try. Now I do have pretty bad feet. I have pretty bad bunions and I have flat feet. So I'd rather not show my feet, but I will do it for this. And this is the whole point of having a wide shoe. And you can see those go on nicely, and they are extremely comfortable shoes already. I have some Pumas that I put on and they almost kill me, and I had to manually stretch them. But you can see right here with the low cut ankle white socks on, they look absolutely cool. The Cloud Go. They feel awesome, and next we'll take them for a little spin and see how they feel in action. All right, we got the Cloud Go's on, and immediately I noticed towards the back of the shoe there is a dip down because that's the way the shoes are designed. They roll towards the back. As far as comfort goes, especially on the issues I have with my bunions on the side, no problems at all with that. No problems whatsoever. And they are extremely comfortable. They're actually more comfortable than these ASICs that I just took off right here. Those ASICs are about $45 shoes. These are $150 shoes if you pay full price for them. Very much different price point there. And these are extremely comfortable. And that's the treadmill I usually get on in the morning. But I do wear my ASICs on the treadmill. I will not be wearing the Ons. I guess I could try them, but I am pretty comfortable on the treadmill with my ASICs. But after walking in these for a good couple of minutes, they don't even feel that they will need a break-in. They just feel like very comfortable and ready to go. And I'm sure that you guys would love these if you get them, because I actually love them already. So let's throw them in the Supercar Street Racing studio closet and add them to the collection. Back inside the Supercar Street Racing closet, and you can see here the On collection is actually full. The only way we can add more to this is to take these Hucks and take them down and put them here, or we have space over here with the other boat shoes. Plenty of space right here. So that leaves us space now for the Ons over here, so we can increase the On foot collection. Let's go ahead and remove these guys and get them added to the collection. That means we are only 2 pairs short from filling up 3 shelves. And there we have the On shoe collection. There are 7 pairs right here, and then my flip-flops up on the top. And then over here on this side, we have the Puma collection. All Puma shoes, except for these are Guess. But all the rest are Pumas there. And now let's take it back to the 4K production studio and see what Brad has going on in there with these On Cloud Go shoes. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. It's going to be a little noisy today. I've got roofers up on the roof right now, so bear with me as we hear some sounds from outside. But we're taking a look at the On Cloud Go wide shoes you just saw there in the Supercar Street Racing closet, and I have them up here on the screen right now. And those guys are actually $149.99. I got them on clearance for much cheaper, but those are $149.99. There will be a link in the description. I love these shoes so much. Just On shoes in general, I like a lot. So these are pretty cool looking, and I did get to walk around in them for quite a long time, and they are super comfortable. Now, when you go onto the On website, I'm going to show you guys how to do this, and there will be a link in the description, of course, to buy these. But when you go onto men's here, and you go on last season, we can just click on shoes. And I could not find them on the clearance section anymore, but I will try one more time here, because that's where I did buy them. Here are all the ones that are on sale right now. And when you go into these, make sure that you check if they have your size. If they don't, it won't allow you to even check the actual shoe. Like for instance, this Cloud 5 Ready. If I go in here, these are reduced by 20%, but if I hit my size, they do have my size in that. So that's what you have to make sure of when you buy their last season shoes, that your size is available. And taking a look on Amazon, Cloud 5. I'm just going to put it in Cloud shoes here. And there are all of the On Cloud shoes right there on Amazon, and I will put a link in the description for these guys. And please buy through our affiliate links and like and subscribe to the channel. It helps us out greatly when you do that, and you don't even have to buy what is in the description. You can buy anything you want if you click on that link, and it gives us just a little bit of money. Get your On shoes, they're awesome. I have about 10 pairs now, and I love them. And we'll see you guys later, because peace out. Alright, what's up guys? Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Today we got Dukes and Duval in the studio today. We're out here in Studio A. We built this studio from scratch. You guys can see the whole thing on the channel. And what are we taking a look at today, Joe? Yeah, so we had an opportunity to get some new batteries for an awesome project where I put in a new trolling motor on my boat. This is awesome. I can't wait to show you guys VESA batteries today. So today we're going to be taking a look at that. Why don't we kick it off? You got a lot of video that you took that we're going to show these guys, right? Yeah, exactly. So Brad was pretty busy on a couple of projects, so I kind of took the lead on this particular one, so you'll see me most of the video. But basically, it's me installing all the new setup for this trolling motor. It was quite the process. So included in that, we did the trolling motor, we did new wiring, we did breaker, along with a new charging system, as well as these new VESA batteries. All right, well, let's get started. We got a lot of ground to cover today. Let's do it. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we're out here in Studio A with Joe. This is our primary production studio. This is where we edit a lot of the stuff and go live for you guys. And we have a special project for you today because VESA reached out to us and wanted to work with us on any kind of project. And they have so many different kinds of batteries that we had to think about something that we really needed to do. And what did you decide? Well, I knew this was a great opportunity because for some time I've been wanting to put a new trolling motor on my boat. And obviously there's a big expense that comes along with doing that. So that trolling motor itself that I put on is very costly. So to do that and to do it right, with VESA coming in to offer up these batteries, the timing was perfect. So it was a great project. You know, had to spend a little money on the trolling motor, but boy, it was perfect timing, and I'm very excited about the finished product of it. Right behind us, right up here on the screen, you can see VESA and all of the advantages of this 100 amp hour, 12 volt, 150 amp BMS battery. Some of the cool things that it does up here, as you can see, it has low temperature cutoff protection, so it'll cease charging when the weather is too cold to allow a good charging cycle. It also is made for what you have.
Correct.
It's built for trolling motors and marine. It weighs 17% of what a normal marine battery does. Has a battery management system that also helps keep the battery healthy, because live PO4 batteries need a management system just due to the way that they drain and recharge. And then of course it has 20 protections that go along with that BMS system that keep your battery healthy. And then this is equivalent to two 12 volt 100 amp hour lead acid batteries with a fraction of the weight.
Correct.
So tell us a little bit about what you did when you put this in your boat and what we're going to be looking forward to in this video.
What you'll see is I put a brand new Minn Kota on the boat. It's a 24 volt system.
Okay.
This system obviously was a little bit different than the system that I had on there. It was a 12 volt system. So a lot of work needed to be done to be prepared to be able to take on such a more powerful system. Installing the trolling motor itself was quite the project. Along with that, what we needed to make sure is that we had all the proper wiring, all the proper breakers, everything that was necessary to make sure that it could handle this 24 volt load. So what Vatra did was they gave us two 12 volt batteries. So what we did was we put them in a series to give us that 24 volt that we needed. Right. We had to increase the wiring to make sure that it could hold the amperage that we were about to push through it, along with the breaker that's 60 amp. So you'll see in the video, what I will say is that trying to get the video that we needed in the tight area that I was working from was very difficult, but I think I did a good job of capturing most of that.
But we just want to emphasize, thank you Vatra for reaching out to us and providing us two 12 volt batteries. They are not cheap batteries, so we really appreciate the high quality Vatra batteries from Vatra.
All right, so I'm going to take a couple of minutes to show you some of the things that we're going to be installing today. The first one is the trolling motor itself. This is a brand new Minn Kota 24 volt Tarova trolling motor. My prior trolling motor was a twist style. This one is a lot newer, a lot more technology. So the good news is that it's got a remote that you'll be able to use to be able to position it wherever you want. It's got another feature that allows you to do spot lock, which will be able to hit a button and lock the boat in position, which is really, really nice. So with that, we're going to be doing a couple different things. One, we're going to start by installing this new quick release bracket. This is very important if you're a boater and you have a trolling motor and you keep this outside your house or you travel with it. This is a great feature so that you can remove that trolling motor easily to put it in your house, so that in the event that somebody walks by and doesn't walk off with it, this will stop it from doing that. With that, I'm going to be upgrading the charging system. So I found this particular charging system on Amazon. It was a great deal. I think I spent about 150 bucks on that. I'll find the link and we'll put it on the description. What I currently have is a 4-bank charging system. It's a much older charger and it's time for a refresh in that department too. If I'm going to go ahead and spend the money on this nice trolling motor, I want to go ahead and make sure I've got a nice charging system to go along with it as well. So with that, we're just going to do a 3-bank system. The 4 was too much last time. It allowed you to charge 2 house batteries and 2 trolling motor batteries. I really only needed to charge 1 house battery because the other one is being charged by the alternator, so it's not necessary. So with that, what's great about this particular charging system is that it does a myriad of different types of batteries, including lithium. So my thought process is that I have these two 12 volt lead acid batteries that are currently in the boat now, and I'm thinking it'd be a whole lot better if I upgrade it to lithium. I also have a quick connect here. The old one was in bad shape, so we're going to go ahead and replace that. With the new 24 volt system, the wiring that was in here currently on the boat is not enough to support 24 volts through it. So I went ahead and sourced through Amazon a marine grade 6-gauge wire, which I'll be going into the boat, tearing the old wiring out, putting the new wiring in, making all the connections, and then also adding in a 60 amp breaker. Very important to have that on a system like this for sure with that much voltage. One of the other things that comes with this is that it does have a brain that they add to the box with the particular trolling motor. I'm not sure why they're adding this, considering that this particular model, the brain is now built into the actual trolling motor itself. So if you wanted to add a second layer, I guess you could install this, but I have done my research and I'm told that this can go right in the trash. So that will be the plan. It'll save me some time and energy and less holes in the boat. So from there, the only other thing is to make the decision on whether or not I want to stay with lead acid batteries or go to something much better. But I think that I want to do lithium. So let's go see if Brad's got some lithium batteries at his house that maybe I can borrow. We'll be right back. I'm working on this project. I bought this trolling motor and I got 2 old batteries that I don't want to use anymore. Do you happen to have any marine grade 12 volt lithium batteries sitting around by chance?
Let's see, I've got some home theater chairs and these lithium batteries.
Dude, I knew you'd have some.
We have these Batcher reliable power empowering lives batteries. There's some information here about Batcher. They sent us these for you, so you're in luck. These are for you. I haven't opened them. I think we should break one open right now while you're here.
I love it.
And take a look at it.
Let's take a look.
They're awesome. All right, let me grab them. Okay, we got these Batcher batteries from Batcher, batcherpower.com if you want to check them out. They asked us if we wanted to team with them to do some stuff with their batteries, and we said of course, and Joe has a perfect project for his trolling motor. So these are going in the trolling motor. What voltage are these?
These are both 12 volt, but we are obviously going to put them in a correct series. That was a trick question for Brad. We want to increase the voltage. So we have 2 12 volt batteries that we're going to go in series for my 24 volt trolling motor.
Look at this, man. This thing
is
big.
That's nice.
Look at the carrying strap on top. I guess let's get it out of the
Perfect
package. And it's not even heavy. That's what's so cool. You save so much weight on all your vehicles when you go lithium ion, because this battery probably weighs 20 pounds if I had to guess, compared to a regular battery that probably weighs 50. And look on the front here. So it's a 100 amp hour Life PO4 12.8 volt battery. It's used in houses for like solar applications, RVs, and in boats. And there's all the certifications and the warnings on it. It's got low temp cutoff protection, and it's perfect. It even says trolling motor on it.
Love that.
It's perfect for that. So we have 2 of these to wire up in series to make 24 volts. And back of the battery just says, there's a caution, there's a model number here. So if you guys are interested in the same battery, there's the model number, DXT. We'll put this in the link in the description. DXTC00206X. There's a URL here, and then it tells you again that it's 12V100 TEMU and some warnings here. And so this is going to be cool. We have a new partnership with these guys. So if this works out, we might be able to do another golf cart or something like that with their bigger batteries.
Yeah, because they have a large selection of lithium.
They do. They have 72 volt batteries too, so we could do that.
All right, so the first step that we had to do was to pull new wires. In the prior existing setup, there was, I believe, 8 gauge wires, which isn't ample enough to hold the load that we were going to put on it. So that was quite the process. Something that I thought was going to take hopefully no more than 30 minutes to pull the wires ended up being a 2-hour process. And that really came down to how the boat and all the channeling works to get the wiring through there. It was a one-man project. I didn't have somebody else to kind of help feed them through from the other side, so it took about 2 hours. But very important that we get the correct wiring that we needed to hold this type of load that we're going to put on it. So I was able to get that all put in and installed. And then of course, on top of that, we were going to make new connectors for that. So I got some really good connectors that I was able to source, along with a very good crimper to make sure that those connections were really, really tight. One of the things that you want to be careful of is when you're doing wiring, you want good, solid connections. You don't want to have any frays. You don't want to have any issues where they're not touching completely. So I made sure that I went out and sourced a really good crimper to do this. So that was quite the project. But as you can see in the video, it takes a little bit of time, but well worth it to make sure you got the right stuff when you're using such a large load.
This project, we had a lot of support from Batcher, but we also had support from local businesses. So tell us about who helped you out locally.
So I was able to reach out to my buddy JB Mitchell that works over at St. Augustine Marine Services. That's a great group of guys over there that do quality work for electronic works on boats. I highly recommend that if you're in the Jacksonville area and you're needing to source a new trolling motor or any electronic needs, reach out to those guys.
Yeah, so if you guys are not in Jacksonville or in driving distance, we have a couple of ways for you guys to support the channel. You can buy it directly through our Amazon affiliate link, or you can use the YouTube affiliate link as well, and that does give us a few dollars here and there to turn the power on at the house, because look at this.
All right, I took a quick break to grab some lunch, got back and started working on running this new 6-gauge wire. Admittedly, this was quite the job. It took me about 2 hours to figure out the best route to get this from the console area down, around, back up in front to where the quick connect's gonna be. Worked through a couple of shirts and a couple of hats already. It's pretty hot out here, but ultimately I saved you guys a bunch of time watching me try to work this wire all the way down, around, and back it up. So I've got plenty of slack on both sides to do what I need to do to start making connections.
You guys just saw Joe in his boat ripping the old wires out. They're not big enough to support the amperage of the new batteries and motor. So he went ahead and ripped those out and he put a brand new 6-gauge wire in.
First thing that I wanted to do was to make myself a little bit of space inside a very tight console. So I needed to first rip out those old lead acid batteries. And I will tell you, when you're watching this, when I was pulling out those batteries in that tight console, it was a chore, to be honest with you. It was going to be impossible to get 2 sets of hands in there. So me ripping those old batteries was quite the process, to be honest with you. So I needed to clear those out, make room for me to get in there to start working on the next part of it, which would be installing this circuit breaker along with the new charging system.
Okay, cool. So we're going to take a look at that next on the video?
Yep.
All right, let's do it.
All right, so here's a little update from inside the console. So one of the things that I was going to attempt to do was to remove this old charger. Unfortunately, I did everything I can to figure out how to get inside there to get what appears to be nuts on a bolt. I spent probably 15 minutes alone trying to figure out what size, what to get in there, and I could not figure it out. I just cut all the lines off of it, or all the leads off of it that go to all the batteries. Then I cut off the power supply that I will be reusing for the new one. I also took out the 2 old batteries in the trays. I'm going to clean those trays out and put those back in and get ready to seat the new batteries in there. I have this 6-gauge wire here. This is going to the trolling motor. This is what's going to feed off of those 2 batteries for 24 volt. As you can see, there's a chase down here that goes through here. That was part of the fun, is getting it through here amongst these other wires. And over the years, you know, between the manufacturer, other people installing stuff, it has just become quite the mess of wires here. So that's going to be one of my projects in the very near future. I'll work on a little bit of it while I'm in here now to get that all organized and put up. So one of the things that happened was, I mentioned this earlier, was that the hole was cut too big. So they had to make a plate so that the actual quick connect could seat to the plate, and then the plate would seat and be screwed down to this part of the hole here. Luckily, I was able to keep some of the old plate. It was starting to fall apart, so I was able to use partial of it to create a template with a new one. I already made a couple of cuts and got it identical. I just need to drill some holes for the new one, so that's what I'm gonna be working on next, and we'll get you set up to watch that. All right, what you just watched was me installing the new Quick Connect for the trolling motor itself. So from here, the next steps are going to be installing the new 60 amp breaker. This is very important for anybody that's going to be installing a trolling motor. If you're dealing with large loads of power, you want to make sure you have that protective measure in there. So the old system had two 50 amp breakers because they were running two 12-volt batteries separately. So with this particular setup, we're going to be running, again, two 12-volt batteries, but not separately, in series. So we're going to bump that up to 24 volt. Make sure you install the correct wire and the correct breaker so that you don't have any issues with potential fire hazards or anything of that nature.
Absolutely. So you need the correct size wiring and the correct size Quick Connect. We'll have a link in the description to that, but if you're in Jacksonville or St. Augustine, support our local businesses. St. Augustine Marine Services helped Joe out in this project. Do us a favor and help them out also. So what's coming up next?
Yeah, so from here, we're going to go ahead and install the new breaker, which is a 60 amp breaker,
right,
along with a new charging system.
Awesome.
Now, what I will say is that Vatra has a long list of products that they provide, along with battery chargers. I had to go out and find a very unique battery charger that allowed me to not only charge lithium, but to charge original lead acid AGM type batteries itself.
Vatra does have a large selection of batteries. If you go onto their website, you'll see they have a ton of batteries, a ton of charging equipment, and they're a high quality company, so please support them as well. Now let's take a look at what Joe did next right now.
All right, we're back. This is day 2. Yesterday we made some pretty good headway. I was able to install the 6-gauge wire through the boat. Like I said, that was a real pain trying to get that run through the chase through the boat. That was completed. I also got the Quick Connect, for the most part, about 90% done. I need to get it screwed in and caulked in, and that'll be completed. For today, what I'm going to try to concentrate on is getting the 60 amp breaker installed along with the new charging system. This charging system, as I mentioned, is going to be able to give us the ability to do normal lead acid batteries plus these 2 new lithium batteries. So pretty excited about that. All right, so just an update here on the inside. It's a little hard to get the camera in here to see what's going on, but I went ahead and installed the 60 amp breaker right here on the side. I've got it somewhat wired up now. I'm going to do a little bit of cleaning up here with the wires. Also went ahead and reutilized this old plug here that's going to allow me to plug it in. I got to obviously get these wires sorted and zip tied up. And then on the other side here is where I put the new charging system on. Went in fairly easy. As you can see, it's all powered up and working, which is good. And then I'm going to start working on now is getting the 3 batteries connected that are going to be on this system and installed now. All right, what you just watched was me installing both the 60 amp breaker and the new charging system itself. So the next steps are going to be getting the new batteries in and then getting those all connected as well.
All right, awesome. Let's go ahead and take a look at that now. And then we'll have links for everything in the description if you guys want to go ahead and check out what Joe did on his boat.
All right, everyone, today is day 3 of this project. So basically what I'm going to concentrate on today is I'm going to try to finish wiring up the Quick Connect for the trolling motor. And then lastly, I'm going to install the lithium batteries that were provided by Vatra. This should be a fairly easy process. I've got a couple of cables that I need to make to get everything connected to make this a series 24 volt system. Shouldn't take too long, but hopefully we'll be able to wrap up this project in the next couple hours. All right, everyone, got the batteries installed. Very easy process from the standpoint that moving these batteries inside of this little tiny entryway to the console was much easier than taking the old batteries out. They were more lightweight, easy to maneuver, and that made it very easy. I got the charger installed. I got the settings set for lithium on the 2 lithium batteries, and then I'm only charging my second house battery, so that setting is set as well. So the install went pretty easy in regards to the batteries. Very fast, very smooth. In regards to finishing this up, I'm about 95% done. I've got to put some marine caulk around it to seal it off. I'm waiting for that to come in, but hopefully they'll be here in the next day or two. But in regards to this is pretty much done. Need to do a little bit of wire management, and then also going to put the caps back on the top of these batteries so there's nothing that can get to them to do any sparking in case something comes apart. But for the most part, I gotta tell you, this turned out really well, and I'm going to test the batteries out now with the trolling motor for the first time, and I'm excited to show you that. Hopefully we'll be able to get a little break. It's been pretty nasty over here, but we got some storms coming in, so I'm gonna try to get this up and running real fast, and then I'll show you how it goes. All right, so what you just watched was me putting in those new batteries. I will tell you that there's a lot of benefits to lithium, but the biggest thing is the weight. And just me putting those batteries in was about as easy as it can get. It was just super simple. I was able to put them right in. I had to do a little bit of maneuvering because how tight the space was, but because of the weight, it made it so much easier to get in there and manipulate it. Very happy with that part of this whole process. So once I got those batteries in, made the final connections to get everything complete as a whole, ran a quick test to make sure that I was getting power back to the trolling motor, and everything looked great. So from here, the next step was to get it live. So I'll meet you out on the water.
So the next step is actually getting on the boat?
It is.
All right, let's check it out.
All right, here we are out in the middle of the St. Johns River underneath the Dames Point Bridge. We have it locked in. It is working perfectly. Right now, if you see, it self-adjusts depending on which way the current of the wind is taking it, but it is keeping us perfectly locked in. Plenty of power. We are not going anywhere. Gotta love it, man. Thanks a lot to Vatra for those awesome batteries, man. They are working perfectly.
All right, you guys just saw this entire project go by. Joe got 2 12-volt batteries from Vatra, specifically designed for his trolling motors. He installed it directly on his boat and took it right out in the water and tested it out. How was that whole experience?
Man, it was great, to be honest with you. I've always wanted to put this trolling motor on the boat and have this type of technology. Being paired up with great lithium batteries, I couldn't be any happier.
I bet it was an awesome experience. I know it was a lot of work. I had the same experience across the street recently putting in lights over at Rich's house. It was a lot of work, but it was worth it in the end. Now, we want to stress to you also that Vatra has a lot of different types of batteries. They have golf cart batteries as well. Right here is the Club Car 72-volt lithium ion. We'll throw that up on the screen right now for you as well. Make sure if you need any kind of battery, go to Vatra first and check and see if they have an appropriate application for what you need. And chances are they have it, because they have literally probably 50 different types of batteries on them.
They have a long list of every type of voltage that you need, every application when it comes to batteries. So it looks like they got golf cart batteries. They have marine grade batteries, solar batteries.
Yep.
They have about everything. Very impressed with their website and the amount of products that they offer.
They do have everything, and we're actually looking forward to working with them on some other projects as well. So hopefully Vatra wants to work with us again. I'd be excited to work with them and do some more projects with them. I can think of a lot of different cool things we could use their batteries for.
Absolutely.
All right, guys, thank you so much for watching the video. Thanks for liking and subscribing. Always click through our affiliate links to buy anything you want from Amazon. You don't have to buy these batteries, but I hope you do. But if you click through that, you can buy anything you want, and it helps out the channel greatly. Thank you for 200,000 subscribers also. And we'll see you guys on the next one. We got to get out of here.
I was like, where the hell is he going?
I got out of here. All right, that's good. Now all we got to do is add it. Just good. How come you won't look at me? Super. Welcome back to the channel, and today I'm going to try something that I never thought I would try, and that is I am going to try to paint these brown stripes on these seats black. And we have some stuff here. We're gonna try this prep spray, which I don't even know if it's gonna ruin my seats. And then we have this final spray for painting gloss black. We will see what happens. Alright guys, we are back out here in the garage, and the first thing we're going to do is try to prep the area that we're going to paint with this prep spray. And I don't know if this is going to ruin the seats or what. I don't care, because they are getting replaced if they do get ruined with covers. So let's see what happens. This is supposed to degrease the seats completely and prep them for paint. Looks like it's fine. So I'm just rubbing this in really good on the seats. Okay, so we got the seat out, and we are just going to give it one more good spray and clean. Amazon just came and brought the... Oh, Amazon's talking over there. Wheel caps. Yeah. And that's what those look like. Came out good. Might turn out to be a disaster. I don't have any adhesion promoter. So I don't know if this is going to stick or not, or just look like absolute garbage. So let's find out real quick. All right, we got everything masked off and we got sheets protecting the golf cart. I'm gonna go ahead and peel the tape, and if I gotta redo them, it sucks. Guys, well, I hope you enjoyed this project. It's a little bit too shiny for me. I might redo them with matte black or just get them replaced, but it does cover up all the brown. That was the last brown on the cart, so I'm happy about that. It's just a little too shiny, but it might be this light as well. Let's turn this light off. Yeah, not bad. I'll probably just stick with that. They're fine. And the alligator is a little bit more shiny than the regular anyway when you actually have the brown alligator skin on there. So yeah, that's gonna do it for today. Hope you guys learned something like I did. And see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Let's let it do that in peace. And it does say downloading. Has an interesting bar graph on the front that is similarly moving to the one on the app. Preparing to install the update now. Notice the cool control on the front. You do have a play button and a rotary control on the front. It says rebooting now. These are the Studio Monitor 4406s from JBL. They have a 6-inch woofer and a dome tweeter. Now this guy does everything that the other WIM device does, but also has power outputs. And it is a touch screen, by the way, so you can touch anything on the front, and there's a good look at the apps on the front and the settings. Now it says to put the remote in pairing mode, and it is rechargeable. I think there is a USB-C in the bottom. It says put it in pairing mode. Hold both the source and the mute button. I am pairing. All right, we are now completely done setting up our WIM amp. We cannot play most everything for you because copyright problems. All we can play basically is the YouTube audio library without getting in trouble, and we are paired with it now. Look at the front where it says Bluetooth. Now this thing does all kinds of cool streaming stuff, but like I said, we cannot do that because of issues with copyright, but it does support Amazon Music, all these iHeartRadio, KKBox, Napster, Pandora, YouTube Music, any of that stuff it supports. TuneIn, Internet Radio, Spotify, you name it, it is on here. Good old-fashioned Internet Radio, Google Cast, and Amazon Alexa. Now that we are in Bluetooth mode, we can go to the phone. There's our volume. We can also use our remote for volume. Yes, this is copyright-free audio from the YouTube audio library. It does get very loud. 100 watts is what this guy puts out. It sounds very good, but you can also tailor that sound. You can also go into the settings on WIM and make it however you want. You can go into your audio settings, devices, settings. Then of course you can go through here and tailor all of your sound needs. You can actually go in and do an EQ. You can do room fit. You can check your audio settings. And if you just want to pick one of the pre-made ones, like rock, it'll probably be a curve, yes, save that. Now we have an EQ. Yeah, you can definitely tell the difference. That's at volume 45. These studio monitors sound very good. Very nice. I love the WIM Amp Ultra. It has plenty of power for these power-hungry monitors as well. These guys are inefficient, so.
Supercar Street Racing here with a Supercar Fact Update. When you think of supercars, you probably think of power, speed, and performance, right? What about gas mileage and fuel economy? Well, probably not. If you can afford any of these cars, you probably can afford the fuel. Well, what about the rest of us? Here are the top 20 cars with the worst average fuel economy. This takes into account both city and highway driving and makes an average. At number 20, we've got the Lexus LC 500. It makes 471 horsepower, costs $92,000, gets 16 miles per gallon in the city, 26 on the highway, and averages at 19 miles per gallon. Next up, the Nissan GT-R with 565 horsepower, costs $100,000, gets 16 in the city, 22 on the highway, and averages at 18 miles per gallon. Then the Chevy Z06. At an $80,000 price tag, it gets 15 in the city, 22 on the highway, and averages at 18 miles per gallon. Up next, the Jaguar F-Type R. 550 horsepower, costing $103,000. It gets 15 miles per gallon in the city, 23 on the highway, and averages at 18 miles per gallon. followed up by the Cadillac CTS-V. It's a 640 horsepower V8, costs $86,000, gets 14 in the city, 21 on the highway, and a 17 mile per gallon average. Right after that, we've got the BMW M6 with its twin turbocharged V8, making 560 horsepower. It costs $120,000, gets 15 in the city, 22 on the highway, and averages in at 17 miles per gallon. Next up, the Audi R8 Spider. It has a 5.2 liter V10, all-wheel drive, 540 horsepower machine. Costs $177,100, gets 14 in the city, 22 on the highway, and averages in at 17 miles per gallon. Right after that, the Aston Martin Vanquish S. With its 6-liter V12, it makes 603 horsepower, costing a whopping $300,000, gets 13 in the city, 21 on the highway, and a 16 mile per gallon overall average. And up after that, the old reliable. Sitting in the garage now, the Mercedes AMG SL65. It has 621 horsepower. It costs $222,000, gets 13 miles per gallon in the city, 22 miles per gallon on the highway, and a 16 mile per gallon overall average. Next up, the Gran Turismo Maserati convertible. With its V8 rear-wheel drive 4.7 liter engine, it makes 454 horsepower, costs $150,000, gets 13 in the city, 20 on the highway, and an average of 15 miles per gallon. The Rolls-Royce Rave is up next. With its twin turbocharged V12, it makes 624 horsepower, costs $320,000, gets 12 in the city, 19 on the highway, and a 14 mile per gallon average. Up next, the Bentley Continental Supersport. 700 horsepower, $300,000, and gets 12 miles per gallon in the city, 20 on the highway, which averages out to 14 miles per gallon. Then you've got the Ford GT with its all-new twin turbocharged V6. It makes 647 horsepower, costs $450,000, gets 11 in the city, 18 on the highway, averaging 14 miles per gallon. The Dodge Viper's up next, 645 horsepower from its 8.4 liter V10. It costs $90,495, gets 12 miles per gallon in the city, 19 on the highway, which averages to 14 miles per gallon. Now we've got the Bugatti Huayra. Its 6-liter twin turbocharged V12, which it shares with the SL65 AMG in some ways, makes 700 horsepower. Its price tag, $1.4 million. It gets 11 miles per gallon in the city, 17 on the highway, averaging 13 miles per gallon. Up next, the Ferrari 812 Superfast. With its 6.5 liter V12 making 789 horsepower, it costs $335,000, gets 12 in the city, 16 on the highway, averaging 13 miles per gallon. Follow that by the Koenigsegg Agera RS. It has a twin turbocharged V8 making 1,160 horsepower, costs $2 million, gets 11 in the city, 18 on the highway with a 13 average. Next up, the Jeep Grand Cherokee Trackhawk. Makes 707 horsepower, costs $85,900, gets 11 in the city, 17 on the highway, and averages at 13 miles per gallon. Followed up by the Lamborghini Aventador S. Makes 740 horsepower, costs $424,845, gets 10 miles per gallon in the city, 17 on the highway, and 12 miles per gallon, for a total average. And now, the worst gas mileage of any car, the Bugatti Chiron. It has an 8-liter quad turbocharged W16 engine, all-wheel drive, makes 1,500 horsepower, costs a whopping $2.4 million, gets, can you guess? 9 miles per gallon on the city streets, 14 miles per gallon on the highway, and averages at a tiny 11 miles per gallon. This has been the worst gas mileage cars from Supercar Street Racing.
Again? You know I don't speak Spanish. In English, please. Huh? You pooped in the refrigerator. Who let the dogs out?
I need NOS. I need NOS. No. My car topped out at 140 miles per hour this morning.
You got knocked the fuck out! You got knocked the fuck out! You got knocked the fuck out!
And I'm not going to take this anymore!
Alright guys, well channel, and today we have the Scar Audio SDR12 D4 dual voice coil, 4 ohms per voice coil subwoofer. It handles 800 watts RMS is what it says. Big ferrite magnet. It's got 2 voice coils rated at 4 ohms each, and the plan is to parallel them to get a 2 ohm load. And it is a 32 what does that say, 368 frequency response, can't read it. But yeah, I've got that there. I've got the enclosure down here. So the mini plan today is to unbox this guy and then mount it in the enclosure so you guys can see the Scar Audio unboxing. Guys, here we have the Scar Audio SDR12-D4 to take a look at here on the channel. And I have opened it once, so you guys are getting gypped this time, but I had to open it. I can't tell you why, because then it wouldn't be a secret anymore. But here we go, opening the Scar Audio. They give you a nice Scar Audio sticker here, which I don't know where I'm going to put it, but they do give you a sticker. And then right here we have a protective cardboard condom on top with a foam condom and then a plastic condom. Taking those off, we see the Scar Audio lovely woofer right here. We're gonna get that out of the box, and there is a nice instruction manual here. And it tells you the square footage that it needs and all that, but we are putting it in here regardless, and we will stuff it full of polyfill, which will give it the effect of having more airspace. Let's get this Scar Audio big concrete. I don't know why I call it concrete. Cardboard condom out of the way, and look at the Scar Audio woofer sitting nicely here on the table in front of me. Let's get it out of the packaging. I have not unpackaged it yet. This will be the first time. We will not put holes in it when we go to screw it in. I promise you I will give my best effort not to put holes through the Scar Audio. So taking a look at this woofer, pretty nice woofer. Not expensive at all. I think I paid around, I don't know, $80 for it. It looks like there's a ring here that comes off, but I'm not sure. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. So they give you like a, I'm not sure what that's for. I've never had one that has that on it. I guess I need to read the instructions and see what they want me to do with this ring here. Look, I almost put a hole in it already. But yeah, so it's got this ring around here that I'm not exactly 100% sure what that's for. So let me get into the box here and see if the instructions tells me what that is for, and then we'll take a look at the back. So it doesn't really say what that is, and I've never owned one that had this rubber thing in it. I guess it's just a gasket. Let's look at the back of the Scar Audio. I'm not going to flip it over because it'll hurt the surround, but we have the push type terminals there. It's pretty nice. It's painted black on the back. Very, very heavy magnet. And there is a gel pack here for you guys to eat later when you're hungry. And there's one side, so that's 4 ohms there, and then that's 4 ohms there. Taking these two voice coils together would yield you a 2 ohm load on your amp if your amp can handle it. You cannot usually bridge a 2 ohm load and make it 1 ohm unless your amp can handle it, but this is going to be a 2 ohm non-bridged load. And next we will show you guys a good close-up of the Scar Audio front, and then here is the back. You get a good look at the 2 voice coils there and the Scar Audio logo right here on the basket, and the high quality magnet. Pretty heavy guy. Trying to figure out if I could see how heavy it is, but it's probably in the ad, but I don't know, 30 pounds maybe, 25-30 pounds on that Scar Audio woofer. And now we'll take a look at how we're going to wire them up. Alright, this may be overkill for the amp I have, but if I ever upgrade amps and get a nice subwoofer amp, I want to be sure I have the enough wiring to handle it. I ordered some 12 gauge wire, but I don't have any now, but I want to go ahead and get the woofer mounted, but I've got plenty of 16 gauge wire, so I'm going to double up from voice coil to voice coil, then double up from this voice coil to the actual speaker input on the box. So I'm going to grab all the tools to do that now. This is my new heat shrink kit with all the connectors we need for hooking up the amplifier. Came with all these heat shrink connectors and also this really nice crimp tool. So I'm guessing you crimp then heat shrink. I've never used it before, but I'm going to take a look and see which connectors. It's going to be one of these style that are going to go over inside the subwoofer box. I'll show you guys that in a minute. We're going to need female, probably these spade connectors here. And it looks like you crimp up here and then heat shrink here, which is awesome. So I still need my heat gun, but I'm going to go ahead and test and see which size fittings fit inside the speaker box. Here we have the speaker box. I've got the yellow, which would be the largest connector that is available, so we can put the most wire inside. But let's see if those work. Totally. So yeah, we're going to use the yellow connector and put hopefully stuff 2 wires inside of that guy right there. All right, let's go ahead and we don't need much wire at all. This will actually work for the voice coils. I found these 2 little pieces, and I'm gonna go ahead and zoom out here real quick. Much better. So these 2 are for the voice coils. That'll be fine. And then this piece I'm going to double up on and use for the connection from the other voice coil to the box for our 2 ohm load. It doesn't have to be that long, but if you want extra to be able to wire up your woofer, you leave extra. So I'm just going to use this and go ahead and cut it. meter here. Let's see if I can figure out how to do it. 200 ohms. I think I've got this on the right setting. Let's see what happens. We should get a 2 ohm load. Through this 2.0 ohms, and that is perfect. So those wired in parallel, those voice coils, gives you a 2 ohm load. We have a visitor, Mr. Binks. Hi, kitty. We got our woofer here. He's so interested in this. But our woofer goes this way. And then we got to hook our wires up, and positive is on the top. Positive is on the top towards me. And I am blind as a bat. This is positive. This is negative. Mr. Binks is purring like crazy. Okay. That's that. The woofer is officially hooked up. Now all we have to do is screw it to the box. Ah, there it is. And we gotta try to get it centered. Gasket's a little off. Not that worried about it. There we go. So there's a good look at our woofer mounted in the enclosure. It is wired up and ready to go. It looks so sick. Love it. Forgot the polyfill. Just got a text. Can you believe it? Oh boy. Looks like we got a present out here we need to bring inside. Well, I accidentally hit stop there. Package got to the US and got lost in Philadelphia. Never heard from again. And of course, you know UPS. If your package doesn't show up, that's the last time you're ever going to hear from them, because investigation did nothing. Never even heard from those guys after an investigation was opened on the package. So the guys at ID4 decided to go ahead and ship me another one. Very difficult to unbox and film at the same time, but we're going to do that. So here we go. We have the ID4 digital gauge cluster here. We're going to be right back. All right, so full of peanuts. That's good, right? I'm going to dump some of these peanuts out and then start the video again. All right, I really meant for this unboxing to go smoother. Literally. Here's the first thing I see. Looks like it might be part of the yeah, so it looks like the top part of the instrument cluster there. Yep. Set that aside over here so it doesn't get damaged. Sorry, the dishwasher is running. There's that. Took some of these peanuts out. You can see it is well packed. Now we've got a box here. Let's take a look at this and see what this is about. All right. There's my receipt too. I paid well over $1,000 for this setup, and I got a bunch of options. I really wanted some of the options that allow you to plug in the USB without getting to the back of the instrument cluster, and also I wanted the keypad option. Looks like we got some of that stuff here. We got the USB cables. We have the keypad, which goes onto your dash there. Yep, there's the. Really want to get that into the actual dash underneath where your leg goes. I want to up underneath there Dremel that out. Looks like here we have, I'm not sure what that is. We have a template to cut the vent, I believe, right there. I think that's what that is. We have the backup camera. The RCA adapter for the backup camera, which I already have that. We have the right angle adapter for the USB here. And not sure what that is, but I'm gonna figure it out. Oh, that's for the keypad. And then I think this goes to over your vent. Once you Dremel out the vent plate, I believe that goes on top of that. All right, let's see what's next in here. All kinds of goodies on it. Underneath a bunch of green peanuts here. All right, so this seems to be the main unit. Let's get this box out of the way. And the peanuts. Yep. So yeah, I really felt bad for these guys because they had to make me a new one after UPS lost it, and hopefully they get all their money back. I'm gonna go ahead and unbox this and restart. Trying to get this open without stopping the video. I had to stop it once, but all right, I'm trying this one more time. All right, got this beautiful packaging undone. Here is the actual digital gauge cluster by ID4. This is probably the most exciting modification I've done to the car yet, or am going to do. Take a look at the back of it. So there it is. There's all the connectors, the USB, the little fan. Yeah, so this thing does not fit without trimming the plate from the back. I'm assuming there's instructions somewhere or a video for me to watch, but here is the plate. I believe that the plate template that you put doesn't even say which way is the top, but I think you tape this onto the vent behind your stock gauge cluster, and then you use your Dremel and you trim out the back so it kind of fits in there. Now I do also have, that's interesting. Yeah, I also have the Android head unit, which uses a backup camera. I have not installed the camera, so my plan is when I go in here, I am going to Y-adapt here and finally connect my Android navigation to the backup camera, which I've been wanting to do, I'd say probably for over a year now. So I'm going to look into the paperwork right now, see if there's instructions for this guy, and go ahead and update you guys after that. Alright, so I'm watching the video now on ID4 site. Don't know how old it is, if it's updated or not. The first thing it says is I need a Torx tool set. Now I have this Torx, and I think this is the right one, so I'm going to go in here. Now it's super helpful to have a convertible, obviously, because, you know, so much more room to do things. But apparently you go up under here to remove these screws. Wouldn't you know it, that's the right one. So you know why? Because I used it to do the Android radio there. So Going to grab a light also so you guys can see better, and I'm going to do the first step in the video. All right, first things first, I went ahead and hooked up my battery charger because I have a feeling I'm going to have the doors open for a while and it's going to cause some current draw. I do have it on the lowest possible setting here. It's not a bad idea to use a thing like a battery tender here that I have to top off your battery every once in a while if you know, keep your battery in tip-top shape. But if you guys don't know it, you can hook your any jumper cables or anything up to the front posts here. That's what those are designed for. Now, I have a feeling this is going to take me a while. Also got a light set up in here for a little bit extra lighting. So I'm going to get my next step ready. I'm going to go ahead and try to take out these screws up here by hand and see what happens. Oh wow, yeah. Apparently you don't need a lot of torque here because these are hand tight. And I thought about getting my small screwdriver out, my electric screwdriver out for this, but they're just, it's in an awkward place. I don't think you'll be able to get that in here. So here's the second one here. Let's see if I can get underneath this. Nope, there's not a good place to go. Alright, this is kind of hard to get out by, oh, there we go. Came right out. Not a bad idea to have a place to put your screws, but BMW gives you one right there. Alright, second screw coming out. And out. I'm gonna go ahead and check the instructions and check back with you guys. Alright guys, so the next step is you just should be able to just pull the cluster. Everything's difficult with one hand. But yeah, look at that, it just comes right out. Pretty easy. Also, make sure that your steering wheel, I drive with the steering wheel all the way down, but make sure that it's all the way in the down position, otherwise it might be difficult to get this out. And there should be a connector on the back here. Now here's the next part that's going to be hard, is getting this out because there's like literally no room. It's very hard. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and grab a towel and cover the steering wheel so I don't damage it. Okay guys, as you can see here, I covered up the steering wheel. And I think if you lift up, it will pop right out and be difficult with one hand. I'm really trying to do this while I film. Okay, there we go. So that is it. And now there is a connector on the back with a little clamp that you disconnect. Apparently, it is right there. I'm gonna do that now because it takes two hands. But you just pull the little protective lever over and then you disconnect it. Okay, so there is a little notch here on this connector that you have to push in to move the connector, to rotate the connector down. So just get a little screwdriver or something and push that notch in. This thing should come right out. And then we'll update you on the next steps. But this is our query now. We've got this vent that is right in the frickin' way. Ideally, they would have made a vent that was pre-done, but they didn't do that. So we are going to be cutting this now. It's going to be scary and fun. Can't wait. Alright guys, so the next step here is we need to take out this air vent and the light switch. Looked like he just popped this off, but I advise you to get, whoops, lost the tool right there. I advise you to get this. This is a trim kit. This has all the tools you need to deal with trim stuff in any vehicle. So there is a little, I'm sure this literally pops right off. In the video, let's see what he does here. They make it look so easy. He's like, yeah. When the cluster is removed, take out the air vent and the light switch. In a very heavy German accent, take out the air vent and the light switch. So I can relate because I'm half German. So got this tool here. Now you see, this thing is specifically designed not to hurt your trim because it's got plastic on the back. Watch me break it right in front of the whole entire world of 5 people that'll watch the video. Okay, so that popped right out. You don't want to break the tabs, so just be careful or you'll be on one of those videos where it's like dying inside. So I'm going to be doing this again because I'm going to be painting this trim in the coming week, but I wanted to go ahead and do this first. But yeah, so wow, check that out. Now we also got to take out the headlight switch, but now that you're in it, I'm assuming it pops right out. I am assuming. Okay. Boy, I love how much focus. I love how much space there is. Man, look at this. Amazing. All right, let's see what we do next here on the video. All right, so he's popping out that headlight assembly switch. I don't think we need to take it off. That seems a little bit too... It hangs down.
Make sure it is aligned to the right on left-hand drive vehicles. On right-hand drive vehicles, it must be aligned to the left.
Okay, so...
The sticker must be aligned on the lowest part of the air tube.
Alright, so he's saying to get the sticker.
Cut out the sticker and place it over the air tube.
It came with it.
Make sure it is aligned to the right.
Alright, well let's go. I'll go grab the sticker and see what he's talking about here. Alright, so this thing has to be cut out, apparently. So I am going to take a few minutes now. Go ahead and cut this out to the best of my abilities, which is 0. I'm going to drink some non-alcoholic water that tastes exactly like water. And I will be right back with a nice cut template. Just watch the video. Hopefully I did this correctly. I've got the video up right here. I mean, that apparently is how you cut this out, right? And then, so you do it.
Make sure it is aligned to the right on left-hand drive vehicles.
So,
On right-hand drive vehicles, it must be aligned to the left.
he's on a left-hand drive vehicle, so he's aligning it like this, and it kind of bends over, goes to the bottom of the air vent,
As shown in the picture.
and then you cut everything except this.
Tube is still in the vehicle. Place the metal shield to cover the hole in the air tube.
Metal shield and cover was.
This is a good time to install the vehicle interface cable.
I lost the metal shield and cover. Oh, right here. Duh. Here's the metal shield and cover that goes over what you cut out. All right, let's go try the next step here with. Oh, here's Mr. Bink. I know. Kitty, are you hungry? Oh, you're such a good kitty. Are you gonna stay with me forever? Okay guys, so I got this into the air vent area. It's gonna be an adventure. So I literally use shipping tape, and you can see where the lines are folded right here. So take your template, fold it over there. I taped it multiple places. I am going to get my Dremel. I'm gonna watch the video and make sure that I cut, you know, I think this is supposed to be like, yeah, okay, so I've got it taped wrong. So basically you Dremel the air vent there across where it curves, and you come straight down here. Mine is taped too low right there, so you can see where I messed up, but you get the idea. You're cutting the vent all the way from here over to here, and then straight down here to the bottom, and then you're going to match the picture here. Let me pull it up for you. So check this out. This is what's on the instructions.
Place the metal shield to cover.
So there's the instructions.
Piece as shown in the picture.
All right, see how they cut.
While the air tube is
Sorry, I
still in
dropped
the
it.
vehicle.
So that's all you're doing right now is you're dremeling, or whatever your favorite dash destruction method is. I know. Mr. Banks. He's still chilled. Mr. Banks. Such a good cat. Alright, I'm gonna load up the Dremel gun now. I have to turn the light off for that, unfortunately, but I am going to work on that right now. This is scary. Kitty! Alright, so I got the Dremel. This is what I'm going to use for it. So I've got this Dremel. I think I lost like the real attachment, but I'm going to use this cutting disc right here and really destroy that dash. So I'm going to go ahead and put this. What? I know, dude. So I'm going to go ahead and put this disc on the Dremel. get back with you guys. Got my Dremel tool all set up here, even though it refuses to focus. Good grief. Come on, man. So yeah, gonna go ahead and mount this to the Dremel, and I'm gonna Dremel out that air vent and destroy my car. Got my Dremel tool on here, so this is just a regular cutting bit. Variable speed Dremel here. It's gonna be hard to get this thing in here and cut that. Seriously? I already broke the... Okay, I already broke it. Real life here. Banks is so vocal right now, but seriously, these cutting discs are so fragile, and I just literally touched it to something. You'll have to play with the Dremel speed. I keep it on a pretty high speed. I'm gonna go ahead and try this. I've been dreading doing this for months. I can't do this and film, but you see what's gonna happen right there. Around that template, right around the edge of that vent, I'm going to cut that, and I'll get back to you guys after I have destroyed my amazing car. Okay guys, so trial and error. This is what I've got here. So basically what I found out after playing with this is your best bet for cutting this is not a Dremel. It's very thin. They don't explain this to you, but this knife here is all I needed. I cut this original slice with the Dremel. The problem is the Dremel can't get into the space, so I cut the rest with this. Now, it seems like, what good would this do? I don't understand. We're gonna find out here though very quickly, because this little piece is going to go here. I'm gonna retrieve that and see if I actually did this right, but it's really rough. You can see here, there's still like a little bit here. I'm gonna trim off. All that has to be gone for this plate to work properly. Yeah, I missed a little bit right there. I'm gonna go ahead and trim that off, and I'll get back to you. Okay, I wanted to update you guys. This is the cable for the backup camera. I am splitting that cable to go to my Android head unit. So I've got a Y adapter here. I went ahead and taped these up with electrical tape. That's a Y adapter. One of these will feed to the backup camera. The other one will feed to my Android adapter. Now I'm gonna go ahead and tell you right now, I'm having a lot of issues getting the cluster in. It's very difficult to get it. I know, man. I know the feeling. It's really difficult to get it into the area. The steering wheel is in the way. It's tilted all the way down. I'm gonna work on that for a minute, but I wanted to go ahead and get everything connected to it. So once I do get it in, I don't have to worry about connecting everything now. So I'll get back to you guys if I can figure out how to do it. Okay, so I connected all the cables that came with it. Obviously one of them is for the stock connection to the instrument cluster. The other one is for the keypad right there. Just the keypad here that mounts on your dash with double-sided tape. And then the third one is for the backup camera. So there's also this USB. I did get the right angle USB, so this will only go, the cat's so vocal. So only go in one way because, you know, lovely USB. So this makes it so it sits more flush, like that. Then you take this additional adapter and you mount this into your dash. So this is an extension for that. Now at the same time, this thing is very hard to get in the dash, so I'm still working on how to do that. And once I figure it out, I'll let you guys know. All right, so I'm having a lot of issues getting this cluster installed, and I figured out from a different video for the 5 series, maybe it would help if I got rid of these little edges on the dash. So I went ahead and broke those off right there to see, because I got it almost in, but it's just very difficult. So let me try to do this now that I've got these little corner edge pieces broken off. I've got all the wiring run through the dash here, coming down through the dashboard and through the headlight jack. Let me give this a shot. Oh, also I taped up here because it started to, this is really like taking, my car's taking a beating on this. Yeah, see, I already scarred up my car. This is really, I'm having issues here. I'll be back. Okay, I'm ready to punch myself in the face. I think I've messed my car up so many different ways and scratched every single thing up, including my steering wheel, which was perfect. My dash was perfect. It's all messed up. This is a very hard install. I come to the conclusion that it has to fit behind the little tabs in the corner. I tried to Dremel them out so it could lay back a little bit more. It's not going to. I don't know if the cover's going to go on or not, but we're going to do a power on right now and see if it was worth it. Okay, well that's pretty freaking awesome. And if we go over here, we can get the Android. All right, so now the challenge is getting this thing mounted and getting this trim ring on. And oh, also, by the way, during this whole process, I lost this little clip. Yep. So now I don't know what I'm going to do about that. I don't have it. It fell into the dash. It's freaking gone. I'm going to work on this. Goodbye. All right, so it is the next day. Wow. What a night. What can I say? I spent 5 hours trying to get this thing installed yesterday. All I can say is this about this, because I don't want to give the company a bad rap at all. So the first package I got from them got lost. Not their fault. Second package came. I followed the instructions. I cut the air vent. Still, I could not get this thing installed. Now, I made the biggest mistake in the world. I didn't protect my steering wheel and my cover here for the steering wheel that great. And yeah, I scratched up my interior, which was perfect before. My steering wheel has marks on it now, which it did not before. So that was my impatience after being frustrated with this thing. Also, it is not lined up correctly. It needs to go down about 1/4 inch, so I'm going to be removing it again and cutting away some more of the vent. And I want to go get some of that flexible aluminum tape instead of the little cover that they supply to fill the vent. So for now, I stuffed a towel in the vent to keep the air going, but I want to show you guys what this thing looks like. And again, I actually scratched up the screen right here just a tiny bit, which I think might come out with plastic polish. I scratched up my steering wheel. I scratched up my top of the steering wheel cover. I scratched up my dash out of frustration, and then in the last just ditch effort to ruin my entire car, I scratched my tint right here. So wonderful, now I have scratched up front tint. So overall experience with this has been a nightmare. This is all I'll say. It is still so hard to get in that I had to force it into the position where it is now, and I didn't use the stock factory screw holes. I put self-tapping screws in wherever this thing would go, but it is in. But you can see at the bottom, the lip is showing there. That needs to be fixed. So let's start it up and show you what it's like. So I don't know why the, okay, so high battery drain is on, which I don't understand why. The car's been off. That's something I need to look at. And actually the car's on a charger right now, so that's interesting. High battery drain, okay. Increased battery. Okay, so that's new since I put the screen in. But as you can see here, I got the screen installed and I did configure it. There's the RPMs, and this is how it looks. And you can either use your stock here to go into the menu. So you push in the menu button there, and that's where you have the configuration items. I do have it on, I'm not sure which one I have it on right now. I think this is one of the sport ones. I think it's Fierce is what it's called. But inside that menu, that's where you set up all the options for the screen. You can set up a display for when you're normally driving, and then when you go into sport. So you notice how when I go into sport, I have it changed to a different theme, which is called orange. I don't know, sport orange or something like that. I can't remember what it's called. But notice, like, I've configured it the way I wanted it. I set up horsepower and torque right here as the extra gauge that I wanted. I got the M Sport logo. Pretty cool. Now it doesn't show boost. I heard they're working on that, but I don't know if that's ever going to be available. But I wanted to just show you guys because I had such an experience with this thing that was a nightmare, and still not right. I did not install my camera yet. I've got the cables all back here. The keypad for it, I did not install either because I was so frustrated at the end of my night. I literally just wanted to throw it out the window, and that's why I threw something at my front windshield. But honestly, my front windshield needs to be replaced anyway, so that's probably going to happen soon. But Wanted to show you guys this, and if you go in here and you go into appearance and you go into themes, and default themes. So default means when you're not in sport mode. There's that classic analog, modern analog, classic orange, modern orange, bright blaze. Okay, that's what I have set for when I go into sport mode. And fierce blaze is what I have set up all the time. And so there's plenty of other options for this thing. You can set up an extra gauge like oil temperature, oil pressure, whatever you feel like you want. But it's cool so far. It's definitely an expensive purchase, and this is all I can suggest to you. I would personally probably get a professional installer to do this. And honestly, I would ditch the plate that comes with it to cover the air vent, and I would just use the aluminum tape. Like it's, you know, it's like flexible metal tape, because you can also push on that a little bit if you have to get this thing in. And I'm not kidding you, I had to force this thing in where it is right now, and still this bottom lip is showing, which is bothering me. So I'm going to take it all out. I'm going to Dremel out the vent pretty much completely out of where it shows up behind the cluster, and then I'm going to put the cluster back in, hopefully. So I'll update you guys when I do that, but I wanted you guys to see how the display looks, and I want to get this video edited and up. If you have any questions, post them in my comment section. Have a good day, Supercar Street Racing! It's ridiculous. No wheels. Lid falls off. Look, I'm over it. Really? Fine. Good riddance. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, where we have everything fun going on, except for the cars going by and ruining my shot. But today I have had enough of my crappy shop vac, and we have a brand new Craftsman shop vac right here, right now, to be opened on the channel. And this is the CMX EVB E17040, 5 horsepower, 4-gallon shop vac, and right here, right now, we didn't have both of our cameras on it, now we do. And right here, right now, we take out our trusty Smith & Wesson to open this. And the lights went off. I am so unprepared. Let's get this thing open. What do you think? Bought from Ace Hardware. No sponsorship whatsoever, of course, involved in this. And we will open this box and see what is inside of this cardboard condom, waiting to be opened for my 10 or 15 fans that will actually watch this video. And inside the box we have this lovely Craftsman 5 horsepower shop vac sitting there, looking so good, ready for you guys to enjoy. Right on top of the box we already have nice attachment hose here. And then inside we have an extension here and here. And they just kind of willy-nilly threw everything into the box. Like this brush attachment and this little side attachment thing for like getting into the carpet. And then we have the literal Craftsman shop vac with nothing else in it, no kind of instructions, no nothing unless it's inside, which it very well could be inside of this unit. And taking the side off is as easy as this. Looks like we won't have the same problem that we did with my other stupid shop vac, and that is that the side would come off no matter what you did. It would come off if you didn't want it to come off. And inside of the box, I call it a box, it's actually the shop vac, we have this instruction manual here, and we have this other attachment right here. Now, already noticing that there's not really a place to put the attachments, which is kind of annoying. I guess you can just keep them inside there, but like they'll get dirty. Oh, okay, they go on the back here. In here? They do, they go on the back. I didn't even see this little back pocket, but the attachments all go back here to sit in their wonderful little attachment condom. And next we will take a look at that attachment area. So here's our hose, and it looks like we just put this back on like so. Attach it like that, and there's a place here for something on both sides. I'm assuming it's these nice long, like that. The hose then clips directly on, which will be difficult with one hand. But it looks like it is on there. I think that's where these go. I'm gonna break out the instruction manual. All right, I have these guys in the wrong place, of course. It says they go in the tool caddy. Can't go that way. I'm guessing they go this way. Like that is what it's showing in the looks like the hose goes around the top and the tools all go in the caddy thingy. So there's actually two more. What do we do with the it's showing all the accessories in here. Extension ones can be stored in a tool caddy mounted on the back of the drum, and all the accessories. Okay, how are you supposed to? I guess you store this. Well, that's how I'm going to do it. I don't really care what they want, but that's how I decided to do it, even though it shows here shows everything stored in the back, but I don't understand how they expect you to do that. It doesn't really make sense. There's not enough. Maybe this could go in there, this brush, but I don't see how. I guess it can go like that. That's fine. And that is the Craftsman 5 horsepower shop vac. Now let's take a look at how it actually works. And the Craftsman shop vac has a 15-foot cord, which unfortunately has no place to store it. So you will have to figure that out on your own. But let's get this thing opened up and checked out. There's the 15-foot cord there. Coming around to the lovely extension outlet. And I guess at that point you would want your hose, maybe an extension, which doesn't come out. Like that. Yep. Goes like that. And then usually you probably use this thing. And let's see if this thing will pick up some dirt. That is the Craftsman. Now let's take a look at how you store the accessories when you're ready to quit. Okay, we are ready to store this. Let's see how we actually do that. Let's take off this. First, this extension. And then this has a clip on the back. Very difficult with one hand. And that comes right off as well. And they can be stored in this tool caddy, which this thing still doesn't really go in there, but we will use it anyway. And then the cord, the lovely cord, is supposed to go right here, right now. That is the Craftsman, did I call it a Black & Decker Craftsman shop vac. Alright, we are ready to store the Craftsman. Let's go ahead and get this cord all nice and wrapped up. And there's not really a convenient way to store the cord on this device, so we're just going to store it in the caddy, like so. just like this. And we'll put our Craftsman shop back in the area where the old piece of crap was. Our shop vac will live right here for the foreseeable future, and we could actually probably store the hose a little bit better. Like that. Guys, I do like the Craftsman shop vac. It is very powerful. It is so powerful, in fact, that it likes to suck up the actual carpet here. And this is what it did to the carpet because it was so strong. And yes, it is a good deal. It's $100 at Ace Hardware because I wanted to buy something local. Go pick one up. Craftsman 5 horsepower shop vac. See you guys next time. Supercar Street Racing. Check out this dude, Alligator Ridge, getting a suntan. Alligator Ridge, I hope you put sunblock on because you can really burn your skin. Oh, don't go in the water, Alligator Ridge. Today, we are getting everything out of this garage and into my new storage shed. All right, we are inside the new Suncast shed. This is what it looks like on. Alright, I have the cover plates for the 2 boxes in the ceiling ready to get painted matte black. I know the lights up in the ceiling are white, so it doesn't really matter, but these will probably show up a little bit more. So let's go ahead and paint these guys black and the screws. Alright, we have the next part of the garage makeover puzzle here, and this is the Casa app-based TP-Link Wi-Fi outdoor plug. We do have two of them, one for the outer square, one for the inner hex. We're going to go ahead and get those programmed up here in the Kaza app real quick. Okay, we have one smart plug plugged in right here and one plugged in over there. That's another thing. You can't fit two of these in the same outlet. They hit each other due to the cord. You would have to have some kind of extension thing. But we're going to go ahead and go into the Kaza app, click Add Device, and it is a smart plug. They're orange and green. There are two of them plugged in right now, both flashing orange and green. Let's go to the top one here. Go ahead and connect it to Wi-Fi. It wants you to be on the same Wi-Fi network, so it is now connecting this guy. I see it turn green over here on the plug. It is connecting, and then we will name this either outer garage square or garage hex. Then we'll put them in a group called garage hex lighting on Alexa. And the light is still flashing orange and green on the front. And we did get a prompt on the phone to connect to the device. We went ahead and said yes to that. And it's asking for the Wi-Fi network and the password, which I did provide. And you have to be on the same network on your phone when you configure this, or your tablet. And here we go, garage hex lights. Now all we have to do is be helpful to label these. So I'm going to grab my labeler real quick, and we'll do that. We got our label maker. Let's go ahead and set this to uppercase, garage. And let's go garage square. There's garage hex. And these guys are ready for install in the attic. Okay, we have successfully added the smart plugs, and now we have smart control over our garage lighting. So let's turn off the hex lights. And we can see we can just go with these if we want to. We can turn off the square lights and just turn on the hex lights. And now all we have to do is go into the Alexa app and make a routine called garage lights. And we can turn on both of these at the same time. Back here in the garage, and we have added all of these lights to a group called garage lights. So now we say, Alexa, turn off the garage lights. And they all go off except for the middle one, which is controlled by the garage door opener. Alexa, turn on the garage lights. And they are all on now. So this part of the project is finished. All right, we're gonna pull the Model S Plaid out into the driveway and cover it up, and then start touching up our paint up here on the ceiling. That is the last step of the painting process. So let's get this thing out of here.
Yeah.
Alright, we are out here in the Supercar Street Racing Garage, wrapping up this part of the garage makeover. And the first thing that we see that we have done in the garage is we successfully painted the entire garage black, including the ceiling, because I saw that look online and it's something I really liked. So I do have pegboard on the wall. I did leave the pegboard. The only thing we need to do now is go and order a Supercar Street Racing banner for this side of the wall. The goal of this garage is to have nothing on the walls whatsoever except for banners. So you can see what we did. We painted all of the walls and all of the ceiling black, including the speakers. I did leave the recessed lighting white because I didn't want to deal with painting those, and you can barely tell anyway. And that is the first part of the makeover. The second part of the makeover was done earlier, and that was the little garage electrical reel. That was done a while back. We also then put up the garage hex lighting, and we did successfully run the garage hex lighting to 2 smart plugs where now everything is controlled smartly online. And also we removed the little track spotlighting that was here because we had an issue with power. We were putting too much power on the circuit that's in here, and so I removed that light, and I also removed this regular light from up here to decrease the energy consumption in the garage. As an earlier part of the makeover, we also put this nice smart LCD dimmer switch in. Even though these guys right here are smart, we do have this little LCD dimmer switch on here. After we painted the walls black, and by the way, the windows in the house are all getting replaced in 3 weeks. We're waiting for them to be delivered. We also went ahead and painted a red stripe on the top, and I tried to match the line of the bulkhead up here, whatever that's called, the beam or whatever runs across there. And I did paint a red stripe all the way across to the other side. Also part of the garage makeover, we installed these recessed smart lights that are all controlled by Alexa. Oh wow, I didn't wake it up. So these are all Bluetooth controlled, so they all are linked to a device via Bluetooth, and they are available to change colors and everything like that. The last part of this section of the garage makeover was that we moved everything out to the new Supercar Street Racing storage shed. Getting everything off of these walls was a priority for me, and so that was the next move. Everything that was in here went out to the new shed. So for the last part of this makeover, which is not going to happen for about 4 to 6 weeks, I have ordered a new garage door, and that type of door is a surprise. So you will not see it until we actually get it installed. It will be replacing this door. It is a much better door than what we have now. And also going in is a jack shaft mounted opener, which will eliminate this guy and eliminate this track that runs overhead for a much cleaner look, and also the ability to do more on the ceiling. So the garage door is the last part of the SCSR makeover until I redo the floors, which is going to happen. I need to repaint these floors completely now that we don't have anything in here. So that's going to do it for this episode. I hope you guys are enjoying the series. There should be a couple more parts to it, so stick around, and we'll see you guys again next time on Supercar Street Racing.
Perfect. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Exciting day today in the Supercar Street Racing living room. We're only in here for one reason, because this box is so heavy I can't move it to the other room. But today TEMU reached out to Supercar Street Racing, wanted to know if we were interested in checking out their 48 volt 100 amp hour lithium battery for golf carts and other applications. This one is going into a golf cart though. So today on the channel, we're gonna get this thing unboxed right where it sits because it's so heavy. We're gonna take a look at it and then install it as well with Joe on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back to the channel today. It's great to have you guys back on Supercar Street Racing. And before we even get started with this TEMU battery, I want to thank you guys for almost 200,000 subscribers. In fact, that little readout right there says 191,000, and I couldn't do it without you guys. Thank you so much for liking, subscribing, commenting, and checking out all the videos on Supercar Street Racing. Now on to the action. Directly in front of me, this huge box does have a TEMU 48 volt lithium ion battery inside, which is destined for a golf cart for a friend of ours. Now TEMU did reach out to us and say, hey, would you guys want a sponsor that has a 48 volt lithium ion battery available? And we were like, absolutely. TEMU wanted to make sure we had a golf cart to put this in, and we do. We reached out to one of our friends and we will be checking out that cart later today. But right now, right in front of me, we need to get this thing unboxed for you guys and see exactly what is inside. It's packaged very well. It has these straps on the front. It is very heavy. I don't know how heavy. There is no weight on the outside of this box. The battery is very heavy. I know I put one in Joe's cart with him, and it takes two people to lift it up and put it over the battery bay. So let's go ahead and see what we find inside of this TEMU packaging right here. We have an interesting box right in front of me. As I told you guys before, this is the TEMU 48 volt lithium ion battery. This is TEMU's solution for getting your golf cart up to lithium ion standards. And inside of this box should have something in here that can accomplish just that. We have to get this open though to see what's inside of it. Might be easier to open for you guys to see if we do it this way. And in order to open this, we have the SCSR patented knife that Rich so kindly gave us, which is very cool. Just pops right out right there. And it does do away with straps and any other objects or persons that you want to. As easy as that. We got the first set of nylon straps off here, guys. And one slice on that side, and we'll manhandle the rest. It just did pop right off. Box is a little bit torn up right there. No big deal. I don't see any damage to the inside though. And then inside of the box, we do see TEMU packaging here with something in it. There is a package with some kind of something in here. So we will have to take a look at that and see what that is. Then there's a nice styrofoam condom sitting directly on top, keeping the battery nice and snug. Very nice packaging, as you can see here. We don't need that where we're going. And then inside of the box, we do see the actual TEMU battery. Better view up here on that. Inside of the box, we have the TEMU 51 volt. It's actually a 48 volt. Sitting inside of a nice plastic bag. It does have some side-looking handles with ropes on it. Then there's some other goodies right here next to it, which will make this box lighter, hopefully. So let's go ahead and see what we have inside here. So this is the first smaller box right here that's inside of the TEMU. Okay, inside of that box, it looks like we have a bunch of accessories here. Looks like we have a wire for the readout. We have some nuts and bolts for everything. We have the two ratchet straps to hold down the actual battery. That's what these are for, ratchet straps. And then we also have a few random screws here. So those are probably to hold the display on if you want to screw it to the front of your golf cart. So that's all that's in the first box, and I have a feeling the second box is just going to be the charger. Let's get this opened up. on camera. It is the charger. I don't know if you guys can get a good look at that. There is some styrofoam protecting it, but basically the way this works is it does not have a port, so you do have to plug into this female with an extension cord. You'll have to raise the lid. Now, there might be a way to adapt this. I could see maybe drilling a hole and epoxying this into the front of the golf cart. I don't think that would be too difficult. Just a small hole, and they might make a kit for this. So they might have something you can buy on Amazon that you can slip this into. And then of course, this just goes directly into the charger here. And then this is the actual charger. It's very small, just like that. That's the entire charger right there. Pretty cool. This goes to your battery, positive and negative terminals, very easy to connect. And that is it. That's all that is in the charger box too. And that is the full kit of the TEMU. I'm gonna see if I can get it out of the box now by myself. I don't know if I'll be able to. So the problem is it does not want to come out of the styrofoam for me to get it out of the box. The whole styrofoam wants to come out. But there goes the TEMU out of the box. And now the TEMU is directly in front of me in the plastic where it shall remain. The battery looks great. It is a orange and white looking battery, and I can lift this by myself. It probably is around 50-55 pounds. No big deal. I know you guys can get a good look at this from the GoPro up there. Pretty nice fit and finish on the battery as well. There is a code to scan up here. And there is also an app for this. This battery is Bluetooth, and actually if we wanted to, we could go ahead and plug it in and charge it, but we're gonna wait on that part. And the first thing inside of the bag is the installation instructions. I'll put a picture of that up on the screen for you guys. Just very, very basic install. There's nothing really too complicated about it. It's a positive and negative. Positive and negative goes to your actual controller. So super easy. Remove the old batteries, and your very first battery leads go onto this. Further into this, there is a whole manual, and they are offering you a 2-year warranty if you share your experiences with other people. And inside the manual, there's just some charger specifications, a installation diagram, shows you how to put the screen on, which is also very easy. And then it shows you how to open up the app as well. And that is about it. That's inside of the actual battery. So that is all for the unboxing part of the battery. Now let's go ahead and throw it out where we're gonna start this install process with Joe and Brad.
What's up, everybody? It's early. I just woke up after partying last night, so I'm probably have the worst eyes and voice ever, but I'm ready to work. I got to get some stuff together here. I got some coffee right here going. So once I get this going, get everything packed for production. I got to pack lights, tools, everything else. Drink this coffee right here, and I'm going to get in that golf cart and go over to Joe's house and start working. Let's get it done. I'm ready to work today. I got nothing to do till later. We're in the truck right now, and we're headed over to check out this golf cart. We did find a candidate for getting this battery put in, so we're going to check out the cart right now. Looks like it's 48 volt, and it has some sort of Trojan-like batteries in it now.
Yep.
And then tow it back over to your house so we can start the process. Also, while we're here, I want to take a look at his dashboard to see where I think a good spot is to mount that display.
Yep.
And we'll ask him what his preference is on that.
Yep.
And that's it. And tow to Joe's house. Let's go, baby. We'll Flintstone it.
Okay, you guys just saw the golf cart that we're going to be putting this nice TEMU, and so let's go ahead and throw it back outside. That next step in the process, getting those old batteries out.
Let's see. B-O-O-B-S. Got him. Dude left me a mess. All right, while the garage cools off, I'm gonna raid Joe's fridge for some breakfast. And there are a few eggs in here I'm gonna steal from Joey. Let's go, son. Let's go. Guess what else I'm gonna steal? Some of this goodness right here. I'm gonna make some egg burritos this morning. 0 carb, right? I'm gonna let that cool off for about 15 or 20 minutes while I eat breakfast and cook. Okay, so there's copyright music playing, but thanks, Joe, for breakfast, dude. Appreciate it, brother. Look at these egg tacos, buddy. We're out here in Joe's garage now. We just stole all of his breakfast. We ate all his food for free. We broke into his garage with the code BOOBS because why would it not be? And now we're out here in front of this club car and we're going to go ahead and get all these batteries out. That is the next step. Getting the batteries out of the club car so we can get the other battery in. Now in the process, there's a lot of corrosion on these batteries as well. What I'm going to do is I brought my drill brush and I'm going to go ahead and brush off all this nonsense right here, all this battery acid and everything that has built up, and then take everything off. And if I have to put new terminals on these, I brought everything with me to do it. All right, we got the battery compartment cleaned out as best I could. It could get better, but to be honest with you, I don't think that it's a big deal. We'll figure it out. Okay, I got the battery into the bay here, and as you can see, it is a tight fit. It is barely fitting, so that's fine though. So all we have to do now is go ahead and start wiring up the battery, and then after that, if the cart runs, I'm going to take it to my house to do the wiring dress on this and get it all nice and tied up good. But you can see the negative cable. Only way it would fit like that is I had to actually cut a lot more of the battery tray out. And then after this is all done, we have to figure out a way to secure it with the strap. But yeah, we're going to have to feed that through the other side like that and then make a slice right there. All right, the battery is connected now. All I have to do is drill a hole for the display. So it makes sense to go right here. And I have to drill it big enough for this guy to get through. So probably the 4th or 5th, and also that has to go through. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and send a hole right through here. And that looks like it's perfect. I have to start at the front. So yeah, that works perfectly. I have to start at the front though, so let's find a place to put this display. All right, I have the battery on. It is at 54%. I'm gonna go ahead and plug it into the charger now and let it charge up all the way. I have to mount the charger still, but I have to take a little break. It's on and connected. And here is the charger. Plugs into a regular extension cord here, so got to find an extension cord. Oh, I'm an idiot. Forgot to wire the charger. I am literally stupid. Okay, you guys just saw us install the screen and wrap up everything in the bay.
that we needed to get this TEMU battery all installed for this cool golf cart to make it such a better place to be. Now, there's only one thing left to do. We need to take this thing for a drive and make sure it works and test out the display and the battery.
I have not tested the cart yet. I just turned the key on. I turned the battery indicator on and it looks like the battery was 100% charged. I am going to try to move this cart right now for the first time on lithium. I'm going to put the charger cable in here first. And then if this thing moves, I'm going to drive it home and finish the wiring and all that. So let's throw it in gear. All right, it did complain when I went to reverse, so that's perfect. The alignment is way off on this thing. Let's see if it rolls. It does work. Wow, okay. It rolls. All right, let's put my cart in Joe's garage. Back in the garage now, and I brought all of my tools back home, and I brought the cart here as well to go ahead and wrap up the wiring. Now, I don't like to leave a cart in any kind of condition. That's not any way that I wouldn't want it for myself. So I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up the wiring on this cart using all my tools here. All right, we're gonna go ahead and download the app for the TEMU. So we go TEMU, looks like it right there, install. It found the battery already. And there is a good look at the battery. We have all of the different cells here available and we can see the battery temperature, but I'm gonna go ahead and plug the cart in. I am going to breakfast, so don't have a lot of time, but I wanted to show you guys the app. We are connected via Bluetooth, and then the cool dashboard where we can see everything going on with the battery. That is the TEMU app.
Hey, what's up everybody? Brad here from Supercar Street Racing. I am so happy to have you guys on the channel here today for this special episode about the TEMU 48 volt golf cart battery. Right here in front of me you can see the TEMU battery sitting so fresh and fly, and you can see that it does have a built-in 200 amp battery management system that comes with it. It's a full kit. You get everything you need to go ahead and convert your golf cart over to lithium ion. All you have to do, like you saw in our video, is remove the old golf cart batteries, the old lead acid batteries, or your old lithium ion battery if you have one of those, and go ahead and put in the kit for the TEMU. Right now it is $7.99. It might be different by the time this video gets aired, but right now it's $7.99. It has 4.9 star reviews out of 45 reviews, which is very good in the review department, almost perfect. And right here in front of me, you can see it comes with the nice display. It does work with the TEMU app. It has a cable there for your display that goes and mounts up in the front of your dash area to keep you informed about your battery condition and charge. Now this says it's specifically designed for the golf cart. It says it weighs 87 pounds. I believe that. I thought it was more like 50, but 87 sounds reasonable. and it does come with all of the hardware necessary to mount it and connect your battery cables. It's saying ideally you might get 40 to 47 miles. It will vary. It can output up to 200 amps of continuous current. It has a 600 amp peak if your controller and solenoid can handle that. And it is IP65 waterproof rated. Now you can monitor this battery in two different ways. You can go ahead and use the app, or you can use the screen that is mounted so conveniently up in the front of the golf cart. Now this thing does indicate that you can charge this battery in 5 to 6 hours. It will charge at 18 amps if your current will allow it at your house. It has an input voltage abnormal protection, as you can see here, over voltage protection, and short circuit protection, so it is safe. This is your one-stop shop for a battery kit for your golf cart. Check it out, it's got everything you need. It does say if you want to, 4 of these you could parallel and go ahead and use in a solar system. So this guy is supposed to last up to 5,000 deep cycles, which is very good. That gives you a long life range on your lithium-ion battery. Probably about 10 times the life of your normal lead-acid batteries. This thing will do 200 amps of continuous discharge, and when you need it, if your system supports it, up to 600 amps for 3 seconds. This guy's got a maximum power output of 10.24 kilowatts. It's compatible with off-grid solutions as well, so if you need something for off-grid, go ahead and consider these to support up to 4 batteries. Now they do offer a 36 volt and a 48 volt. We chose the 48 volt, of course, because there are more golf carts out there, but if you need a 36, there's an option here for one of those as well. Go ahead and go down to the link in the description to order your TEMGO from the official affiliate link for Supercar Street Racing. It does help us out so greatly when you do that, because we only get a few dollars to run the channel every month. We need the extra money. If you guys could help us out by ordering this or anything else through any of our product affiliate links, it will carry over to anything you want. Go ahead and click one of our links. Order whatever you want. I'll get maybe 50 cents to $1 from each thing you get, and it'll help out Supercar Street Racing. And at the time of this video, we had 191,678 subscribers on the channel, and that's all because of you. We couldn't do it without you. Please like and subscribe. Your comments are important. Also, we want to know all about your golf cart, what you did to yours, what you bought. If you bought this one, if you bought a different one, put it in the comments. We might even share your videos if you want to share them with us, so tell us how we can get those as well. Thank you for liking and subscribing. Keep it up. Keep up the momentum here for Supercar Street Racing. We love you guys. We're big fans of yours as well. We got to get out of here. We got projects to plan and videos to create. Guys, I might have figured this out, and I think we're going to be able to install this now. It was a process, but I am about to try it. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we're going to show you how to install Kodi on a show device. That's right. You didn't think it was possible. You thought you were locked down, but guess what? If you got one of these, you can put it on there. Back in front of the Show 15 now, where we're going to show you guys how to install Kodi on this device. So the first thing you have to do this is a Show 15. I'm not going to say the name because it will wake up. Once you have the Show 15, you will get a prompt that asks you if you'd like to upgrade your experience to the Fire TV experience. You go ahead and upgrade this device to the Fire TV experience, where you will come back and you will see this little dot right here. See that? Right there. Once you have that, then you're well on your way to getting Kodi. All right, let's quickly go over what you have to do to install Kodi on your Echo Show 15. First, you go into the Fire TV. You go ahead and go to Find, and you search for the developer menu. Developer tools menu there. Here it is. Go ahead and open that.
it pops up this little window. You can just hit the back button on your remote or either on the display remote. You're going to have Toolless installed as well. So go ahead and do that, and you're going to have File Explorer installed as well. When you press on them, you should be able to install them. Now let's go get Kodi TV. So we can hit back button here or back on the remote. So we will need the downloader for that. So back to the home screen. Go to Find. Try that again. Find, search for downloader. There it is there. Go ahead and install downloader. Once it's installed, open it up. Now it's telling you that there's limited functionality for touch. So now, once you have downloader installed, you browse to either this full link or you go to Kodi.tv. And remember, this is limited touch. So if we just go to Kodi.tv, if you don't want to type in that whole link, you're going to have to get the 32-bit version. Go to the little menu here. Go to download. Go to Android, the little Android robot. Get the 32-bit version. The 64-bit version will not work. It will go ahead and download. Once it's done, it's going to attempt to install, which is going to fail. This doesn't work because when you hit settings, it's just going to disappear. So just click done on downloader. Or actually, you have to use your remote. Again, the touch doesn't work on a lot of things. Click the home button here or on the screen to get back to your Fire TV mode. Go into your apps. Find your developer tools menu, open that. Just hit the back button to get out of that. Now on File Explorer, you have to use your remote. Again, see how it says limited touch? You're going to want to go to your downloader folder where you downloaded that Kodi. Select the one you just downloaded. I have a couple in here. So just select it with the middle button or on the screen. Click Cut. Hit the back button either here or on the screen remote. Go to Download and paste it. Once that's pasted, go back again, go into Toolless, right there. Toolless, or whatever it's called. Open that. Find your download folder. Find the app you just copied. It's one. These are old. I've done it a couple of times now. But open up the Kodi app. It will then say continue, and it will install, and it will finish. And then once it's done, you will see that if you go to the home screen now, and you go to all your apps, you have this wonderful Kodi. There is proof that Kodi works. All right, we are in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen with everything we need to get up in the attic. We have a flathead screwdriver for the cover for the electrical box. We have our drill here. We have our workman pliers, and we have a razor blade to cut the Romex with. Actually cutting the circuit and using the existing wiring, putting this box in, tying in, and that is it. It should be quick and easy, in and out as fast as possible before it heats up there. Outside from Supercar Street Racing abode, we can see here that we have actually
pre-wired for the LED sconce lights that are coming in the next few hours. All right, so the next step of the process is to get this light out. It will no longer be, and we need to take that out right now, so let's get that done. That is a wasp inside of the light. There is a wasp nest in the light that I have to now get rid of. Okay. Got a towel here. Yeah, it looks like they were building a nest inside there. Alright, I did get the light removed and the cover plate put on. It's not perfect because I couldn't get the other screw in, but that's fine too. Clearly see that we need to clean this ceiling and this area up here, so I'm going to go grab the broom real quick. Okay, this area is ready now for the new LED sconce lights. They will go here and here. They will mount directly to this board here. And then we just have to cut these wires and tap right into the existing electrical on the sconce lights. And those guys are expected to be here within the next 2 or 3 hours. Just looked outside and I noticed a box here, and that is most likely my lights. It is them. Let's go ahead and get this inside. All right, just got this opened up, and I wanted to show you guys the quality of this packaging compared to maybe something of a cheaper nature. They have all this nice padding inside. It's very well taped up. It did come from China. I will go ahead and say that right now, but look at all the nice padding inside. And it's not cheap padding either, it's the good stuff. And then the two lights are sitting right inside there. Let's get them out now and take a look at what we have. Here is a good look at the LED wall sconce. It is very heavy. It is glass, you can tell. It's not plastic. And if we flip the back over, so what you do is you unscrew the mount from the actual sconce, you mount that on the wall, slide the sconce over it, and then you power it up like that. So you take these screws out of the side here. They're already pretty loose. They're not all the way in. So inside of here, you have the remote. You have some screws. So let's get this mount off and see what we're looking at here. That one was drove in sideways. UL listed to give us some more room in here. That's it, basically. You have your power here. Which can go like that. You have your bracket here, which your power wire can run right next to. Put your Romex right next to it, anywhere in there. So what I'll do is I will hook it up outside of, I'll trim the wire up enough, and you have room to stuff some wire in here if you have to. Then you put the wire through here, wire it up, which is going to be kind of difficult. I don't know how they expect you to do that. So I just popped it off the pins. There's no way you can do this without doing that. Wire is not that flexible. And to be honest with you, this is not going to get wet, but it might get hosed off at some point. So you want to get this as waterproof as you can. Our goal is to mount this dead center at 47 and run the wire along the side. Okay, we're outside now and we have wired these two wires here to the switch that controls the patio light here. So there is no more patio light, it is disconnected, and now we have this left. This wire here and these brackets are how you mount this system. Now, you can see here that we're mounting this dead center. It doesn't matter where the wire goes through because there's plenty of room inside of the bracket for the wire to be moved and stored. So what we're going to do here, dead center this on both sides, and I already measured where that is. And so we're just going to go right below the hole like that, as far up as we can, where the wire can still get through that hole. So we'll do the same thing on this side. That should put it dead center. So the light is 47 inches total. So let's measure. Perfect, that's absolutely perfect. So this is where our bracket is gonna go, and it needs to be perfectly level up and down, but that's easy because all we have to do is measure the distance from the wall, and it has to be even. And we'll also take our level on it like this. Got a small drill bit here. I'm gonna do a pilot hole here, just so I'm not like bearing down on it and trying to get it to go in. This is plastic, by the way. No more termite damage, they don't eat it. Oh, it moved. We can actually shed any amount of this off we want. This is all going to be covered up. It's not in the wall. Let's go ahead and just strip it all off. So these lights are glass. If you're going to put them somewhere, make sure you put something down to protect them. And you have this big long extension here. Doesn't need much stripped off, so I'm just going to strip off a tiny bit. And then take my small flathead screwdriver and you just basically loosen these up. They're pretty loose already. They're not tightened down. And this is not huge wiring. And then you feed your wires through the grommet here. Yeah, you're gonna have to do all three at once. Make sure you don't use big gauge wire. You'll never get it through. Even that is tough. Push on it so it's snug and then tighten it real hard so it can't physically come out. Then you should be able to pull the slack back through. So this is the cover that's supplied with it and the 4 screws. Not gonna get those other sides in. All right, I remounted everything, but they don't work. So I don't know why. I'm thinking my switch died, but I'm not 100% sure. One of them worked once and never again. That doesn't work. That doesn't work, and the breaker's on. There's power to the switch, 100%, but it does not work. That's gotta be my switch. I guess, test my switch, because I don't think it works. I think my switch is bad now. It has to be. Okay, I did get the lights finally hooked up and on. They look level to me and pretty good. But I'll get a shot for you guys when night comes around. Till then, I'm gonna go ahead and clean up. All right, guys, we are outside of the house now at night. Sun has mostly set. You can see there's some daylight, but I wanted to show you guys the sconces here. And you can see right there as we walk up, they are set on warm white along with all the other lights. And I have the garage, kitchen, and foyer on purple. And so as we walk up to the front here, you can see the sconces came out so cool. I think they add such a nice touch to the porch, and we have no more hanging porch light looking like it's from the 50s. And the house just looks so amazing at night, and people always stop by and give compliments on the lighting. And I'm gonna walk you guys back out one more time to check out the entire house. And that is the house. And then I'm gonna get some good pictures. Now, Base Boy left, and you can see right here, the sconces lit up so fire on the front door. So that's what it looks like at night. And you can dim them and change the color. All right, I feel like we'll never actually use this, but you can pair the remotes to control more than one device at once. I have both remotes here. But as you can see here, we can go center button here. The remotes can go timer and color. Color temp is right there, right?
So we can go cool white. And then on this guy, we can go cool white. And then we could set the soffits to cool white. And so they did equalize to cool white. All right, so this is cool white on the soffits. Of course, I can't change the sconce lights are both set on cool. I will step back and give you a view of that now. I decreased the exposure on the camera so you can kind of get a better idea of how that looks, but that is kind of cool. I kind of dig like the bottom half being warm and the top half being cool. So yeah, exposure is turned way down. They are bright, dude. Look kind of fire, dog. Hope you guys like this video. I'm gonna grab a couple of pictures and we'll see you on the next one. Thank you for liking and subscribing. Please buy these products through my links. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and I hope you enjoyed what we were doing today with this mod lighting sconce lights for the outside of the Supercar Street Racing compound. Now, we did buy these lights off of the website and they are not a sponsor of ours. We paid full price for them. And if we take a look right here on the website, mod-lighting.com, you will see the wall lights here, and they have the sconces right here, and they do offer RGB as well. I just didn't think it would look that good on my house. We already have RGB up around the top, so I just went ahead and got the ones that have the remote control. They are dimmable, and they can do a timer, and you can pair more than one light to one remote control. But as you saw in the video, we went ahead and got a Amazon Smart Switch ordered to put on the lights as well. So scrolling down the page here, they actually have some pretty cool products. Look at this moon. They have some cool looking art looking lights. They have round lights. You have to check the site out. They're very cool. They have stuff that nobody else has, and it would look great on your house. So go to mod-lighting.com and please tell them Supercar Street Racing sent you if you do order from them. Leave them a note so that they help me out in the future. Now, right after this, you're going to see me installing the Amazon Smart Switch on the mod lighting LED wall sconces. So let's throw it back inside to Brad one more time and check out the Amazon Smart Switch. There'll be a link in the description to that as well. And we appreciate you guys buying through our affiliate links, liking, subscribing, and we'll see you next time. But back into the house with Brad. Okay, we got everything set up and the Smart Switch is on. I did find all the screws for these. And so basically this just goes on now like this. Except it doesn't fall off.
Got him! Oh!
This is
Whoa!
done. All right, that's going to wrap up the project for the LED sconces outside. They are now on this smart switch. This is a smart bulb. It doesn't need a switch. All we got to do now is clean that off because it's really dirty. But other than that, I hope you guys enjoyed the LED sconces. Link in the description to these guys. Please go get one. All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. And today we are over at Dukes of Duval's house. Behind the camera, you can't see Patricia, but she's actually doing the videoing right now. And today we have a little project that we need to do to this 2021 Jeep Wrangler Sport. This is the 6-cylinder version, but the project works also on the 4-cylinder version. So what are we going to be doing today? And how easy or hard is this for a normal, everyday person to do?
Well, we're changing the auxiliary battery, which I wasn't familiar that they had auxiliary batteries.
Right, so it's on the passenger side wheel well, and basically the auxiliary battery is what powers the start-stop system. So when you get in the car and you stop at a light, it stops the car. It powers all the auxiliary while
the alternator isn't charging the main battery. So that battery goes bad on a regular basis and it has to be replaced. So that's what we're gonna be doing today. So hang out and we'll just show you how to do it. All right, we're back on the channel today on Supercar Street Racing, and we're over at Dukes of Duval's house. We got the golf cart pulled out here into the driveway. We have some tools ready. We got the jack ready from the Jeep, and what are we going to do first? How are we going to get this started?
We're going to jack it up.
Okay.
Simple as that, yeah.
We're going to jack the Jeep up first. We're going to take off the wheel, get into the fender liner, and now inside the fender liner there are these little button things, and you have to pop those out. So it works better if you have like a fork-like tool because they break easy. So you just pop those out, the fender liner comes straight out, battery is right inside there. So right here is the Jeep battery. This is the auxiliary battery, it's an AGM, and the model number is PS aux 12 if you guys are looking for it. So she got this from Batteries Plus for 100 bucks. The dealer wanted $450 to change this out, which is asinine. So we're gonna put this in for her in about 20 minutes, so let's get going. All right, we're back here on the golf cart with the perpetual blinker on, and it never shuts off. And we have the stock Jeep jack here that we're gonna use to jack up the Jeep here. And then remember when you take the tire off though, always loosen the lug nuts first so that, you know, before you jack it up, because otherwise the wheel will spin. So first thing we gotta do here is just crack the lug nuts with this factory lug tool, and then we're gonna go ahead and jack up the Jeep here. And notice it's lifted also, so hopefully this little spin jack has enough juice to get this thing up high enough where we can get this wheel off. So let's get set up. What do you think? Yeah, Patricia's has an EC with an espresso martini here, and she's ready to supervise.
Got him! Got him! Oh! Whoa!
Okay, so we got the front tire off, and in the process, basically this scissor jack is almost too low to get the front end off the ground, so we put a little chalk in there to do it. And when we did, you guys saw that it fell off of the scissor jack because it was my fault. I hit the jack with the jack stand. So we're not under the vehicle, so I'm not too worried about that, but this is sketchy.
It definitely was sketchy, but that's why we were putting the jacks underneath there, because we knew it was a little little dangerous. And it actually worked. We were laughing about it because I was like, if it falls, it's going to lay right on it because it wasn't tall enough to hit all the way on the frame, but it worked out.
So now the jack stand's still there, ready to go. Underneath the fender well here, there are these little Christmas tree fender liner holders that we have to pop out. So we'll just, a lot of times they break. They're like.
There is one bolt here.
Oh, there is?
Yeah.
Okay.
2, I can see.
All right, let's get underneath there with the camera and we'll start getting this thing taken apart. All right, well, these two weirdos drink sex-teenies, whatever they're called. Espresso. Yeah, not sex espresso. We found the battery box. So if you go underneath the Jeep here, there's a battery box right there. That pulls out the batteries inside of that. We're gonna go ahead and get that out right now. And what do you think so far? How do you feel about this Jeep falling? Why are you backing up? All right, so how do you think this project's going so far? Is it good?
Y'all doing a great job.
So the dealer wanted $450, right? All right, and the battery was $100, so she owes us $350.
So without all the setting up and like doing everything, prepping, we're like, what, 8 minutes in?
Probably. The most thing was just getting the thing off the ground, getting the tire off.
Exactly.
And my Jeep falling on your head.
And the Jeep almost crushing me,
And
but
shaking
other than that,
espresso martinis.
Yeah, shaking the
cheers.
Cheers. Cheers.
All right, so we're underneath the Jeep fender liner now, and you can see the battery box right here. All right, guys, we got the battery box out. There's 3 bolts. There's 2 in the front, 1 in the back. It's gonna be kind of tough to get this thing back in. We'll probably have to do the front bolts first. We got the replacement battery right next to me right here from Batteries Plus, $100. So next thing is to take out the current battery by removing the negative terminal first and then the positive terminal. So all we need for this is probably, it looks like an 8. And I think I already have what I need right here, right now to get this battery out. So let's get to work. All right, we did wrap up this project on the Jeep. Put the new battery in, which we used the new hardware off the new battery. So we used the new screws and the new little retaining nuts on this. Got the wheel back on, I just have to tighten it up. I forgot to tighten the wheel before I put the tools back.
Got it!
Come again? You know I don't speak Spanish. In English, please. Huh? You pooped in the refrigerator.
Who let the dogs out?
I need NOS. I need NOS. No. My car topped out at 140 miles per hour this morning.
You got knocked the fuck out! You got knocked the fuck out! You got knocked the fuck out!
Mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and on my lap today we have the Invertech power inverter. This is a 500 watt power inverter, and we're going to be taking a look at this today, all the features, what you can do with this, how much it costs, everything today on Supercar Street Racing. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing unboxing, and we're going to take a look today at this Invertech 500 watt power inverter. Now what this does, it converts your DC 12 volt power to 110 volt for like home use for anything in your home, and it is 500 watt capable. Now on the ad here for the power inverter on Amazon, we can see here that it has a nominal input voltage of 12.8 to 13.2 volts, and its output frequency is 60 hertz, and it has a continuous power output up to 500 watts. It also has a 2 amp USB port, so if you want to charge something directly or power something directly from USB, it is right on the inverter right there. So what's in the package with it? Supposedly from the ad, it has a 500 watt power inverter inside here, a cigar lighter plug that you can connect to the terminals, a battery clip terminal, and 4 fuses and 1 user manual. Now let's take a look at some of the features of the power inverter, and it comes with these features. It has up to 1,000 watts of peak power, and it comes with battery clamps and a cigarette lighter adapter. It says it's small yet powerful, that it has dual 110 volt AC outlets and USB charging ports, ideal for charging tablets, game players, Kindles, digital cameras, TV, cell phone lights, power tools, or any other household applications. It also includes two options for actually powering it. You can actually use the cigarette lighter plug, or you can use a clamp as to clamp it onto your positive and negative terminals in your battery, on your car battery. It says that it's a user-friendly design. It's aluminum, and that's supposed to protect it from any drops and bumps. And it has a smart cooling fan, which hopefully only comes on when it gets under load. And it can increase, I think, in fan speed as well. So yeah, that's everything that comes inside of the power inverter here, the Invertech. Now this thing weighs about 1.5 pounds, so it's not that heavy, and it has 4.3 stars out of 5 on Amazon reviews. Now let's take a look at what's actually inside the Invertech power inverter box here. So taking a look at the packaging, it is a very generic type of packaging here. It's literally just a brown package with a 35 by 35 on the box. I assume that means the size of the packaging. It has a model number on the side that says MA500-11. Not sure what the 11 is, but it is made in China. You can see right here on the packaging. It has a couple of warning labels as well. It says cancer and reproductive harm on the front right here on the box. And it's got your barcode label here with the model number on it. And that is all that is on the generic packaging of the Invertech MA500-11 power inverter. So what does a power inverter do, and what can I use one for? A power inverter changes DC power from a battery into conventional AC power that you can use to operate all kinds of devices. Electric lights, kitchen appliances, microwaves, power tools, TVs, radios, computers, just to name a few. You can connect the inverter to a battery and plug your AC devices into the inverter, and you've got portable power whenever and wherever you need it. An inverter draws its power from a 12-volt battery, preferably a deep cycle, but any battery will work, or several batteries wired in parallel. The battery will need to be recharged as the power is drawn out by the inverter. The battery can be recharged by running the automobile motor or a gas generator, solar panels, or wind. You can then use your battery charger plugged into an AC outlet to recharge the battery. Now we can open up the box and take a look at what's inside the MA500-11 500 watt power inverter box. So let's take a look. All right, so the first thing we see inside the box here is the power inverter here, and it is black, looks like black anodized aluminum here. And on the front, it does say input 12 volts, DC 52 amps, output 100 volts AC, 60 hertz, which is normal. And then it has a USB 5 volt DC output that is capable of providing 2 amps. Now that is not enough to quick charge. It will not quick charge your device, so if you're buying this for quick charging, you will have to power another quick charger with this, and you could use the AC ports here to do that. What else is in the box here? Well, we have 2 things of cables here, which I have not opened. So let's take a look at what's inside these cables. It's actually one single thing of cabling here. Let's put the box aside for now and take a look inside of this. All right, so inside the cabling, we have, first of all, a cigarette lighter plug here. Let's go ahead and unzip tie or unbread tie this guy. And we do have a cigarette lighter adapter one end, and we have a little ring terminals on the other end. And if we take a look at the side of the power inverter, this would be where you would connect the actual ring terminals for the box. So that is the first wiring we have with the inverter. Now let's take a look at the second thing we have here with the power inverter. So the second thing we have here is a connector for a battery. So this connector here is made so that you can power your inverter directly off of a battery. So let's say you have a 12 volt battery readily available. You can go ahead and connect these 2 clamps
to your battery, and you can power, and then you connect these ring terminals to the side of the inverter, and you can power your inverter with your standard 12-volt battery, either in your car or any other 12-volt battery. It doesn't have to be inside your car, but you can connect these clamps to 12 volts and power your inverter. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and as you can see here, I am working hard on getting this video edited, but I wanted to take a minute and share with you guys what you need to do exactly to search for an adapter on Amazon, and I will put a link in the description to this adapter here, but you need to kind of understand what you're looking for. So if we open up Amazon right here, we have done a search for a 12-volt power inverter. I may have called it an adapter. It actually is an inverter, and as you can see, what comes up here is the Invertech as a sponsor. Now that means some company, Invertech or another company, paid to have their product go right to the top of the page. Of course, it got my attention. I did end up buying this one right here, and I actually only bought it because it has these 2 feet right here that can be screwed on to the side of whatever you need. That was a big important factor for me, but also here it shows you a big picture of the parts list, and then right here it shows you that it has a 2 amp USB port. It does say ports here, that is incorrect. It has 1 USB port. It has a power indicator here, and I believe an overload indicator. There is a switch. It shows you the negative, positive terminal, and the cooling fan and the fuses. And then right here it tells you that it has some features here. It has over temperature protection, over voltage, low voltage, overload, and short circuit. And then it's 1,000 watt peak power. Don't mistake that for the average power it can handle is 500 watts. And here's some of the things you can power with your Invertech. And then here you see they have actually used the battery clamps to connect it to a battery. And if we go here, we see it is $42.99. I will provide a link in the description. If you want to spend more, you can get more. If you like red, you can grab a red one from some places. This one actually has 2 USB ports, which could be handy if you need 2 ports. I only have 1. This one has I think it looks like it might, just 2 USB ports. And there are plenty of others that go up in wattage. Now remember, you will need the appropriate wattage for whatever amount of power you need in total. And as you step up in watts here, notice $169 for a 2500 watt, $299 for a 3000 watt, and here's a 1000 watt one for $68. But there are plenty of choices here. My advice is to go with one that has high reviews and that has USB ports, and check out my links in the description. I'll put some links to some different power levels here for you also, so that you have a choice. But as we go down here, we see we have plenty of options here. We have some cool ones with like digital displays, which is neat. We have just normal ones again. We have some that have the plugs on top. If that's something that is important to you, you can have your plugs on top of the unit. And then we have this cool one that actually looks like a power strip. And you can see here that it has plugs on top and the fan on top. So if that's a better option for your install scenario, you might want to go with that. Here's one that is just like 2 little ones that plugs into your car outlet. And yeah, I will put a link in the description to some recommended ones, and I hope you guys enjoyed this little browse here for some 12-volt power inverters. So that's a quick look at the 500 watt Invertech power inverter, all the connections on it, and the wiring and the packaging. And when we get this unit actually in use, we can go ahead and tell you how it performs in the golf cart, because that's where it's going. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Please like and subscribe if you like to see this kind of content, and I'll be bringing you much more in the future.
Wishing you guys a Merry Christmas from the Supercar Street Racing Studios, guys. Merry Christmas from Jacksonville, Florida, and Merry Christmas from Supercar Street Racing. Hope you guys will watch the videos and like them. Love you.
Hey, and welcome back to the channel. Today we've got to talk about, and that is, you want to be a YouTube creator? Well, I've got some things you should probably think about before you make that commitment.
let's talk about the first thing you're gonna have to be a successful creator on YouTube. So YouTube recently raised the stats for becoming a creator and making money with YouTube videos. They now require 1,000 subscriptions. So I know you might be thinking it's difficult to get your first 1,000 subscriptions. It is very difficult, but there are options out there. There are paid subscriptions where you can pay people to actually boost up your subscriptions. Places like Upwork will do that for you for a minimal fee, and it can get your channel started on the way to 1,000 subscriptions. Other ways to do it is just social media. Put your channel out there on Twitter, put it out there on Facebook, and just by word of mouth. And people will subscribe to your channel. They'll help you out tremendously. So the second thing you're gonna need is 4,000 watch hours in order to monetize your videos. That's in 12 months' time. Now I know that might seem like a lot of watch hours, but that can be done pretty quickly. If you take your time and make great videos, you can get to that 4,000 watch hour mark quickly. Again, there's other ways to get it done though. You could actually pay someone to boost up your watch hours to 4,000, at which time your channel might take off and start earning revenue. So the next thing you need to be a successful creator on YouTube is a plan. Now, when you have this plan, all you have to do is just stick to that plan and come up with something that people are interested in hearing about. It might take you a few videos, but maybe one day one of your videos will break out and go viral. I know I have several videos over the 40,000 mark, and that's the only way you're really going to make money on YouTube, is if you get videos up there in the 40, 50,000 mark per view. Those people with million hit videos are making quite a bit of money on YouTube. So I know what you're thinking. How much does each video pay on YouTube? Well, there's a lot of factors that go into getting your videos monetized and how you get paid. And a lot of them have to do with ads. And how many ads you place on your video and how much people watch all the way through your video has a big effect on the amount of money you get paid per video. So as you can see here, planning your ads in your video has a big effect on your pay. So how much does each video make on YouTube? Well, I can tell you from experience that a video that gets over 40,000 hits will probably make you around $120 to $140. Now again, it depends on your mid-roll ads, your primary ads, your secondary ads, if people watch all the way through, the length of your video, and other factors like that. But as you can see here, a video with over 40,000 hits is still not going to make you a lot of money. You're going to need to get into those millions of hit videos if you really want to start thinking about retiring. So your next challenge is going to be coming up with ideas for your videos. To be a successful creator, you don't necessarily need to upload videos every single day. But when you're starting, it certainly helps. The more videos you upload, the more chance you have of becoming a successful creator that makes money on YouTube. Now, all your videos might not strike it rich, but having a lot of videos out there increases your chances of a video going viral, at which time your channel could take off. I have several videos with over 30,000, over 40,000 views, and as soon as I started getting those kinds of views, my revenue increased and my subscriber count increased. So try to make as much content as possible, but also try to make it very, very high quality. So how long does it take a channel to really take off and start making money? Again, that's going to be up to you. First, you've got to get that 1,000 subscriber thing out of the way. Then you got to get that 4,000 watch hour thing out of the way as well. Once those two things are done, you can start monetizing your videos, but you also have to create a Google AdSense account so you can get paid, and YouTube has to approve your account. Now, getting your account approved can be tricky. They have done some things with certain people's accounts saying that they had copyrighted material when they didn't. They have flat out denied some people's accounts, and they can take your monetization away at any time if they feel like it. So go ahead and get these things out of the way, and you're well on your way to being a successful YouTube creator who makes money on their content. So how long did it take me to start making any kind of money on YouTube? Well, I'll tell you right now, I've been at it for years, and I still don't make enough money on YouTube to even pay for the channel. It's a bummer, but you gotta start somewhere. And I have hundreds of videos from years back some of which were not monetized until recently, and so I haven't made a lot of money on YouTube. I only really ever recently made any money that can even be counted towards anything. So you're going to take a loss in the beginning, and especially if you have to buy equipment. You need things like cameras, you need lights, you need editing equipment, you need mics. And for that quality to be high, you're going to have to spend some money. So it's going to take a while for you to start rolling in the money on YouTube, but take a look at some of the things here that you're going to have in the minimum to make some high quality video productions. So let's go over some of the things you need in the long run, once again, to have a successful YouTube channel and make some money as a creator. So the first thing you need is the 1,000 subscribers. That has to happen. YouTube will not monetize you without 1,000 subscribers. The second thing you need here is 4,000 watch hours over the last 12 months. You have to have at least 4,000 watch hours or YouTube will not even accept your application for monetization on your channel. After they accept your application, you're going to need a Google AdSense account to get started getting paid. And YouTube does report to the IRS. So you can expect them to send all your information to the IRS with your social security number. You need a plan. What's your channel going to be about? What kind of content are you going to focus on? Are you going to have more than one area of focus in your content? Make sure that plan is good. And you're going to need to create a lot of content. A good successful channel starts with a lot of creative content. Eventually, when you have your 1 million or 2 million subscribers, you can step that content level down and just focus on the main things that make you money on YouTube. Now, I wish you the best of luck on your endeavor to create a successful YouTube monetization channel. And please let me know down in the comments if you have any suggestions. What's been your experience trying to become a creator on YouTube? Let me know down in the comments, and we'll see you later from Supercar Street Racing.
The YouTube Partner Program, or YPP, gives creators greater access to YouTube resources and features. If you're looking to make money with your channel, you'll need to apply and be approved for YPP. To apply for YPP, you must be in good standing with YouTube, have at least 1,000 subscribers, and have 4,000 valid public watch hours in the last 12 months. We've set these thresholds because we want creators to be good citizens on the platform, and these requirements ensure our teams have enough information to review your channel. You can check your progress towards hitting these thresholds on the monetization page of YouTube Studio. You can also choose to be notified with an email once you're eligible to apply. Once your channel does hit these thresholds, you'll need to sign the Partner Program terms and sign up for a Google AdSense account. After all of these steps are completed, then your channel will be reviewed against our policies. If everything looks good, you can start earning money from ads and from YouTube Premium subscribers watching your content. You can also earn money in other ways, with channel memberships, super chat, or even by selling your own merch, as long as you meet their criteria and they're available in your location. Now, let's walk through some common questions. 1. How long does it take for my channel to be reviewed? If you think your channel qualifies for YPP, but it hasn't been reviewed yet, we'll usually get back to you in about 1 month once you hit the review thresholds. Remember, you can find more about your status on the monetization page in YouTube Studio. 2. Why wasn't my channel approved? If you're not approved for YPP, it's likely because our reviewers found that a significant portion of your channel doesn't meet the YouTube Partner Program policies and community guidelines. Some of the most common reasons for not being accepted are regarding the AdSense program policies, specifically related to reused or repetitious content. This is content that is very similar or exactly the same across videos and channels. You can reapply again in 30 days, as long as you still meet the watch hour and subscriber thresholds. Before you reapply, we suggest you read through these policies and edit or delete any videos that violate those policies. 3. Do I have to meet the threshold every year? The short answer is no. However, you do need to stay active with uploads and community posts. If you're inactive on your channel for 6 months and fall below the threshold, we may remove your channel from the partner program. For more information on applying to the YouTube Partner Program, check out the resources in the description below. Thanks for watching.
Today's Thursday, and today we're going to pick up the car from All Set Auto. Welcome to Supercar Street Racing.
Have a look.
welcome back, guys. We're here at All Set Auto to pick up the Model S Plaid. So let's go in and check it out and see if it's all ready to go. All right, All Set Auto. We're back.
Morning, Brad.
Good morning. So how long has it been? About a week and a half, 2 weeks since we dropped it off?
About a week and a half, yeah.
Yeah, and so you guys made some progress?
Oh yeah, it's done.
To say the least, right?
Oh yeah.
All right, well, let's go check it out, man. I'm hyped. Let's see.
Have a look.
Wow. Look at this thing. It's almost like you breathless. You don't know what to say. It's just so good.
It's definitely been a transformation, for sure.
So how many hours do you think this took total?
I'd say a complete 5 days of labor dedicated to this car specifically.
Did you have any challenges on the way that you weren't expecting, or was everything pretty much par for the course when you do a wrap?
Multiple.
Multiple challenges, okay.
Although, you know, I only do 4 different models of cars. I do your car and the other 3 models that Tesla makes.
Right.
Every car is different though. So things are just gonna have different effects on the paint, how it was sprayed, when it was sprayed, things like that. I had a little bit of difficulty getting this area to tack right here. We actually did this bumper twice. This was a redo. There was something going on with the paint here. I actually had it, we pulled off the PPF because it didn't want to tack. It was a little bit of a texture in the paint.
Okay.
So I had Jorge spend a few hours with the buffer on it and get it nice and polished and get us a good bonding surface before we redid it.
Right, and we did notice quite a few paint issues from the factory, which Tesla attempted to correct, and they made another issue with the paint that they didn't want to correct. So we did the best we could with what we had without taking the car to the body shop again to get the one little thing fixed. So also we added some carbon fiber bits to this guy. So this is a carbon fiber V, and it is about, I want to say it's about $300 to add that. And also we added the carbon fiber mirror caps here, flat carbon, and also the door carbon fiber, which actually breaks up a lot of the wrap on the side, in my opinion, and it looks fantastic, and it actually matches the factory matte carbon fiber rear lip.
I'm excited for you to bring me that front lip.
We're getting, so yeah, we ordered from T Sportline, we ordered the front, what's it called? Front apron, carbon fiber apron. It's about a $1,400 part, and it 3Ms onto the car, and they added a little bit of that dual epoxy stuff as well when they put it on. They have a video showing you exactly how to do it. So that'll be coming, and we have a checkup here in a couple weeks to make sure that the wrap is doing what it's supposed to do. And I think that's just water. That we'll take a look at. Yeah, I think that's like exactly where the line is. This little line here on the back, just the way it is. Okay. And there's a good look at the side where you can actually see it in the light. The wheels were also ceramic coated. And we didn't talk about that. This car is fully ceramic coated on top of the wrap, so we can probably expect some easier maintenance, right?
It'll be a lot easier. Things are going to want to stick to the car, so you're not going to be washing it nearly as often. When you do, it's going to be a lot easier. And I'm glad you brought that up because I have a gift for you.
Okay.
Check this out. So this is your trio pack.
Okay.
And in it, you have 3 different products. This first one here, the blue, it's called Cyber Soap. Has gloss enhancers in it, and this is your car wash soap.
Okay.
It's a pH balanced soap. They do have ceramic additives in there to help you get the best life out of your ceramic coating on there for sure.
Okay.
The white stuff here, this is your interior protectant. It's called Cyber Seal. Very self-explanatory. Spray, wipe, it's clean, it smells great.
You can use that on any surface on the inside of the car?
Any surface on the entire interior of the car.
Awesome. Okay.
And then finally, the purple stuff. This is your go-to. This is one we just included the sprayer on because you're going to be using this one probably more often than anything else. And this is your ceramic top coat. Cyber Slick. It's our in-house brand, by the way.
Okay.
And this is a ceramic top coat or a detail spray. So when you get a little fingerprint on there, a smudge, or you just want to get that nice and glossy, use that stuff on there. It's very hydrophobic. I recommend you use it on the windshield too. It works better than Rain-X.
And so this is not designed to clean the car when it's dirty. That's designed just to take out little smudges and everything, right? Correct. You don't want to
From what I've been told, you don't ever want to use wet detail spray on a really dirty car because it scratches the paint or scratches the wrap.
For most of the cars on the road, yes. In your case, I mean, obviously there's a line we don't want to cross there with it being too dirty.
You can actually mess it up if you try.
Way away with a lot more than most people can.
Okay,
when it comes to wiping off their car. If this car was dirty and I sprayed that detail spray on there and just took a rag and wiped it off, you'd be just fine. If you did happen to put some scratches in the PPF, it'll heal itself up. And if you do nothing, it's in the middle of summer right now. It's you know, it's July. Take maybe an hour or two and it'll be gone.
Okay. All right. Cool. I don't plan on driving the car a ton, and I don't even really want to drive it in the rain. That's how weird I am about the car. But we know that if we want to, there's that added protection to have the ceramic coating done on top of the wrap. And yeah, the car just looks amazing. So we're going to get some glamour shots here momentarily. Just walk around the car, make sure everything's good, and then we will be right back with you guys.
To Accessory Boulevard.
What's up, guys? And the navigation just went off, and you guys just saw we picked up the Model S Plaid from All Set Auto about 10 minutes ago. Just make sure you stick around to the end and like and comment.
Turn right onto Arlington Expressway.
We will.
And we just parked the Model S Plaid in its final resting spot forever, and I'll never drive it again. And you see it has the full satin PPF applied here, and the BC Forged matte black HBO4 wheels, and the car looks absolutely crazy. And I just put enough air pressure in the new wheels and tires to stop the TPMS from complaining at 42 PSI. Parked it, and now we have another exterior mod coming up that you don't know about yet, and you cannot know about it until about a week and a half or 2 weeks. And that is going to do it for a killer episode of Supercar Street Racing. Please like and subscribe and buy all your products from Amazon through any of our links. You don't have to click on the actual product in my description. Click on anything. Light went off. Click on anything, buy anything, and that helps my channel so much by giving me a tiny bit of money to offset the cost of this beast. Have a great day, guys. We'll see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. Good morning, everybody. It's Monday. I know you guys are all excited about being Monday, going back to work and all that great stuff. Today, we're going to take a look at the home theater in complete detail. And unfortunately, this video footage was lost somehow. I uploaded it to YouTube after I accidentally deleted it and YouTube butchered it. And so I am shooting this from scratch again. So we're going to take a look at all the components of the home theater and show you on the screen what it takes to build a room like this. So first of all, this room was a spare bedroom that was never used. So I decided when I had 2 days off of work that I was going to build myself a nice theater room, because I had one in California that had multi-tiered seating. It had projector and LEDs and everything else under the sun. So I decided this time in Florida I wanted to build one, even though I didn't have the opportunity to do the leveled seating, or I didn't really have a big room to do it in, or the opportunity to build a room. So let's go over this starting from the front. First of all, let's take a look at the screen. So the screen here was made by me, and it's actually just
the wall, and I used a projector calculator, and I literally marked off the wall for the size of the projector that I was thinking I was going to get. I left room for the door to open, which now, of course, I don't have a door, and I kind of wish the whole screen was moved to the right because it's not even on each side. However, it doesn't really matter. And then I went ahead and sanded the wall in those areas. So I just took sanding blocks and I sanded it as best I could. The wall's not 100% smooth. It does have a little bit of drywall texture in it. You might be able to see it right there. It's smoother than that, but it's not 100% smooth. And then I used Lowe's Cinema Screen Valspar paint, which I will put up on the screen now. And I did multiple coats of this. You can still see there is some texture on the wall. Your eyes cannot detect that though, from the distance back that we are here. I think it's like 11 feet, 10 or 11 feet from the recliners to the screen there. I put probably 4 coats. The wall was actually a lighter color before, so it took 3 or 4 coats of home cinema screen paint. Now, if you want to do this legitimately, if you want to do this the right way, you're going to get drywall mud, and you're going to remud this whole wall and then sand it till it's really 100% smooth with no bumps on it. Make sure though you get any of the major bumps out, because those will show a little bit more. So again, after I painted this 3 or 4 coats, then I got the boards measured. They're not, what do you call it on the ends? They're not mitered. They're literally just butted up against each other. But anyway, I painted those black first so that I didn't have to worry about taping off the wall at all. I nailed them up there with a finishing nail gun. I filled the holes where the nails went, painted those black, the holes, and that was it. When you do your projector screen, at the top of the screen, that should be even with the top of where the bulb is in the projector. Now this shelf tends to sag a tiny bit, so I had to put a few little coins under the projector there to raise the front up just a little bit. I didn't take into account that that shelf is going to sag just from the little bit of weight. So that is the screen. Now, up front, we have JBL 4406s. So these have a 6.5-inch woofer and a tweeter. I've had these speakers for around, I want to say, let's see, so 30 years old. Never had any problems with them except one died. One of them, the crossover died. And I got it professionally repaired because it was worth it. These are back in the day when JBL made amazing quality studio monitors. Like the 4411B, I think was the good one. Also, we have an Advent center channel. Now, if you want to go for a very clean look, and I had this in my last theater, you can move everything up to the ceiling and do in-ceiling speakers instead of these fronts there and there. And yes, you can do all in-ceiling, even for the center channel. Monoprice makes a great center channel speaker, or at least they used to. If they still have it, I'm going to put that up on the screen right now while we're talking. And also, there are a few companies who make speakers that are angled towards you. And I'll put those up on the screen and link in the description as well. So an Advent center channel speaker. Then moving down, we have the Onkyo VSX 933. So this is a 5.1 or 7.2 or whatever your configuration is going to be receiver. It does support HDR10 and 4K and Dolby Atmos and DTS and a few other pretty cool features. So if you're into Atmos and you have more than 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, or however many speakers you have, this supports Atmos. It's a pretty good receiver. I have had issues with it though. At the moment, if you don't turn it off every time you're done using it, when you come back in, the audio won't work at all. And then it's kind of a pain to get it back on. If you switch it off every single time you're done, I haven't had another problem with it after that. But it's about, I want to say 3 or 4 years old, maybe 3 years old now. My Pioneer receiver that I had before, I think the video is, I can't remember why I got this one. There was something wrong with my other one, which I had a few issues with the other Pioneer as well as far as the video output goes. VSX 933, link will be in the description there if you'd like to get something similar. They don't make this unit anymore. One thing I will say about Pioneer, they have gone down as far as the quality after Onkyo purchased them, or vice versa. I can't remember if Onkyo bought them or they bought Onkyo. I think Onkyo purchased Pioneer. Things like the app have gone down as far as the quality of the app that you use if you want to modify it. The one on the VSX in the closet is much, much better, but they don't support it on Android anymore. They've stopped updating it years ago. So there you go. Behind that, I wanted a clean look, so I've got the Xbox One S chilling back behind there. It's a nice hidden location. The Xbox One S does 4K, it does HDR10, and so we don't have to say much about that. It also allows you to do media if you want to. So yeah, just a regular Xbox One S. Now below that we have this piece, I believe came from IKEA, but what's really cool about it is it has storage. So I keep that's the external hard drive for the Xbox, but I keep any accessories like controllers or remotes or anything I want under there. Nice storage space. Of course, over at the other side of the room we have the other studio monitor, the JBL. Those are my fronts. Moving to the center of the room here, we've got another storage table with 2 bins under, which you can store the remotes with. I have all the remotes out so I can explain those to you next. That's a little storage table. On this side of the room, part of the remodel, black receptacles, black switch blank plate, which, because the fan is controlled with the remote and with Alexa. We've got an Echo Show 5. I'll put the link in the description to this. We've got the Echo Show 5 wall mount, flush mount, which actually you cut a hole in your drywall, and then you need power though, so you can either run power down your wall and out through a receptacle if you want, or you can do what I did and you can pull power off of the switch as long as there's a neutral wire. So I just, since this is not a permanent installation, it's not illegal to do a receptacle inside of the wall, so I just literally pigtailed off the receptacle off the switch that's in there and used the stock power adapter for this to plug into that. I just take a female part of an extension cord and I hardwire that to the switch, and then I plug in the Echo Show 5 behind that. Again, Echo Show 5, this is a first gen. They are on the second generation now. They dropped the headphone jack, so if you're wanting to use this for external audio to feed anything like your home theater system or anything, you will not be able to do that with the new one. You'll have to find a Gen 1
on eBay. I don't think they even have them on Amazon anymore. Make sure you get Gen 1 if you want the audio output. Otherwise, you're going to have to use Bluetooth. So they dropped the audio jack on all the new ones, which is disappointing. I don't know why they would do that when a lot of people like using that for their stereo systems. Black receptacle and wall plate. We'll put that in the description. Moving over here, we just have some little side tables. Closet. Got the black curtains, mainstays curtains from Walmart with a black shower curtain rod holding it to each side of the closet. Link will be in the description. Just got some musical instruments here on the wall, sort of a nice display, and those came from Wish, believe it or not, wish.com, so they were cheap. Moving up here, we got the standard white AC vent register, painted matte black with Krylon paint, I believe it was. Krylon matte black paint. 2 or 3 coats of paint on that. Moving back to the surround sound speakers, we've got the two-way 6.5-inch surround sound speakers. I will put a similar one on the screen. These are not available anymore. These have been in here for, I don't know, 6 or 7 years. Took them out, removed them from the frame, painted them black with the Krylon paint plus primer. So really for surrounds, you don't need any huge speakers. They handle less information and less power. 6.5 is fine. I do buy 8.5 now when I buy in-ceiling speakers, just because I want more bass. If I'm using them for music, these are not used for music. So those are 6.5-inch two-way in-ceiling speakers with the wires are run up and over and to the wall plates behind the receiver, which I will show you next. Projector is an Anker Nebula Cosmos Max. I always leave out the Nebula. And it is true 4K native. It has built-in 3D sound with 4 speakers, which sounds absolutely amazing. Check out my review of that, which is going to be coming out here soon. That is a amazing projector. You will be so happy with this if you get it. I promise you, it's great. It's worth the money for sure. And I can't say enough about it. It does awesome video, awesome audio, got built-in apps. It's way bright enough in this room with the light cut down. You could use it outside in the evening or at night, probably not during the day, but I highly recommend it. Moving down to, forgot, we have a floating frosted glass shelf held by these little legs, and yes, I do need to get the paint better around the legs. I quickly painted that and it looks like a missed sump. But it's a frosted glass floating shelf. If I can find one online, I will put that on the screen now or link in the description. So you just put these metal feet in and then they clamp down on the glass. And they do a great job. Got my artwork, Adventure Time, Star Wars, Aqua Teen, and boxing. Some of my favorite things that I enjoy watching in the room. We have a double recliner. And this was purchased off of Craigslist. So I do not have a link for this, but it's a double reclining seat. Got the Xbox One controller. Another side table, random little lamps. Got the Laser Star projector going. Got that online somewhere, but it's very old, so I probably won't be able to find anything.
but it is projecting the laser stars onto the ceiling and the nebula, and you can actually adjust the nebula. And yeah, this thing looks awesome in here. Below that, we got the Acoustic subwoofer, 12-inch powered subwoofer. I will put a link in the description. I think it's a PL200. It is pretty good. I've had this for probably 8 years, and it has amazing sound. Gets really, really low. Has a lot of power, and it's around $300. I'll link it in the description, but I highly recommend this as well. I took the time to move it from that corner back here where I have an empty space between where the two couches meet. There was plenty of space for this to go right there. So the RCA cable runs under there and comes around and goes to the back of the receiver here. LED light strip. The Govee RGB IC light strip is run all the way around here. Check out my review of that on the channel. It is smart Wi-Fi enabled, controllable via an app, which I will open up on the tablet right now. Get this open. So here's the app. All of my LEDs are here. You can check this out in my review. Left mirror, right mirror, those are in the bathroom. There's the theater room. So you can go into here, it's connecting. And you can change the scene or color or brightness. You can do custom scenes. For more information on this, I'll put a link in the description. Also, check out my review video on the channel. Moving this way, we've got a futon. That also came from Walmart. Just a standard Walmart futon, but the sides can be raised and lowered so you can have armrests, or it can go flat. Got my Star Wars pillow, of course, and it says the First Order. What home theater room wouldn't be complete without a Star Wars pillow. On the wall, one of my guitars. It's a Gibson guitar. Some more of the instruments, and my Grid Man, which actually came off the fan blade, fan switches. Now moving up to the fan, this is a standard black fan. However, it has a smart power controller up in the bell, which was very hard to get in because it's a low profile fan. This is a lower profile fan than standard, and I did that so that it would not interfere with the picture right here. This fan uses this remote, so yeah. Also, it can be controlled with Alexa, so you can, she's gonna think I'm talking to her. You can actually change the speeds and turn the light off and on. So if you're doing automation and you want to have it so when you walk in this room, the fan comes on, you can do that, or the lights come on, you can do that using automation. So let's take a look at all the remotes, because we didn't look at the remote for the projector in the projector review. This is the remote for the projector. If I can get it to focus. You can see it's a voice remote, a lot like the one for the Fire Stick. This is my tablet, Fire HD 10 Plus. This can go away up in the closet. That is the old remote for the old Epson, which died. This is the remote for the fan. Got the switch in the middle for the lights. Fan speed up here, which is also controllable by, you know what, I don't want to say the name because she'll wake up, but there's a fan. And you can do a timer on it as well. This is the remote for the receiver, the SX933. However, I am using the Fire Stick to control power and volume on the receiver. Let's see here. Powered off. So there's the regular Pioneer remote to do everything else if you need to, like change inputs or anything else related to that receiver, and you don't have the capability on there. Now, for some reason, I can't get the projector power working on this remote. It is not able to power the projector off and on, and I'm not sure why that is. I gotta play with it a little bit more, do some testing. But as of right now, this does not power off and on the projector, which is kind of annoying. It is programmed for an Anchor projector, but it does not work for some reason. So yeah, that's a look at the entire home theater room and all of the contents if you wanted to build one. I'm gonna put the cost, estimated cost, on the screen right now. Now, keep in mind here, one other thing, and I'll put the cost up after that. The wall plates, which I did a really bad job on the getting them when they're straight. The wall plates really need to be painted black. I'm going to do that. I just haven't had a chance to do that yet. But back here we have surround sound speaker jacks using banana plugs that go up through the ceiling. We've got the cable. It's actually not a cable anymore. It is actually just a Cat 5, Cat 6 switch, but when we had cable, that was the feed for the cable. Now it's going to the cable modem in the other room with Cat 5 to feed internet. Oh yes, the Fire Stick that is connected to this for movies is actually using wired Ethernet, so I have that directly to the Fire Stick. Then there's a RCA set of jacks. Two of them there's only two being used, and they go to the closet behind me, which is my whole home audio system in case I want to go back and forth with signals. And then that's the HDMI brush plate. So yeah, I will put the estimated price on the screen right now. And keep in mind, I did all of the work here myself. I did not have one single person do any of the work in this room. I did the electrical. I ran the electrical from up in the attic to where it was coming down the wall here. I spliced into it, put a box in the attic, and it goes up to there. I ran the HDMI cable down the wall, and since this is an inner wall, anything you want to do to this wall is easy because there's no fire breaks or insulation in it. If you're working on this outer wall here, that's exterior, you then have to worry about fire breaks and insulation, and it's much, much harder. So I did all the work myself, including making the screen, and I have already put the price up that I think that I may have been into. I've got many hours into this. I've got probably 6 days total into it, if you count all the little work like putting the fan in and shelf in and all the painting. So I hope that you guys can make your own home theater room. If you need any advice or if you have any questions, throw them down in the comments, but that's going to do it for today's video. I hope you guys have a great day. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the channel, guys, and today we have a very special product right in front of me. ThinkCar reached out to Supercar Street Racing to see if we'd be interested in showing you guys their ThinkScan 689BT OBD2 scanner. Now, this is not a regular OBD2 scanner that you would find, those cheap ones that are like 20 bucks that you plug in. This one is special. It is a bi-directional diagnostic tool. This thing also does ECU coding, which a lot of those scanners will not do. This thing does over 34 services. It also does FCA auto off. It also does CAN, FD, and do IP. Has things like wireless update. A lot of things you guys are going to find fascinating about this ThinkCar ThinkScan 689BT. Let's get into it today on Supercar Street Racing. We're back in the Supercar Street Racing abode today, and we have a very special product for you. Sitting directly in front of me right here is the ThinkScan 689BT. Now, ThinkCar thought it would be a good idea if you guys took a look at this, because this might be something that you can use for your own car to do diagnostics and programming when you don't want to take your car to an expensive dealership. Now, this thing does a lot of cool functions. It has a Bluetooth 5 connection. It does wireless updates with this is the best bang for your buck, period. It has fully bi-directional controls, 3,000 active tests for your vehicle, over 34 plus service resets if you have a problem, 100 plus special features. You can do advanced ECU coding with this thing also. Means you can change perimeters on your car if you don't like the way they act. If there's a perimeter to be changed, this thing might be able to change it for you. This thing does full system diagnostics, does live data capabilities, and also does auto scan and auto VIN. Now, this is also the global version. What that means for you is that you get over 10,000 cars and 140 plus car brands all included with the ThinkScan. There's no IP address restrictions, so no geo-blocking of this device no matter where you are. It works in 28 plus languages also, so no matter what your language, it looks like you'll be supported by the ThinkScan. This thing also has online vehicle compatibility with M-GPT. Now, this bi-directional control feature is pretty cool. What that is going to allow you to do is use the ThinkScan to activate things in the car, such as lights, such as windows, anything that can be tested and activated that this thing knows about. You should be able to use the ThinkScan right here to go ahead and test it. Now, advanced ECU coding means this. You should be able to write a VIN number to the ECU, renew ECU's coordination, improve your fuel efficiency. You could relearn your transmission if you need to do that as well. This can help you reduce power losses and improve the durability of your mechanical parts in your car. Now, there's also a bunch of maintenance services like hard resets. You can reset your power balance, your fuel trim, your VIN relearn, your turbo reset, your seat calibration, your crankshaft, things like that, your gearbox, your clutch, can all be done with these maintenance services on the hot resets. Now, this thing has a no cable restricted 10-meter wireless diagnostic range. It can auto detect your VIN in seconds and perform all of the scanning functions for your car that you need. This guy covers all kinds of European and American cars, all kinds of ISO and SAE ratings, and it's compatible with CAN OBD2 protocols. Now, getting into the technical specs of this guy, it is a Android 10 based tablet. It does have a 8-inch touchscreen, which is better than those other little plug-in scanners. It has 4 gigabytes of RAM and 64 gigabytes of storage, and it does wireless updates. If you're worried about ever getting updates, this guy should update from the factory. Now, the great part about this device is if you have a problem with your car, they will charge you at most dealerships to take that in and go ahead and figure out what's wrong with it. This might give you a good insight as to what is wrong with your vehicle before you even have to take it into the dealership. One-touch diagnosis means all you have to do is press one button, and this guy should go ahead and scan your car and tell you what issues you have. We'll test that out a little later on Rich's truck, but for right now, I think the best thing to do is get this thing unboxed. Now, we just took a look at all the features of the ThinkScan 689BT. I'd like to go ahead and get this out of the box with you guys and take a look and see what's inside. So to do that, we have our patented SCSR knife here to go ahead and slice open this nice hologram of the ThinkCar. And this thing is sharp. Looks like it's open now. Got to be smarter than the box. Very tight fit there on the ThinkCar, but it did come right out of the box now. Packaging was thick, and right inside of the box you do see an immediate cool thing. There is a nice carrying case there for your ThinkCar, which is something they did not have to do for you, but they totally did. There's a nice kind of cool thick carrying case for the ThinkCar. ThinkScan 689 Bluetooth. Got a little handle right here on top as well, which is awesome. And then when you just do open it like this, there is a piece of foam at the very top. The actual ThinkCar is in the box here. It looks like it is an Android tablet-based device. Let's get that out for now. Interestingly enough, there's a Cat 5 cable or Cat 6 cable with the instructions right here. Inside of the box also a USB Type A to USB Type C adapter that might be for charging. This is a USB Type A to Ethernet adapter here. I'm assuming that goes onto the tablet, and then this Ethernet adapter goes between there and the tablet if you need to use wired. There is also a nice charge adapter here, and it looks like it is set up for Euro, because it came with 3 different adapters. I'm not familiar with the other 2 styles, but it did have a US adapter on it right here. So if we just slide that directly on somehow. So yeah, this is the OBD2 connector. It has a OBD2 plug on that side, and on this side it does have a Ethernet and also another female OBD2 port right there. There's a packing list here also that tells you everything that came with the ThinkCar. Now this is definitely a USB Type-C charging port at the very top here, and it says that the other connector is a USB Type-A expansion module. There's a lock screen and power button right here on the top as well. It also does have some sort of desktop mount here. So if you just pull this out, it can sit directly on the desktop like this. And you do notice on the back that it does have the detachable Bluetooth wireless connector built right on the back, and they do even have a magnet there, which is very cool. The magnet sticks it right to the back, so you don't have to worry about it. Now, this thing does recommend the first thing that you do is connect this product to Wi-Fi and go ahead and update it. So in a few minutes, we'll get this thing on a charger and do that. So this guy does come with a USB Type A to USB Type C adapter to go ahead and charge it. So it's not a very long cable, and it looks like any particular charger would work. I'm going to go ahead and plug in directly behind me here and get this thing on power and let it go ahead and charge up. And it is lighting up the screen right now. The screen is lit up on the ThinkCar. It's at 92%. It won't take long to go ahead and get it charged up to 100. Now, I did look through the manual. There is not a lot about using the Ethernet and this type of connector. I'm assuming that is an alternative to using the Bluetooth connector that is on the back. It looks like right here, you would just literally go from here on the Ethernet connector to this dongle and then connect that to this when you're having Bluetooth issues. But there is no documentation about that in this particular instruction manual here. All right, you can see the battery is still at 92%. That's probably fine for going ahead and starting to look at this in a more in-depth way. So for this next part of the video, let's go ahead and get this thing powered on and see if we can get it updated. All right, the battery is at 92%. That is probably fine for going ahead and updating it. So let's go ahead and get this thing powered on and see if we can get it updated. We have the ThinkCar scanner directly in front of me. This is the ThinkScan 689BT. We already took a look at all the features. We took a look at what was included in the box, and now it's just time to go ahead and power this up. Now there is a little peel off satisfaction thing here. Thank you for your purchase. Just peels directly off. And now let's hold this on and let it power on. Now this is Android based, so it's going to look an awful lot like an Android tablet, because it definitely is. Now I do have a question as to whether I can sideload apps on here. That would be another thing. It is powering up now. You can see the nice animation there on the ThinkCar. We do have a welcome screen. It says welcome. And now on the screen, it's giving us some hints and tricks. I'm going to go ahead now and hit the upgrade feature. Our Wi-Fi system here at home, and it looks like it is connected. Let's go ahead and go back and then go to upgrade. Vehicle diagnostic software, download the latest copy. Let's hit enter. And it is asking me to upgrade all these different types of vehicles. I'm going to go ahead and hit upgrade. It says it's loading, and you can see it downloading various car types here. There's a percentage graph there of what it is doing. Let's let that upgrade. At the moment, it is upgrading all kinds of different vehicle models now, and the battery is at 94%, which is great. And now here's how you use the little stand. It does just sit on the desk, so fresh like that. Okay, now it is actually installing the new app version. You can see right there, it downloaded, installed it. Now it is rebooting with the newer version on it. Now I'm in the other part of updating the application. First part is the APK, and the other part is other, is what it's called. And there are some things here to update. I'm going to update the Diag-based service, and now it says it is on the latest version. Now I've updated everything on the ThinkCar ThinkScan. This thing is ready to rock. The only thing we have to do now is go ahead and connect it to Rich's car, hopefully with this Bluetooth adapter right here, and go ahead and do some scanning and some playing around with all the features of the ThinkScan. We're over here at Dukes of Duval's house with the Think car. Now this guy, Joe, is a Bluetooth enabled scanner. It's also a two-way scanner, so it does more than just a scanner. It can also program your car, code features in and out that you may or may not want or you don't have. You can maybe code them in. So it does a lot more than a regular scanner. It is also capable of doing wired connections as well, but we're going to try the Bluetooth out. We have it sitting right here in the center console, and we're using the handy little tabletop stand right there for it. So now why don't you get the Bluetooth adapter off the back, and then at the same time you can go ahead and power this guy on and it can start booting up, and then we'll let you put the Bluetooth adapter in the slot down there at the bottom. What do you think?
Yeah. Brad, did you choose me because you know that, like Trace Atkins, every light in my truck is on?
Every light's on. So let's see exactly what this thing
Right, it's pretty cool. Look at this.
Yeah,
man.
the Bluetooth
This magnet sticks to
the
it.
back, and then on top there's a charger port and a data port. So you just hold down the red button to power it on. We're gonna go ahead and power this guy on.
Here.
And while he does that, this is powering up now, and you can see the ThinkCar logo on the front.
Oh, here it is right here.
There's the Bluetooth. I don't think we have to power that on. Tell me if it lights up. It lit up blue.
And it
Okay,
made an
cool.
audible noise as well.
It did. Okay, so it made a sound, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. And then we're looking at the front of the Think car here. This thing says auto search. So why don't you press enter and see if it can find your vehicle?
Okay, so I'm just...
Hit that. Okay, connecting to Bluetooth. It's scanning the VIN now. Pretty fancy looking. And if anyone can identify that car...
Well, that's my truck.
Got your truck, correct.
Your make model?
It made a noise. Now this thing also should recognize all of the modules in the truck. So it should recognize your, all your body control modules and anything else you have. All right, let's do automatically search. Okay, read the VIN. Manual transfer case. Radio, we have a...
base radio.
Automatic or manual heating. I think we have auto. VESA Pro RPO. We don't know if it has this, so
we'll say without.
We'll just say without. Let's do a health report. That's cool. All right, scanning the ECM. And so it knows the truck and it knows what modules are in it. Our first one was engine oil pressure, sensor circuit high voltage. Okay, so here is the reasoning behind the code. Doesn't really have a lot about that code. And then you can actually just Google search it as well, which is kind of cool. It's got Chrome built in, and then it searches for this code. All right, yep. Go back to the other one. Let's see what else we got. We got a cam set.
This one's interesting.
And then we have a fuel trim lean. Bank 1's lean.
Wow.
We got a fuel trim lean bank 2. And then we already saw those, so we know about those. HVAC temperature control feedback circuit. Airflow control circuit open. So this is some of the stuff that you can do with it.
That's interesting. The oil
service. You can do the oil service reset light.
Brake pad replacement.
Yep. All this stuff can be reset.
Oh, interesting. Tire type calibration.
Okay, so that's some of the stuff you can do outside of the troubleshooting. Oh, a lot of extra things up here to do if you're working on the car. So if your car supports it. These are the ones that you can use for regular maintenance.
Engine. Yep. Airbag. That's interesting. Battery matching.
So if you need all this stuff, it is available if your car supports it.
Man, this thing just has a lot.
Definitely has a lot of features.
Injector
code your new injectors.
A lot of things that my truck doesn't have, but this just, it just has so many different things. All right, so there it says cleared TTCs right there, right?
Yeah. Boom, your check engine light went off.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely cleared that one. So what do you think about this cool scanner?
Man, I tell you what, it's detailed for sure. I fucked up a scanner before, and it definitely didn't provide as much detail. No, not even close. So interesting, those other things. I had to look into those.
Yeah, it probably has more support on newer cars that have a lot more electronic modules and things like that. That's a good look at the Think car. Now we'll throw it back into the studio and look at this on Amazon and figure out how, if they want to buy one, they can pick one up from the link in the description.
Nice.
Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We're in Studio B right now. We're also broadcasting live on YouTube while we edit. But today we have this very cool Think car, ThinkScan 689BT. This guy was given to us to go ahead and evaluate and check out all its cool features. It does so many cool things. It does live updates over the air, so it updates all the cars and all the information on the cars whenever there's new information available, like new cars come out. It also is based on Android. It has 4 gigabytes of storage and a 64 gigabyte internal storage capacity. So 4 gigabytes for the operating system, 64 for storage of apps and other information there. Now this thing has the capability to save you a lot of money because the dealership will want to charge you an arm and a leg for doing the same things. This guy can not only look at all the codes on the vehicle, it can also diagnose them and even look it up online if it doesn't have the information about what that particular code is. It can action all your vehicle subsystems so you can test on the fly. Let's say you're having window problems, you can actuate it from the actual scanner and then you can test your windows or your headlights. You also have the capability, if your car supports it, to flash hidden functions on the ECU and code your car with the actual scanner. This thing does have 34 services for over 134 makes of vehicles. It has some cool new features like clutch and turbo reset, which were just added, which is very cool for automotive enthusiasts. It can access a lot of your car's functions like your battery and your TPMS. For example, when you put a new battery in a BMW, sometimes you have to register it. This guy has the capability to do that. And it says it can access your TPMS sensors. I did not personally test that part. Now it also does everything wirelessly over Bluetooth. It comes with a magnetic Bluetooth adapter for the back of the unit, but you can also hook it up via the Ethernet cable and a hard cable that they provide you in the actual kit in the little case that they give you. Here's a little look at all of the cool features of the Think car, ThinkScan. It has a lot of extra things. This is a global version. It will not lock you out via geo-blocking, so you can use this anywhere. It's a global version. This thing has bi-directional control, so you can activate things from the actual scanner. It does things like ECU coding. You can possibly write a VIN to the ECU, improve your fuel efficiency, transmission service resets. Check out all the hot resets you can do here. Oil, EPS, ETS, brake, gear, SAS, injectors, and BMS all can be reset from within the scanner. And it does automated VIN checking and diagnosis based on your actual car. It covers all kinds of vehicles from 96 to 2024, compatible with OBD2, EOBD, and CAN protocols. Check out all the cars it does support right there. And there's a good look at the height and width. It is a nice little tablet. It feels pretty heavy and sturdy, like it won't break easily, and I do like that. And you saw on Joe's car, we pulled all the codes on his car. We were able to go online and search for them all, and then we were able to reset the codes as well, which is awesome. Joe can go from there to go ahead and further diagnose his vehicle and see if he can figure out what's wrong with it. Now there's going to be a link in the description to go ahead and pick up the Think car 689BT. Please use our official links to go ahead and order this device. Tell them Supercar Street Racing sent you. I might be giving this one away too. If you're interested, put a comment in the description. I'll take the best comment and go ahead and give this device away to one of you guys. Now here's a look at the Supercar Street Racing channel dashboard, and you can see 191,023 subscribers. We could not do that without support from the community and you guys. We really appreciate you liking and subscribing, and hit that bell icon. Buy all your Amazon products from any of our affiliate links. It does not have to be the one for this product in this video, but buy anything you want by clicking on this link in the video, and it helps us out just a little bit because we get no money from the channel, hardly nothing, to keep the channel afloat, and we're doing it just to do it. Guys, we're gonna have to get out of here though. It's almost dinner time or lunchtime, depending on how your family specifies it. Let's get out of here, right out that door. Guys, so they just left and they did the
guys, so check it out. Dude, look at this. So 24 hours. Yeah, 6 o'clock yesterday to today, but I put the second hose in like midday today. So it's like probably 10 minutes away. All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed the video of the acid wash of the pool. Just giving you guys a little outro here because I forgot to record it earlier. But here is the pool all filled up. And that took about 24 hours to fill. But about, I would say, halfway through the day, I put a second hose in. So yeah, so there is the finished product. And I also cleaned the pool deck and put away the hoses and replaced some of the pavers that got stained. And that's going to do it for today. Hope you guys enjoyed it. See you again soon. Phone or a tablet. So if you want to use it for that, you have the ability to do that as well. Okay, before the battery dies in the GoPro, we have a mission now to transfer the DJI mic to the R5C, and it looks like there's an audio input right here. I was able to use the same shoe to attach the DJI mic to the camera. Now all I have to do is tighten down this little clamp right here. So I will go ahead and connect the mic right there, and I'll be done with the mic part. We went ahead and put the tripod on the stand. There is a leveling system right here. There is bubbles on it also to show you that it is not level right now. You can fix this by just opening up these screws and then adjusting the camera till it is level. We're going to shoot some video with just a tiny bit of light. We only have the light in this room and the light from this big lamp pointing at us. So this is what it's going to look like next. You're going to see us shooting from the R5C, the first video ever shot from it. I'm going to try to shoot at 4K, 24 frames per second. Let's see if I can figure out how to do that. All right, guys, so I poked around a little bit inside the Canon R5C menu and watched a couple of videos. I went ahead and changed the lens out to the 24 to 105. You're looking at this lens right now zoomed all the way out. It is shooting in 4K at 24 frames per second. I want to see how that looks in DaVinci Resolve as well. So that is the first look at the Canon R5C at 24 frames per second, 4K with no light except for just available light right inside of this room. Now let's take a look at how you can get your own Canon R5C on Amazon. All right, we are right in front of Amazon right now, and we are actually using the Canon R5C as we speak. And here is a good example of a refurbished R5C with lenses and memory and things like that. Beware of some of these though, because they are also sometimes foreign cameras, which may not have a warranty. So sometimes these good deals come with the caveat that you got a foreign camera, so it's not a US-based camera. There is a body right here for $29.99 available. That is no lens. That is what the camera is going for right now. $29.99. You would have to buy your lenses completely separately. So the 24 to 105 is what we are shooting on right now. That is a good lens for a starter lens. I am going to buy a 15mm wide angle lens too to do vlogging on. Go ahead and check the link in the description. I'll have some options for you for the R5C. And we want to thank you guys for 108,000 subscribers now. Very cool. This is so amazing of you guys to help us and support the channel. Go ahead and go down in the description and order a Canon R5C if you would like to try one out. Grab a lens. And thank you so much for supporting Supercar Street Racing. Order anything you want also when you go down in the description. You don't have to get the Canon. You can buy anything you want.
Furiosa had gone too far. As a child, someone changed her world forever. She thought her mother was magnificent. He took it all from her. He wondered exactly who she was. took her childhood, her mother. Now she wants them back. Even if it takes forever. She makes a promise to find her way home. She finds him, he's hers.
This is for Philip, who just bought this car. Just thought I would go ahead and take a video. So it has hood buttons. Just push those two in, and you need a hood prop. But there's a pic of the engine bay, spotless. When you close the hood, the little buttons just kind of close back. The latch does work. You just gotta finagle between the two buttons to get the latch to go down, but you don't really need it. But there's a look at the car. And there's the back. Wheels, tires. Might be a little dark inside, but there's the interior. Front. There you go, man. If you want anything else, if you want specific pictures, just let me know. A little later.
Today we are in the Supercar Street Racing Garage. What's up?
So we have a total of 4 of these speakers itself, which we'll be installing.
We're just kind of running them down with a ratchet.
It's not gonna fit.
It's not. And then we need another, we actually need this for that side. All right, guys, we're back again with another episode of the Golf Cart. And today we are in the Supercar Street Racing Garage waiting for Joe to head over. But meanwhile, I am setting up here to go ahead and check and see what wiring I have. I'm gonna get out all the wiring and go ahead and lay it out right here for you guys. We're gonna get it all organized and look at it and see what we got right now. Oh my goodness. But now it's time to clean it all up. All right, let's get this outside to the garage. Back out here in the garage, we got all the production lights set up and the mics and everything. And now I'm just gonna go ahead and start putting stuff on the table to get it all organized. Okay, directly in front of me, you guys can see Joe's 4 new speakers for the golf cart, his old voltage inverter, and his old fuse box. And then right there is the new voltage reducer, 60 amps for the new system. Let's go ahead and get his dash out of the kitchen as well. So here is the new dash and the new digital display, which we haven't figured out what we're gonna do with that yet. This new dash is already prepped for speakers. You guys saw that in the last video. Put that there. And now let's go ahead and get our connectors and everything out that we're gonna need to actually do the wiring. What's up? What's up? Camera's rolling. Really nothing on Amazon at all. My working pliers. There are strippers. And there are the crimpers. All right, we're back out here with Dukes of Duval, and we are in a brand new day and the next video. And as you guys saw a few minutes ago, I went ahead and got everything laid out on the table and got the garage set up for work. So we have all of our wiring connectors here and all of our wires in somewhere in here maybe. But do you want to kind of go over what we have right here in front of us?
All right, so one of the things that we decided to do with getting this new lithium battery was to do a couple upgrades that I've been really wanting to do for quite some time. I'm a music guy, I love music, so I wanted to put something really cool in here. And one of Brad's videos, we did a full audio build out for him, and it was a great design. It sounds amazing. So I wanted to kind of mirror that. Pretty much the same thing is going to happen with this particular golf cart, where we're going to be adding a new dash. We're going to be adding 4 6.5 speakers along with an amp and a subwoofer. So pretty excited about this build out. On the table, we have most of everything that we need. There might be a couple of items that we're still lacking, but for the most part, everything that you see is going to be a part of this full build out. So the first thing that we did is I went on and found myself a new dash. That's a replacement for the club car itself. On here, you see that it has 2 speaker openings, has a couple of cup holders, has a little dash insert here for you to be able to hold stuff in there, and then of course a little coin tray. More importantly, on the front of this, it has a single DIN opening for a radio. I purchased this, but there was a couple of different options that you could have went with. You could have went with a round style that they have for some of the, and with this particular setup, we went with a single DIN. The likelihood is that we're not going to use a single DIN radio in here. We have plans to potentially put something in here to have a tablet or some sort of an iPad to cover this over. We're gonna figure that out. We haven't got to that point just yet. So once we get to that, we'll make a decision. So with that being said, additionally, a part of this setup, we got a new amp, which this is a little bit difficult to find something that worked really good for our particular setup. So what we wanted was a 5-channel amp. We wanted it to have Bluetooth. Unfortunately, finding anything for a reasonable price that has a Bluetooth option is very limited. We searched Amazon, we searched local radio shops. I mean, I went through and through to find something that made sense. So I went with this Boss Audio option for us. Everything that I read online for Amazon says it's got good ratings. I believe it's like 4.5 stars, and it's gonna have everything that we want from a amp perspective. It is not a marine grade, which is fine, because inside the cavity where we're going to be putting this, where the battery compartment is, we should have no issue with any moisture or any problems with anything getting in here, so it should hold up just fine. Along with that, we have a couple of other items that we bought specifically for the radio. So I went out and found these on Amazon as well. These are 6.5 full range SCAR audio. These are weatherproof, and the reason that we want marine grade weatherproof is because this will be on the exterior, so it will be exposed to the elements, unlike being inside the battery compartment itself. These are great speakers that we found. They have really good ratings on them. We kind of opened them up already to start doing a little bit of work, but I just wanted to show you guys real fast that one thing is that it does have a single tweeter in the front. Yeah, so these are great speakers. They are marine grade, so you can fully water them down when you're cleaning your golf cart, so you don't have nothing to worry about that. And that's the biggest thing for me, is if it's somewhere in a compartment that I'm not concerned with getting to the elements, then I don't go marine grade on anything, or I avoid it if it's at a cost. For this, I did pay the money to get a marine grade, and these are solid, really heavy speakers. I have a good feeling these are going to sound amazing in the golf cart. So we have a total of 4 of these speakers itself, which we'll be installing. So we decided to upgrade this. This is basically the converter. This knocks down 48 volt down to 12 volt. Most of the accessories and the radio and the stuff that you use all runs off 12 volts. So you have to have something to step down all that power. This is a much better voltage reducer than the last one I had, so it's going to have a lot of ability to run power. So one thing to know is that we could easily hook up to one 12 volt battery when you have a multi-battery system. In this particular case, we have a single 48. So you don't really have that option. And even with a multiple battery setup, you never want to run off of just one 12 volt battery because that's draining from one 12 volt. So you want to share the load over the entire 48 volts. So that's why you use a step down from a 48 to a 12 volt. It makes the ability for it to have a longer lasting power, and it's not pulling off of one particular battery. So this here is an inverter, and what this is going to do is take our 12 volts that's going to be coming off of this knockdown to a fuse panel and convert this over to 110. It's going to allow us to have a couple of outlets here. With this is really nice if you're someone that likes to decorate your golf cart or do various things on it that you need 110. This is a great thing to add.
Also, the really cool thing about this one is it has USB ports as well. If you have anything that needs to be powered by USB, which we do, you can directly power it off of the inverter. So we're actually going to take advantage of that, correct?
I believe that we will, but also on top of that, we went out and sourced a couple of these particular aftermarket USB ports that you can add to the golf cart. They run off of basically 12 volts, so we can add that to there, and that's probably going to be an option for us for the front of the golf cart. We do have an option for USB that is on this inverter here itself, which we might use in the back in some capacity. However, in the front, what we wanted to do is have a couple of options. One for external charging if somebody had their phone or something that they needed to charge. We wanted to add that. So what we went out is we found a couple of these online. They're pretty cheap on Amazon. Runs off of 12 volt itself, and then has obviously the female adapter or the USB. So this we'll do 2 things with it. One, we will have an option for charging, and 2, we will have an option for the tablet to stay there permanently for it to stay connected, so that anytime that I bring the tablet onto the golf cart, it'll automatically connect to it real fast, and then we'll have power feeding it. So along with those USBs that we were just talking about, we bought an external one here as well that's going to be mounted to the dash. This one's nice because it has a cover for it, so in the event that you're going to be washing the golf cart down, you can cover this up, which is going to make it where it won't get any water into it, which is really kind of nice. So that's going to...
Right here in front of me, we do have our fuse block. This came off of the last golf cart. We're going to go ahead and reuse it, and if you can see right here, it does have a place for both positive and negative. You feed it positive up top here, negative on bottom there. It has a negative bus bar at the bottom, and then it has individual positive bars here for each one, and you can select what fuse you want. For example, if you're running a 12 volt amplifier off this directly, you would want a large enough fuse to go directly to your amp. However, these guys usually have built-in fuses, so I'm not sure that we need to go through this fuse block for that. We'll have to figure that out in the long run. But that is going to be our fuse panel, and then that's our ground that's already connected that we'll be able to reuse for something. All right, so right here we also have a Eskin Bluetooth adapter. This is the exact same one that I have on my golf cart. Basically all this is for is a receiver, and then it actually connects to the amplifier via RCA cables. It has a proprietary USB power supply, and I will show you that right now as we unbox the Eskin. It's not your typical connector on the back of here like a lot of USB stuff have. It's actually a pin connector. So if we go inside the box here, there's an instruction manual here. Here's the actual adapter. And then inside of there, you can see right here, you would output from this to your amplifier. It also has an auxiliary, and it also has a little pin connector there for power. And inside of the box, we should have a power connector. We do. There's a power adapter in case you're using it at 110. Here is a USB adapter in case you want to use it for 5 volts. And then they also give you a pair of USB to headphone or mini to use in the auxiliary port. All right, also right here on the table, we have all of our tools we need to go ahead and do anything with wiring. We've got automatic wire strippers. These are crimpers for some special type of connectors that we have. And then these are workman pliers that we use for electricity. And then moving over here to the side of the table, we have all of the heat shrink and the connectors and everything that we're going to need to go ahead and put ends on it. Because for example, when we have something like a voltage reducer and we have these screw terminals here, we're going to want to go ahead and put ring connectors on the end of our wires to make it clean. So we'll just remove these screws, put the ring connectors over, and then screw these back down. We have some ring connectors inside here. Those are for small gauge wiring. I don't have very many yellow ones for big gauge. So we're gonna have to see if we have enough to do what we need to do. But we also have spade connectors in here and other types of connectors that we might be needing. So we have all that out. Here we have some clamps to keep the wire nice and clamped up and against the side of the golf cart body. We have heat shrink tubing. We have heat shrink spade connectors and other type of connectors here. These, all you have to do is basically put the wire in. So basically all you have to do is just run your heat gun on these and it shrinks over the end of the wire itself. So that's it. We have all the stuff here that we need to hopefully move on to the second part of this golf cart build. We're probably just gonna go ahead and reorganize everything now since we unboxed it, and then we're gonna assess whether we have to buy some more stuff. So let's get busy getting all this stuff back in shape because we just made a mess here, and then we'll start getting to work.
All right, so after doing a little bit of engineering, so to speak, to remove some of the plastic, the battery is in now, fits very snug, but what we need to do is get it bolted down. So the way that it's set up now, we have it pushed over to one side. The only issue is that it does have a couple of spots on each side for you to put bolts on to get it to obviously strap down, so to speak. But here it's very, very tight. So what we have to do is try to figure out a way that we can mark the spot where we need to drill because we're going to through bolt it. And it's going to be a little bit of a challenge to try to get down a socket down in there to hold the top of that bolt down, but I think we can get that done pretty easy. So we're going to take the time for a couple seconds, figure out exactly how we're going to get that bolt to get in there and make the get the hole cut, and we should be able to get this thing fastened down pretty quick.
Okay, do we need to take the battery out?
Yeah, so the first thing we want to do is obviously on this side, we want to make sure that we can get the socket down in there to hold the head of the bolt.
Okay, so I need to grab a socket.
Yep, so we're going to grab a socket. We're going to make sure we can slide it down there. If it won't, we're going to have to just budge this over just a little bit. From there, once we know we can get our socket in there, we'll make a mark so that we can drill a hole. And I think for this particular setup, we're just going to concentrate on one bolt on this side and put a couple on this side, and that should be more than enough to hold this down.
Perfect. Let me go get the sockets and we'll do that.
Okay. All right, so what we wanted to do here was to make sure that when we go to bolt this in, because it is pushed all the way to the side here, that we have room for our socket to go in. So just added the socket for the bolt that we're gonna use, and then just test to make sure, and it went down, no problem. So our biggest issue now is gonna be to find out exactly where we're going to be bolting this down. So what I'm probably going to do is take this extension right here, and I'm going to put something on the end of the tip of one of them, and I'm going to make a small dot right where we're going to drill our hole, which will be easy enough, it should be, and then we'll be able to pull the battery out, see where I marked, drill the hole, and then from there on this side it will be much easier because it's all exposed.
That you used?
That's it.
That was leather cleaner?
Yeah, all I needed was just something, so if we yank it out,
now we'll have a dot.
We'll have a dot, yep.
Okay, perfect.
So
where are we going with it?
We're gonna pick it up and then we'll set off to the side here.
I don't know if I'll be able to from here. I don't have any leverage.
So it is on one of those ribs.
Okay, we're back again, and Joe is putting the bolts on this side all the way through. So he's just kind of running them down with the ratchet.
If you have an attachment for that drill, make life a little easier.
All right, guys, we're back and we just got the battery mounted. Now we're here with the voltage reducer and the voltage inverter, just laying out just a rough layout of where we're going to do everything. We're trying to plan for an amplifier, so we want to make sure that we have enough room at the bottom. So we're thinking of putting the voltage reducer somewhere right in here. That leaves enough room for an amp to slide underneath this if it had to. Plenty of depth, like height. Then we can get our wires directly off here, come over to our inverter and down to our amplifier, so we could just come down.
Should we just go ahead and mount it, call it a day?
Sure.
So we need to mount this fuse panel too.
Yep, we do. Fine. It's just on this side of the hump though. It's like,
we're gonna have enough room for these wires to bend and go the way they need to go. This one just...
Yeah, I'll turn it straight that way.
Good.
I take it.
It's good.
Good.
Here you go. Good.
Okay, I am working on the wire that's coming from the voltage reducer to the positive side of the battery. So I have put a ring terminal here for the voltage reducer side, and it will go just like that. And I got my crimpers here. I'm going to go ahead and crimp using the yellow. That's perfect. We need to run an amp wire now. It just needs to come down literally right here.
Yeah, I think
come
that
straight down and right here, but is that anywhere near long enough? But I want to redo this ground so that it runs up that way instead of underneath right there.
Up and over? Well, it's got room behind it. It's got a...
Well, now I was thinking this side up.
Oh,
so right there. All right, guys. Bad news. Last night coming home from a work event, there was a big, huge box in the middle of the road. I did all I could to avoid it, but unfortunately... I swerved to miss it, and this is what happened. I hit the corner of it, and it looks like it broke my bumper pretty hard. It didn't get my headlight. It did get this whole entire bumper, though, and this fog light is in the car. Not good. I think at this point, I'm also going to get my hood repainted, since it's already going in for this. So we will see. We got the smart mirror, we got the Tito's ugly sweater, we got the smart mirror again, and we still have the Tito's ugly sweater, and then we got the peel. That peel satisfaction is real. That peel sat is so good in your life. That peel sat, and then we got the ugly sweater on top of the peel sat, and the peel sat's trying to be difficult, but we're still going to peel, and it's going to be good, and it's in your life. And you love it, that peel sat. And that peel sat is so good that it won't even make it into 60-second videos. But I'm really trying hard for that peel sat because I love you guys. And that peel satisfaction is not going to make it. I got to speed up and peel faster. And I'm just ripping it harder with the peel sat. And I'm not going to make it. And that peel sat was so good. We'll have to have a 2.0 peel sat. Guys, out here in the Supercar Street Racing matte black garage, there's a surprise coming for this guy. But what we're doing today is we are going to be removing the Trojan batteries from this guy. They are shot and they need to be taken out. So we're going to go in there and remove them. And at the same time, we actually get to see what controller we have finally. And that's today on Supercar Street Racing. All right, so the first thing we have to do right here, right now, is get this seat off because it is blocking the lovely batteries. We no longer need this charger, probably ever again. And the seat can just sit happily right here while we disassemble this entire unit. Pretty much everything with red gets 48 volts. Okay, wow. I wasn't expecting the batteries to be that heavy. They are beasts. Got all the batteries out, and now we are going to clean out this. Made a mess underneath there with all the corrosion that fell out. But I'm going to try to clean this out as best I can. It's going to be difficult. I don't know. I'll give it a shot. Now that we got everything out of here, I'm going to go ahead and vacuum out as much as I can. And we'll get a good shot of that. All right, I got the golf cart all nice and detailed and ready for the eco battery install. And I am about to call those guys here at 9 o'clock and see what the deal is with getting the eco battery and the AC motor and controller. And then I'll update you guys after that. But this thing is ready. The engine bay is cleaned out, and let's get to getting. There he is. He's tiny though. I think he's a baby. Little guy. Harmless. Trish went fishing and caught a monster. Oh my God, that is crazy. Yeah. That is insane. That's a snapping turtle too, by the way. Come here, dude.
How the hell are we gonna do this?
I'm just gonna freaking bring him over here and grab it.
You wanna grab him?
I'll grab him by the back.
Here, baby, got this.
Yeah, it's caught in his jaw.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah, we might have to cut it. I don't want to lose your hook though.
I don't care about. I don't want. I hate to see him.
Yeah, I'm trying to help him out.
Yeah.
Come on, buddy.
Shoot him! Shoot him!
Wait, where's our knives?
Hey, you got stuff in here, baby?
I do.
He pretty much like is giving up.
Yep. I like to get that hook out of him, but.
You want scissors? You want?
I mean, if he gets a hold of us, he's gonna do some damage.
I'm not getting my hand near him. He'll carry you up. Here, let me cut it. Right.
Well, can you cut it under the hook? I'll do it.
You won't get it close to his back?
Yeah, hell yeah. As long as you video it.
All right. You video.
Okay, it's already on.
Okay.
Is that another snapper?
It's turtle season. No, that's a soft shell.
Oh, yeah.
We can grab him and take it off.
All right.
He's a snout nose. Come here, dude. Come here, buddy. I know we can't.
You want to film this? I'm trying to get it up there where you can get it.
This is crazy.
He's barely.
Whoa!
Right?
Look, he's got paddle arms.
Oh wow!
I know, that's a soft shell.
That's pretty cool looking.
See if we can get it off of him.
Hang on, let me go around this way. Hold on.
I'll grab him. Come here, buddy.
He
Slippery.
doesn't want me to grab him. He's not about that life. He's not about being grabbaged. Dude, stop it. I'm trying to help you, bro.
This guy I'm not scared of.
I say that and he bites my hand off.
I'll get him over here and a little more leverage for you.
Yeah. All right, come here, brother.
We're trying to help you.
Come here, buddy. Come here, dude.
We're going to help you, buddy. You want the pliers?
Oh, he's fish hooked for sure. Come on, man. Don't go in.
You want the pliers?
I feel bad. He's trying to... I think we're going to have to cut it. He just keeps...
Oh.
He won't let me. Panic attack.
Yep.
Come here, dude.
Get the pliers out of here.
Sorry. I don't want to cut it, though.
I'd rather be able to get it off of him.
Yeah.
I think I can.
Come on, buddy. Let him get it off of you.
Come here, Slippery. Come here, buddy. I want to hurt him. All right, man. Wow, he's such a cool dude.
You got him up here a little ways, that way he won't jump out in there.
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
He's so cool, though. Look at him. He's not happy.
Yeah, it's a two-person.
Oh, he needs.
Hang on, buddy.
He needs leaf removal.
Try those.
Here, you do it. I'll hold him.
Yeah, that's what.
I mean, he ain't gonna bite you because he got no teeth.
Come here, buddy. Let's get this out of you, bro.
He ain't got no teeth.
Let's get it out of you, bro.
There you go, man. You got him.
Look at my glasses. I can't see a bit.
It's definitely underneath, so if you can go under.
Hang on, buddy.
It's under and to, yep.
Oh, it's way back there.
Yeah, it's like, see how it's like, check it out.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, you got it. It's coming out right here.
Okay. Okay.
There you go. Now you got it. Yep, that's it. Come on, man. We got you.
Dude, I know it hurts.
There you go.
Oh, good.
All right, you ready to go home? Come on, buddy.
Go free. He's like, thank you. 7 billion views.
That's it.
All right, welcome back to the channel, guys. I have a big update for you guys on the new Supercar Street Racing Studio. We are streaming live up there in the corner, right down there on the laptop right now, so please join the live stream if you're at all interested in what is going on. So here is the update. I have this much of the foam insulation done, and I just seam sealed the seams and caulked in the top. I was having trouble doing the corners with the seam tape, so I just went ahead and caulked it in because I'm better at that. And this is ready now for foam tiles. I was going to paint it black. The paint doesn't stick at all to this plastic, but my worry was that if there's spaces in the foam that you would actually see it. So I might throw a quick roll of paint on here, but I'm not 100% sure. Like if the foam tiles contract at all and there's spaces between them, you would see white. So I might go ahead and touch up all this and go ahead and throw a coat of paint on all these before I start foam tiling. The goal with foam tiling now is to see if this is even going to work as a surface and how it looks. So my plan is to do that corner and this whole entire wall here and see how good I am at cutting around on outlets and things like that, because I have to actually cut the foam and then lay the faceplate maybe on top of the foam. I don't know yet. I got to see exactly how it looks with the tiles on. But yeah, the tiles are down here, and so they will start up there in the corner in one direction, and then they will start, sorry you weren't even watching, they will start up here in the corner and run all the way across with one pattern, and then on the second run we will come down with this pattern, and it should make it look good. What else have I done? So I also ran the extension cables for the webcam. So I have one 10-foot extension cable and one 5-foot extension cable running through the wall and down to where the computer is going to be, and the webcam is going to be up in that corner. And you can get on the live stream right now and see the webcam. It's right there on the left. So I did that. I also did more lights that are going to be switched. I originally only had one there and one there. I actually ran 2 more on each bank so that there will be 6 switched lights, and then we have 2 unswitched, one right there and one that'll be coming out of the ceiling over there. This is the part on this wall and this wall and this wall where we have to start worrying about cables behind the wall when we cover the wall, so we have to be measuring and ready to cut foam to get our cables out. So everything else, I framed up the Echo Show 15 mount, so that's the mount where it's going to be. I have the power ready for it here. That TV is ready to be mounted. I have the second TV mount on the TV inside. It's a older television that's going to be right here. It's a 32-inch. The 250-inch TVs go there, and they are in the living room waiting for the Govee LED immersive lighting to come in. I have one set coming in today for this TV. It's going to be a challenge because They're made for 50-inch TVs, but this is a 43, so I'm going to do a method that I saw online by raising the LED strips up every like half an inch to take up space. That goes there. These two have immersive LED. And then this one, I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet because it's a 32. I want to try to do something cool with this one, but I don't know what is going to be behind it yet. So that's our update for now. I will keep you guys posted as I go. Please join the live stream and let me know what you think. Gonna come from here. There we go. Good morning, guys. Hope you guys are having a good Sunday on this holiday weekend. We're gonna try to get some stuff done here kind of early. It's about 6:49, which is actually usually late for me, but I slept in a little bit today. But yeah, today we are going to start working on getting the pool light completely wired up and pulled through, which I've never done that before, but we're about to do it. And got some other projects here kind of pending. But out here, gonna get my bag of tools ready for pulling the pool light. There's already some junk in here from last time. But yeah, using director view on the phone, which is kind of cool because you can do like, you can shoot both front and back cameras, which is neat. But the front camera's so close up, I hate it because you have to keep the phone far away. But yeah, let's get some tools together for this. Gonna need these workman pliers. I'm thinking these awesome little channel locks will come through for pulling the wire through. And I'm thinking, let's see. Yeah, this director view is crazy to keep me in the focus. We got to keep it way, or in the shot, we got to keep it kind of way out here. We're going to need a lot of electrical tape to tie the wires together. And I'm also thinking 2 zip ties. When I pulled the other wires through, I actually, one of the wires came off of the tape. So I'm thinking I'll put 2 zip ties on as well, like on the actual electrical tape after I wired the 2 wires together to do the pull. We need wiring nuts as well. So I guess I'll just take all that zip ties out there. We need a few wiring nuts like these. And I'm going to switch this to non-director mode. It's driving me crazy. Alright guys, now we're back in normal shooting mode. We've got a couple of wiring nuts here. We're going to need more. There's only 2 in there. I like these smaller ones. I believe that's all I got as far as little wiring nuts inside this, my big toolbox. So we've got my other wiring nuts up here. Yep, I've got a whole pack of them in there. I'm going to grab those. And then we'll see you guys outside. Guys, we're back in the kitchen here. Remember this? I don't know if you saw my pool exit video when I actually ran the controller. But these are the color codes for the multi-conductor wire that I pulled. Those all have to be wired to the pool light. So let's head on outside and check out what we're going to be doing out there. Guys, here's the old pool light. I don't know if you guys know how these things work, but basically there is a niche inside the pool right there. The light actually goes through the niche and down through the PVC pipe and into the little box over there by my pool equipment. So what we are doing today is the power is off to this light. So we're going to cut the cable right here and then grab the new pool light and pull the cable right through there. But I got to grab the other pool light. Be right back. We got the pool exit light here. Now when you replace these old school lights, you have to take the bulb out of the housing here, and every time you do that you have to put a new gasket in the housing, and you risk a leak and ruining an expensive bulb. The new Toolless bulb is all self-contained. There is no real housing to leak. So that's it right there. There's the Toolless bulb. So now we are going to cut the old bulb right at the very top of the cage and not drop it in the water. And we got plenty of cable in our new bulb. Plenty of cable. And we are going to electrical tape this guy to the old wire and pull it right through the niche to the pool equipment box over there and do the wiring. And we're not going to drop this in the pool because I can't get in the pool. We're going to make sure this time we have enough. Yep, there's no power to that, so there's no danger in that. Now this is very short and it can fall in very easily. So let's go ahead and get the new wire tied to it. Hopefully that is not too thick to go through the niche. It's going to suck if it is, because I want some overlap here. I actually want a lot of overlap. Just electrical taping that guy to it. Hopefully it'll fit. It's kind of thick right there. Yep, I hope that works. Start back here with another nice tight wrap. That part right there worries me, where it's kind of sticking out. Hopefully that doesn't cause any problems. Keep going for a while here, hoping this doesn't pull out of there. Be a bummer if it doesn't. I'm going to put some really thin zip ties on it. Hope that they're small enough to go through the pipe. Get these through. My last wire, when I pulled it through, it came off, but I was saved by the fact that there was extra wire pulled through there. I did lose one wire because of it, which was a bummer. Got 3 zip ties. Boy, I'm getting eaten by bugs. I'm gonna have to put bug spray on. Guys, I'm gonna go grab some bug spray. I'm getting eaten alive. Alright, I went and put some bug spray on, so get destroyed by these bugs. Let's get ready to get this guy to see if that's gonna go through the pipe or not. Kind of sucks because I don't have anybody to feed the wire for me. So I'm going to try to get a lot of it ready here.
thing's gonna get tangled up for sure. I think it already is. Yeah, what a mess. There's already tangled up like crazy. Yeah. Gotta get the wire ready here, and it's tangled. Check this out. It's going to be tangled at the end. I think. Of course, I didn't untangle it before I takes it off, which was kind of dumb. I think we might be alright after this thing unravels. Yeah. Okay. Got a decent amount of it out. So let's head over to the pool equipment box here. So here's the new pool equipment, and your pool should have the same thing. There is a box here underneath that tape. Or sorry, not underneath the tape. Underneath that bag, there's a electrical box, which I just covered with plastic to keep the water out of it. Now there's going to be water inside this pipe because it goes to the pool light, which is underwater. Boy, those bugs got my legs good already. Okay, so inside this, we have our new pool light wires right here that go to the control panel for the pool controller. So they are DC, and 4 wires are going to be going to the pool light. Now, we first have to, and we want to make sure we don't drop that wire down in there, but we first have to get the old pool light wire out, and that is the back wire, the back, this pipe. It is grounded right here, and I don't believe that power is on. Nope, it's not on. Pool light is hooked up to auxiliary 1. Screwdriver is way too chunky. Got to get a smaller screwdriver. All right, got a little screwdriver tip here for this guy. Oh man, is it actually smaller than that? Good grief. Wow. So this is the ground wire. The other 2 wires are here. They're white and black because you used to send AC to the pool light. Now we're sending DC from the controller. Now there is a little retainer here with 2 screws on it that's keeping the wire from falling into the hole. So we are going to remove that. I've never done that before, so I'm not real sure how it works. It's a clamp that allows the wire to be secure at the top of the pipe and keeps it from falling in. So I don't know how this little device works, but we're going to find out. And do not drop the screws down the pipe. I can see that happening. That's my luck. Alright, so there's the clamp. It literally is just a little black clamp that goes around the wire and holds it in. Don't think it's going to go anywhere, but now we should be able to put our trusty, if this is too small, I'll go get the big channel, like the big pliers, but I figured this can grip the wire. That's as small as it goes. That's not going to work. Yeah, no, that's not going to work. We're going to need our big channel locks. Went and got the big daddies this time. So we are going to start pulling and watching that other side so there's no kinks in the wires. Oh man, that is really hard to pull. Wow. That is a lot. Alright guys, I went and straightened my wire out over there. Man, this would be much easier if I could get directly above it. Now I've got quite a few bends around the T-bar so that it actually does grip. Alright, we gotta get some more wire over here. Ready. Okay, I pulled some more wire, straightened out some more wire so that it doesn't have a difficult path. But this is going to come through any second now. Oh, maybe not. I think I hit the turn. We should be seeing the end of this. Like right now. Come on, where are you? I heard it. All right, guys. We got it. Let's get this thing unwrapped. That's cool, man. That really was difficult, but just going to cut this off because it doesn't make sense to try to like untape all this. I'm gonna pull a little bit extra out and then cut it where there's no tape. I'm pleasantly surprised that that did not come off. Cut it. Maybe right here. Kitty's going crazy here, Mr. Finks. When I said his name, he like flopped on the ground. Sorry guys, I'm blocking the view. I don't know, maybe that much. Full pull light is through. Now I need to get my wiring instructions. Because I completely forgot, you actually want to just leave enough wire on the pool deck only so that the light can come off, and lay it on the pool deck because that's a lot of wire still left over. You don't want that much slack. Alright guys, I laid the pool light up on the pool deck and we're going to pull all this extra slack out so that we only have enough to do the wiring, and then we have enough to get the pool light up on the pool deck and a little bit extra. The rest of the wire tucks into the niche, and when you ever have to take the pool light again, you can lay it up onto the pool deck. Still very hard to pull through. Guys, there's still about a good 10 feet that's got to come through here. All of a sudden it was easy again. I don't know why it's like that, it's weird. Must be like twists in the wire or something. Almost got it. That's actually fine. There's a little bit extra, but it'll fit in the niche. So I'm going to cut maybe right here. This expensive full light wire. Maybe like back here. And then take my remember the power's off. I'm going to take my utility knife and try not to cut any of the wires on the inside of this sheath. And I don't really have anything to work off of. Just cut through the insulation on the outer shell. Don't cut the wires. Hopefully it didn't like rip through the wiring with all that stress I put on the cable. And my workman's pliers are where? Here. So just cut off the insulation. Just like that. The rest of this wire is going to sit inside here, and then we need our wiring code. But first, I brought my wire strippers. These work well on braided wire. Yeah, I hope we didn't stress out this cable too much. Some of the wires are thin. Strip back all four. I believe red is DC power, but we've got our coloring code because the wire we pull to the controller is a different coloring code. It's a 6 conductor. So blue is going to go to blue. Easy enough. Oh, it's not stripped back here. And is that solid or copper? Solid or braided? Yep. Yep, it doesn't like this stuff. The wire strippers do not like solid wire. I haven't figured out why. Oh, it is braided. Okay. It doesn't like this kind for sure. It had issues stripping that back. I'm not going to be using that. So, blue to blue here. Wiring nut. Get the wiring nut on there nice and tight. Check it. Make sure it doesn't come off. And then I'm going to wrap a bit of electrical tape around it. Just in case. So there's blue to blue. Next one is green to brown. Again, this is not stripped. These other wires out of the way. You don't need that much of these small wiring nuts. I did too much in the last wire.
By the way, don't ever operate the pool light outside of the pool for more than 20 seconds. It'll overheat. Alright, green to brown. I just made up this code because just due to the fact that my new wire was a different coloring code than the one. These don't work at all. Oh, I've still got the old one. Alright, it's in there good. Whew, it's starting to suck being squatted down for that long. And where did I put my electrical tape? All my tools are in the mud. I don't need as much tape as give that a nice wrap. Wish I had a new top for this box. I might buy one. Next is black to orange. It's kind of a bigger wire. I'm sure this is probably power. Remember, on the other end at the pool controller is where all this wiring was coded, and then I wrote it all down here. So black to orange. Make sure you do this right, you'll burn up your super expensive pool light. Black to orange. I keep losing my electrical tape because it blends right in with my tools. Put a little piece of tape on them. That one's good to go. And last, just 2 yellow. And then we will clamp the wire down. Don't really have to, but might as well. Maybe I won't. It does keep you from accidentally pulling from the other end. You can't. Makes it so you don't pull it out from that side. Okay, red to yellow. And then we will test it out before we clamp the wire. Red to yellow. Mr. Binks came by again. Hey, Mr. Binks. Hey, buddy. Okay, this thing is wired up, guys. So, not sure how many things I have to switch on to get it working, but yeah, it is wired. Let me give you guys a closer look at that. So there's the completed wire. Now all we gotta do is put the clamp back on right there. And this is wired up to auxiliary 2 here. It's probably coast is clear to, remember we only have 20 cents before the light will burn out. So we just want to quickly turn it on and make sure it works. It's quite a bit of wire there, but it doesn't matter. It all fits in the niche right there. I believe it's off here. There's actually 3 ways to turn this on now. There's this smart switch. This is actually a smart controller as well. And then you've got the pull relay, which is also on smartphone. So let's go ahead and turn on aux 1, which is the pull light. Don't see anything yet. I believe it's off at the controller. We do have power. Let's switch it on here.
nothing. I think power's got to come from here. There we go. And there's our pool light. We're going to quickly show that it's working properly and cycling, and then let's get that thing turned off. Pool light is done. Now what you do is stuff the wire into that niche and then screw this into the niche, and that is a project done. But we need to go over here first, clamp this wire down, and finish up our wiring. Let's go ahead and turn off aux here. Close our breaker. And get this over here so you guys can see what I'm doing. So we got to get this box closed up. But first, we need to clamp this wire back down. Yeah, I think that's going to be fine like that. And go ahead and tape up the AC part of it as well. Which is right here. Probably the most important part. This whole thing is protected by GFCI. The actual pool housing over there is grounded as well. And there, that ground is right here. The only thing that really I was bummed about is I wasn't able to put a ground onto the controller because the wire pulled out. But here we got our clamp. And it just goes over the new wire like this to clamp it. Just sits right on top of the wire like this, but it's actually too small. It doesn't actually clamp the wire because the wire's much smaller for this one. And I left my stupid screwdriver in the dirt. Yeah, this is not really doing anything. The wire's too small. Nevertheless, I'm putting them back in. I don't think it's working. So, gotta remember that. Never pull from that end there to pull the wire right out, and then you're really screwed. Because if you can't get the wire out of the pipe, you'll have to pull it back through from the pool side. And then you'll have to have a fish tape, a long one. Alright, so that is, clamp is done. Now we gotta get all these wires back in the box, which will be fun. So really, we just kind of, it only has 3 out of 4 screws as well. That's pretty much it. It's got a gasket on it. Must not be close to the hole there. Oh, we're not even close. Really need a new housing. Should have got one. This one's missing a screw. Where's my screwdriver when I need it? This will work. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. One time I need my power screwdriver. By the time I get it, I'll be done. That one's not wanting to go in. We got the second screw in. One is missing. Also, my speaker doesn't work over here. Not sure what that's about. Alright, that part is wrapped up.
do some cleanup here real quick. All my tools picked up except for just one because I always miss one. Yeah, my speaker does not work, and my thought is it may have gotten punctured under here when they did all the Tabor stuff, would be my guess. Unless the speaker finally just doesn't work, but that one had an issue, a loose wire over by the actual speaker. Maybe time to order 2 more, just get it over with. Look at all this awesome AC wire I have left over. This will be good for like any projects with AC, even though it's really designed to be in the plenum with the actual PVC pipe. So I'm going to hang on to this stuff for sure. This is expensive. It's probably about $100 worth of wire at least. When you order a new pool light, if you have to order extra wire, it can get expensive. By the way, there's the speaker wire that runs down the side of that conduit. Electrician did his best to kind of make it work, but it's kind of sloppy looking. I'm going to have to redo that. But yeah, I bet you that wire got cut underground. There's that. And guys, that's going to wrap it up for today. I just wanted you guys to get a quick look at how that works. I'm going to save my wiring diagram forever on my phone, so in case I ever have to do anything with it. But guys, have a good Sunday. I hope you enjoy Memorial Day. We'll talk to you soon. We need the other camera. Let's rotate. And that is Chris Rudnick's booth. There's a lot of action going on here. There's Motion Auto. There's everybody else in the world is here. And I was going to say hi to Chris, but it's really busy, so probably leave him alone for now and go walk around and check out some of the car show. Nice looking GTR and an Evo.
That guy has so much money, he's literally shitting it out.
Cool GTR. And we were just walking around checking out all the goodness here.
And then I saw that one.
We'll wait till I start drifting up on that one.
And I guess we can go back into the back. They're not restricting access to there's Samet and Chris. And Matt. Doing photo ops, I'm not going to bother them. But we will go back here, check out the rest. Trevor's drift car.
When you get to shops, you're just gonna have to work everybody.
There's the MagnaFlow booth. Here's Colette's car, the rotary. And then that is that's the rotary, no, is that the rotary Supra? Yeah. That's Adam in the Supra.
tuning. Out of the collect. And of course, Vargas for RX-7 tuning specialist, rotary Vargas.
destination is ahead on the left.
Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Once again, we're out here in the Supercar Street Racing living room to hang out with you guys today and show you something cool for the home theater room that is sitting right behind me. We got to get this thing out of the box and opened up on Supercar Street Racing, so let's get busy on that right now. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, guys. You got Brad here once again, and today we have a piece of furniture sitting right here, so fly and so fresh for the home theater room. Now, we are going to get this thing out and into the theater room real quick, and then we're going to get it unboxed and built. I have not looked at it yet, so I don't know what it's going to take to build it. This might take an hour, it might take 5 minutes, who knows. It's supposed to be exactly what I need for my entertainment center in the theater room for the new Marantz Cinema 50 and all the other gear that goes in there. So why don't we do one thing right now? Let's get this thing over into the theater room and get it unboxed and see exactly what it's going to take to build. What do you guys think? All right, we're in the Supercar Street Racing home theater room, and right down here we do have our new Rockville shelf here that we're going to get unboxed. It is supposed to be configurable. It's going to go right there along with all of the other stuff that has to go there. We're probably going to disassemble this, but we're going to get this built today, so let's go ahead and get this thing unboxed. All right, a bit of fair warning. This box is extremely heavy, about 50 pounds. So be careful when you are carrying it because you can hurt yourself with that thing. So do not hurt yourself. We have the patented SCSR knife. Hopefully this thing is not damaged because it is heavy. All right, and inside of the box, some protective foam and a lot of parts. So it does come with a little QR code thing to show you how to build it. And then inside of the box are all of the shelf bits, which we have to get undone. Comes with these tubes. Should come with also some studs that go into these tubes. And also, we are not going to be using the whole thing. Looks like there's some hardware inside this bag. There's some feet there if you don't want to use the wheels, I think. More hardware here. Ah, these are shorter tubes, so that allows you to configure it differently with the shorter tubes here. And then we have some medium tubes. And that is it for that part. Then it looks like this is the actual shelf. There are 3 wooden pieces, 4 wooden pieces if you need 4. And let's get this box out of here now, along with all of the mess that we created. All right, also in the box was this bag of hardware. Let's see what's in here. Okay, looks like these are pointy things if you want to put this in the carpet. You have pointy connectors at the bottom for feet if you don't want to use the casters that they provided. And then in this box should be the studs. Yeah, so these are all of the studs that go between the shelves. Here are the actual shelves. Now I got the wood, not the black. I wanted a different look. Now notice these have holes. We're not using all these. We don't want to be that high. We have a center channel speaker coming. This one also has a hole. Ah, okay, so this one is different. This one has small holes. I'm assuming this would be the top. So our goal here is to get this as short as possible and only have 2 shelves. So we need enough space for the Marantz at the bottom. Looks like that spacer will do it. We also have a runner for the bottom here we're gonna put in. So I guess let's get all this disassembled here so we can actually work. We're gonna be throwing away a lot of stuff. I
if I didn't already. All right, I didn't show you guys this. We have a runner for this side here. Should be wide enough to cover up all of the wiring. There's some instructions inside here on how to open it, how to use. Ooh, it's shaggy. Cool. That's actually cool. I didn't know it was shag. This is perfect. Check out the rug, guy. This is awesome. This is so cool. All this is for is to hide wiring. All right, guys, we got brand new wire for our Polk audio speakers here. We are still missing one Polk speaker. It will be here next week. They are on back order, but we have brand new banana plugs to replace these junky old flat cables. I'm gonna go ahead and use these on the fronts. Now, I didn't use them the first time. I used these old crappy banana plugs that I had before. So I'm gonna go ahead and plug in these guys and run the wire underneath the rug, which is what it was designed for. Yeah, so we have these pre-made cables, which are awesome. You don't have to worry about making them yourself. They say they're flat. They're not really flat. Those are flat. Unfortunately, for this side, we still have to use our JBL for another week. It's okay. We'll figure it out in a week. It's going to show just a tiny bit on both sides. We will take care of this one when we actually get our new Polk audio speaker. All right, this thing's ready. All right, so we have 18.5 inches to work with here before our center channel would be touching the screen. So these small, but here's how you assemble this with the feet. You just literally push that through, and then you can put your tube. Now you take your other threaded rods, screw them in to the shelf legs all the way. Grab your second shelf there. There. Now, Ultra Bass can go down there. These were bent. The mounting is bent on these, so don't know what's gonna happen now. All right, and then to finish it off, you get these. The holes aren't big enough. Okay, huge problem here. The holes in the top shelf are not big enough for the screws to fit through. So I have to drill them out. So to finish this off, you just put the screws in, but take some advice from me. Never tighten anything until you're completely done. Hopefully this fits in the bottom. It does, just like that. Perfect. Push it back so I can wire it. Marantz goes here, center channel here, and then I just have a couple of little things to put in after that.
That's kind of perfect. Okay, so wiring this is not going to be too bad. A lot of the stuff will be hidden under the rug. I'm going to order new cables for this guy. I'm going to go ahead and order some really nice cables for this actually. These go to the wall, power. That is going to about wrap up the wiring for now. I got to order new cables for the Ultra Bass. Now, this can sit back a little bit more, just like that. Aside from the center channel, this project is done. The center channel is going to sit nice right there. It is 7.5 inches. So if I did my math right, we have plenty of space and it actually will hide all of these plates back here, which I'm hyped about. I did forget to hook up RCA cable there. I'm gonna order something for that too. Now we just gotta clean this mess up. All right, guys, this is gonna wrap up our project here for the home theater room. For now, we are still waiting for our center channel from Polk Audio and our other Polk Audio tower speaker. But for now, you can see we did get the rug put down. We got our new entertainment center in and connected with the Marantz Cinema 50. We got our center channel up on top, which is being replaced. So this project is done until we have our new center channel and our other Polk tower speaker. But that is a good look at how it turned out. You can see we have our Behringer Ultra Bass down here at the bottom chilling. It just needs to be straightened out a little bit. And then right above that, the Cinema 50. We got our Fire TV Cube on the side here, and we got our Advent on top. And we also tied the wiring up and ordered some better wiring to shorten up a lot of the cables in the back. So for now, guys, that's gonna do it for today. I'll leave a link to this guy in the description so you guys can go get your own. I only use 3 out of the 4 available shelves, so I have 1 leftover shelf that I can do something with if I really want to. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching. Please support the channel by liking and subscribing. And when you purchase anything from Amazon, not just this, not just anything, you just click through one of my links and it will take you to our affiliate program and pay us no matter what you buy. As long as you use one of my links in the description, you're good to go. Does it work? It does work. Thanks, dude. Guys, I wanted to take a minute and thank our sponsors for today's video. Now, we have 2 sponsors on the side, besides from the main sponsor that provided for the actual video. But today we are also sponsored by EnviroScent here. And EnviroScent was so kind to send us one of their Safe Scents, and they did send us
lemon leaf and thyme. And you can see right here, it's pretty cool. So this is the thing that plugs into the wall. They give you this with the package. You take the scent out of this thing. They give you a little can for it. And then this just slides directly into the EnviroScent. It does have arrows to show you which way, and it should just slide right in like that. And then it just plugs right into the wall. It gives you 45 days of freshness. Now, EnviroScent is safe for you and your pets. Everything in the EnviroScent is liquid-free and non-toxic. And this is made for medium-sized spaces and guaranteed not to overwhelm your home with scent. So if you're planet conscious, this is perfect for you because that is the approach that EnviroScent does take with all their products. Right here on the front page, you can see they have 5 different scents available, and this one is the lemon, leaf, and thyme. We're gonna go ahead and plug that in Supercar Street Racing Compound and see how it smells. Now, they did include a card, and it does have 6 different scents that you can choose from: pineapple coconut, sea salt aloe, lavender tea and honey, spring water lotus, rainwater bamboo, lemon leaf and thyme, and pineapple and coconut. And please be sure to buy from the link in the description and leave them a nice review on Amazon. Tell them Supercar Street Racing sent you. We'd also like to welcome The Good Stuff Rug Tape to the channel as a sponsor. Now, this stuff is double-sided, heavy duty, and it is completely residue free when you use it. This roll here is 2 inches wide by 10 yards. And checking out here on the Amazon page, you can get 10 yards, 30 yards, or 100 yards, all by 2 inches. So it's a well-known fact that a lot of people are injured every year because their rugs do slip out from underneath them. It says right here, over 40,000 people are injured because of that. So this stuff is super easy to install and reposition. It's got an easy tear backing and a no-slip rub gripper tape. You can effortlessly tear it to any desired length. And on any type of carpet or rug, this stuff is designed to last. This stuff is highly rated and highly trusted by all the customers, so you can trust it too. I'm gonna leave a link down in the description for the Extreme Strength Rug Tape. Please support our sponsor by going down in the description and buying yours there.
We have 2 visitors right here checking us out. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. And today, Lumery has been so kind. They sent us these Lumery Smart Deck Lights and this Lumery Zigbee and BLE Mesh Mini Hub. And so today we're gonna get this unboxed, install it outside on the bulkhead. But first, we gotta just get straight to work. Let's go. Right in front of me, we have the Lumery Smart Deck Light along with the Lumery Zigbee and BLE Mesh Hub. And we're gonna get this unboxed right now. And what I didn't know was that this guy does require a 12-volt landscape power supply. Now, it's not a big deal because we already have that sitting out on the dock with our other landscape lights. So what we're gonna do is just tie into those and connect these Lumery lights, and we should be fine. Now, taking a look inside the box, we do have one instruction manual here, and then we have the actual deck lights sitting so fresh inside of the box. And taking them out, they do look like that, so they just mount directly to like a fence, or in my case, they're going to be mounted to the bulkhead. And sitting so fresh in the box are a total of 6 lights. Let's get them unboxed. Lumery also gave us a remote control, and now let's take a look at how these things are actually wired up. Okay, I have gone through the instruction manual here, and it does not say anything about adding the gateway here, so I am not sure why they sent this, but I am going to go ahead and start the process of adding the gateway to the app. So let's grab the phone and get that done. Okay, we did power up the Lumery hub here, and we're going to try to add it to the app. So let's see if we hit plus, add device.
Let's see if it finds it. Aha, it did find the little hub. Now it wants my Wi-Fi password, and it is currently adding my hub, which I do not know what it is for yet, but we will find out. Okay guys, we are out here at the dock, and I did turn on the dock lights here, and you can see that all we have to do is tie in to one of these that already exists. And the first one will be right here. Not too bad because I can tie into where the spotlight goes. They do give you enough, and I'm not sure if I'll point it that way or towards the dock, probably, but they give you enough wiring here where you can just tie right in. So I'm gonna do, there's 6, I'm gonna do 1 between each one, evenly spaced out if we can get a long enough wire. And of course the alligators are watching. Some of these I might have to extend a little bit. This one will be close, depending on where the wire goes. And we have a visitor, but we do have a place to tie in. We have 2 visitors right here checking us out. We have 6 total here. The bulkhead is a little angled right here, but we can tie into this spotlight right there. So that is 3, and that was cool. They just fought. Pretty awesome. That makes 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's all convenient places to tie in, except for this one. Remember, we have to reach one of these wires each time. I'm just not sure which direction to face them. And of course, right here is very easy. Tie in, cut and splice right there. And that is going to be our layout. It's just a question of maybe extending 1 or 2. All right, we're all done with the wiring. Now we just have to mount these guys. So I did bring the small screws out and the screwdriver. And we finally figured out how to get rid of the alligators. They don't like water being sprayed on their face. And here they come again. Don't go too tight on these, they will break. Gonna get sprayed in the face. They're staying away from me right now. Hey guys, we're back again. I'm Brad. This is Supercar Street Racing, and you guys are in the 4K production studio. And looking behind us right now, you guys can see the pond in its glory. And we did work on the pond by putting some awesome Lumery dock lights right across the bulkhead that goes right in front of the pond. But the second part of the video is coming because the dock lights would not work with the existing transformer, and I think it was because I tied into the other lights instead of having its own feed. Now, I did order a new transformer. I ordered another Denwenwil Smart Outdoor Wi-Fi transformer, and that will be here today along with a new roll of landscaping wire. So later today, I'll go ahead and finish this project, but for right now, I want to show this to you guys on Amazon. Now, right here on Amazon, we see the Lumery Smart Deck LED lights. They are $139, but there's a 15% coupon right now. Here's the Lumery Smart Outdoor Deck Light Pro. It comes with 6 lights. It does come with a remote control. And you can see right here with the app open that all you have to do is add the lights to the app, and then the app can control it, or you can use a smart home device. Now, these guys should change color, and they probably will look cool out on the dock. I did face them towards the house. I really wasn't sure which way to do it, but I couldn't think of another way to do it, because if you face the water, you probably wouldn't see them. Now, what I did is I tied into the existing lighting. I went in and I cut and spliced. So unfortunately now I have to remove the splice and just wire these up directly to their own power supply. And checking the reviews right here on Amazon, they do have a 4.3 star review out of 18 reviews. Some people mentioned it was hard to figure out the app and hard to connect them. And they did give me a mesh hub with it, which I'm not sure why they didn't give me an explanation, but I'm going to go ahead and email the company before I finish the project and see what the hub is all about. And this is part 1 of 2 parts of the video. When we get to part 2, we'll actually be installing the Wi-Fi transformer, and we'll go ahead and try again to get these lights working. But for now, as you can see here, these do use low voltage, so don't mistake that it comes with a transformer. It does not come with one. You're going to need to purchase your own transformer. Now, you can get a transformer pretty cheap. You don't have to buy an expensive one like I did. The one that I bought does smart, and I like it because I can integrate that also with Google or Alexa. Guys, we want to thank you so much for your support on Supercar Street. It means everything to us that you guys come hang out with us every day. And thank you for watching our live streams. Now, just a reminder that we do live stream all of the editing sessions. So be sure, if you're interested on how that happens, you can go ahead and tune into our editing sessions, and they are live streamed daily. And please comment. Tell me how you feel about the video, if you hate it, if you love it. And I'll join along in the chat if you also join our premieres. Now, our videos are premiered every time. They are premiered live, and I try to watch with you guys so I can go ahead and comment on everything. Please like and subscribe and click through the links in the video description to buy your products from us. We do have an affiliate program. And we get a little bit of money if you click any of our links in any of the videos and you do purchase from us. It'll help us out greatly, and we really appreciate that. Last video did really well. The one about the Marantz receiver is up over 100,000. So we'll see you guys on the next one. I have to go get eaten by alligators. I can't figure out for the life of me what's missing from this closet. Oh yeah, we need to put a subwoofer in here. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Brad is here on a beautiful Monday in Northeast Florida, and we need to get this Sony subwoofer installed today, and we're going to put that thing right down there by where we have power. So our goal today is pretty simple. This guy has a section on the back for speaker level inputs. We're going to go ahead and get up in the attic, drill a hole in that cap, stick a hole in the side of the wall here, and go ahead and hook up this Sony subwoofer. So let's go ahead and get that sub down now and take a look at it. All right, we are behind the Sony active subwoofer right now. I don't know how old this is, but it looks to be a little bit old. I did pick it up at a thrift store, and you can see inside it has a nice size heat sink down in there. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. But here on the back, we can see we have both inputs and outputs. Now what that is for is so that you can come into the subwoofer and there is a crossover built in, and you can feed your speakers like the ones up here in the ceiling with the crossover output. However, we are not doing that. We are going to be giving these guys up here the same feed as they had before, and this guy will just come off of those to go ahead and provide input to the Sony subwoofer. Now in the back here, they also do have a level control. They have a subwoofer cutoff frequency. Now what that is the crossover level. Okay, we just did look this up on Crutchfield, and this is a 10-inch powered sub with 60 watts at 1% THD, 100 watts at 10% THD, and it has a frequency response of 78 to 200 hertz. So this is a 10-inch powered subwoofer. I just wanted to discuss with you guys, when you are putting speaker wires in and you have to run wires down a wall, if you are on an interior wall, there should not be any kind of problems drilling a hole in the cap with a paddle bit and just dropping straight down with your wiring. Now, if it is an external wall, like the one in the bathroom going out to the garage, it could have insulation in it, which would make your job more difficult. And it could also have fire breaks, and those are studs that go left to right in the wall to prevent fire from breaking out as fast. So this wall here has no insulation whatsoever, and we are super lucky because it's literally right next to the attic. All I have to do is jump right up there with my drill and look for where the wire comes down to the other side of the wall for the outlet, and just drill further past it, maybe like 3-4 inches past it with my big paddle bit, and that should be it. So our wiring run, just FYI, is going to go up that wall, and then it's going to come right over here to this speaker at the top and that speaker. So I'm hoping I have enough wire. I'm going to bring extra up there with me in case I have to splice, but I'm kind of using old wire for this, and I will bring some electrical tape. So I'm going to bring my wire strippers up there with me and a pair of scissors and just have that handy. But it is easy to get up and down on here because it is so close to where we're going. So let's get everything prepped up to get up in the attic, which is going to be a lot nicer now because my attic is spray foamed. It should not be 1,000 degrees like it used to be. Okay, we did prep our wire for going up in the attic. This simply gets it so it can just go straight down the hole, and then all we have to do is drop the wire all the way down and pull it out of the hole. Now let's go check out our supply of wall boxes and see if we have anything to use to cut into the wall. I actually found that I had bought an extra one last time, so I have the box and the little cover plate that the wires can just pull right through that has the little brush on it. So we are good to go to have everything to do for this project. This is the brushed part where the wires come through, cover plate, and actual box that we have to trace and cut out with a drywall knife. Okay, we're right on the wall now where we are going to be installing our new wall plate. And I measured on the other side of the wall, 35 inches to the wall box. Okay, now I really measured it. It's 49 inches from the side of my dining room wall, which is going to put it way, that's going to put it right about there. Hopefully I can come in right here. That's my goal, is to not hit anything on the other side and also be the same distance to the center of the outlet, which is 14.5 is the center. 14.5, and then we're just gonna send it. I don't know what else to do. Hopefully my wire's in here. Now the way we do this, put our template up there, level it out, and then mark it. We went ahead and got our wire pulled through, and now all we have to do is take our brush plate and poke the wires through the center of it because it goes on last, but we need to get got my impact now, so we can go ahead and put the swap plate in. So this is the kind with the flaps that open. All done. Now we should be able to pop a battery on these and pop my speakers to test the wiring. Let's see. All right, let's grab a battery. 9-volt battery right here to test. We should hear it in the speakers right now. There's one and the other. Both of these work. Doesn't matter which is left or right. This is a mono system when you're using a sub, so you can Connect it to anything you want. In is the back ones. Positive is always stripe, remember that. And if you don't hook it up right, it'll be out of phase. All right, it is connected. Power is on. Go ahead and plug it in. I wish it was lower now so you didn't see the wall plate. Go ahead and get this thing connected all up. This wire behind here. If we wanted to, we could slide over my shoe rack to hide it more. And we see the power light on. All right, there should be no copyright music playing right here. And it does hit pretty darn good for a 10-inch Sony sub. And this is designed to add some bass fill back around the bathroom area where I have speakers in the ceiling. And it'll also help out the entire house. But that is going to do it for this project. And I hope you guys enjoyed yet another subwoofer build inside of the house. 8 total subs with 6 being connected to the main house audio system. And we'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Please don't forget to like and subscribe to the videos. And I'll put a couple of good subs in the description for you from Amazon. Go ahead and grab those. Click through my links. It helps us out so much. We can do more projects like this, more fun things with you guys. We'll see you next time.
Guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing beautiful garage here. And as you can see right here, we have my beautiful 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid here. And right behind you, we have my lithium-ion 72-volt Club Car Precedent golf cart. Today, we're going to be working on both of these. We're going to take this to another step with the Shine Armor graphene ceramic coating. And we're going to do the wheels on this thing and on that thing. So stay with us. Welcome back to the channel. You're on Supercar Street Racing. My name is Brad, and right behind me right here we have my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. We're going to be working on this today and my golf cart. And if you saw the last video we made about Shine Armor, they were gracious enough to provide us with this graphene ceramic spray to go ahead and check out. And we are going to be using this stuff on the wheels today. Now, not only are we going to do the Tesla Model S Plaid, we're also going to be working on the 2014 Club Car Precedent golf cart today. And we're going to clean these wheels first. Now, these were not provided to me for free. These I actually purchased. This is the Hybrid Solutions Hyperfoam Wheel Cleaner and Tire Prep. And this is the graphene acrylic tire shine from Hybrid Solutions as well. And sorry about the traffic going by, but I cannot prevent that. But today, first we're going to clean the wheels with this Hybrid Solutions wheel cleaner, and then we're going to be coating them with this Shine Armor spray. Stick around, it's going to be a fun one. We are back out here in the garage with the beautiful 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. And today we are going to be cleaning this wheel and then ceramic coating it with the Shine Armor graphene ceramic coating that you see right here. And first we are going to be using a product that was not provided to me. I had to actually purchase it. It's this Hybrid Solutions Hyperfoam Wheel Cleaner. First time using it on these beautiful BC Forge HB04 matte black wheels. So first things first, it has a child-resistant nozzle. Please press tab and twist to open. Okay, I didn't press it. I literally just forced it. So let's see what this stuff does. This says it's also tire prep. That's probably enough. And then right back here we have some terry cloth towels to go ahead and clean the wheel with. Shouldn't be that dirty. There is going to be some brake dust because I did drive the car. Go ahead and clean the wheel. First, we forgot to put our gloves on. We've got the nitrile gloves here. Always use these gloves when you're going to be working with chemicals because this stuff will dry out your hand tremendously. And what you want to do is just spray enough on there just to get it clean. Don't spray way too much on there if you can help it. And yes, I'm preparing to do surgery on someone, or cavity search. All right, now we're ready. Let's get these wheels cleaned. Okay, we have successfully just cleaned these HBO4 BC forged wheels, and now we are going to ceramic coat them. And so what we do right here and right now is just spray a little bit, very, very small amount onto this rag, and then just wipe it on. We'll get the face first. You use this stuff sparingly. So just a little bit. And we just finished ceramic coating this wheel, and we waited the required 1 to 2 minutes after we are done. And now your next step is you want to get a fresh, clean terry cloth towel and buff the ceramic coating to a shine. So that's what we're doing now. Everywhere that you ceramic coated, just go over it a few times with a towel to finish off the process, and that should do the trick. Okay, we just finished ceramic coating and buffing out the wheels on my 2023 Model S Plaid. You can see here it looks pretty good, and that should also protect from brake dust in the future and make them easier to clean. And now we have this Hybrid Solutions tire shine that we're going to be applying next, and you should have a tire shine brush to put this on like that. And let's see what the directions say. Thoroughly wash, scrub and rinse dry tires, shake, spray evenly onto the tire surface. I'm actually going to put it on the actual brush, not the tires. So I'm going to go ahead and apply this to my tire brush and go ahead and put it on now. And you can see that it is applying generously. And then the tires have this little edge. I think it's to protect your wheels from like curb rash. Kind of hard to get into. Yeah, this brush is not getting into that at all. Try a rag. Oh, it's black. It comes out of the bottle black. Yeah, that worked better for that. And there we have the tire, nice and shined up. And there is our final result of the ceramic coating and tire shine on the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. Now let's move over to the club car precedent. Okay, we are in front of the 2014 club car precedent, looking at the wheels and tires here, and you can see already the tires have been scuffed up a little bit on the rim protector just from being out on the regular streets. They do take a little bit of a beating out there, but we're going to go ahead and clean these first, and we're going to use this hybrid wheel cleaner and tire prep again, and then just take a terry cloth towel and go ahead and clean these wheels completely. We just finished completely cleaning these wheels with the Hybrid Solutions Hyperfoam Wheel Cleaner and Tire Prep. That is the first step, and now the second step of this is the ceramic coating with the Shine Armor Graphene Ceramic Spray. So you're going to want to have 2 fresh new cloths for your mission here, 2 new terry cloth towels, and you're going to want to spray just a little bit at a time on your towel here, and then go ahead and rub into the wheels. Very, very difficult kind of to do. Generous is not necessary on this stuff. You go light. We have finished ceramic coating the wheel with the Shine Armor Graphene Ceramic Spray. And then right here and right now, we are going to be buffing it out. So you take a clean microfiber towel and then just go over the wheel completely one more time to buff this ceramic coating in. Now we are going to finish off this with the Hybrid Solutions Tire Shine, and so we're going to just put that right here on a generous amount right here on our little tire brush and get these on the Enduras like that. Same thing on this one. There is a little tire wheel protector here. We're going to go ahead and put some on our actual towel here and try to get the lip. And there we have the finished result of the 2014 Club Car Precedent. Now ceramic coated this wheel, and it is ready to go and be protected from the elements and be easier to clean next time we have to do this. Guys, we just finished up our project here for the demonstration of how to clean and ceramic coat your wheels on both the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid and the 2014 Club Car Precedent. And the products we used here are the Shine Armor Graphene Ceramic Spray. Shine Armor is a proud sponsor of Supercar Street Racing. We use the Hybrid Solutions Hyperfoam Wheel Cleaner and Prep, and we use the Hybrid Solutions Graphene Acrylic Tire Shine. These were not provided to me by the manufacturer. I did pay full price for them. Now let's take it into the Supercar Street Racing Studios and wrap up this informative video about ceramic coating your wheels.
Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We're out here in the 4K production studio and we just completed this project about ceramic coating your wheels. And right here on the screen, we have Shine Armor, who is a proud sponsor of Supercar Street Racing. And we just want to show you their graphene spray here, which is what we used on the wheels. Same thing we used on the exterior of the Tesla Model S Plaid. We used the same stuff right here on the wheels on both the Model S Plaid and on the 2014 Club Car Precedent golf cart. You saw how good that came out. This stuff will protect your wheels from the rain, the snow, and then with the brake dust too. And then when you go to clean your wheels, it'll be much easier to get all the dust off of them. We highly encourage you to buy from our sponsors, and also click through the links in any of our products in the description and buy from our Amazon affiliate links as well. And we really appreciate you guys supporting the channel. It means everything to me. The channel wouldn't be what it is without you guys. So we'll see you next time. Make sure you get your Shine Armor graphene ceramic spray and like and subscribe, and we'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing.
Okay. Okay.
All right, guys, shut it. Shut. Let's go into the bloopers. Hey guys, welcome back, and today we're over at Richard Church's house and we have something so exciting in here that none of these people know about, and it's time to see. I don't even know what this looks like, so check this out. Inside of this package right here is the new channel merchandise, and on the back it has the Tesla, and on the front it has the channel, and there is one for most everyone in here, including that dude over there. That's the new merchandise for the channel and Supercar Street Racing. And we might. Gilbert starts his swing. Key, what are you doing? I don't know again. You're crazy. Here's your baby. Here's you. So Street Racing, I was so excited to show you guys these carbon fiber seat rails, and then this happened. All right, ready to go.
Go, Bakery. Go, Bakery. Go, Bakery. Go, Bakery.
Is this your are you a cheerleader?
Why wouldn't I?
Are you trying to be a cheerleader?
Well, I am a cheerleader.
Oh, you are one. You're not trying to be one.
To you. To the gritty.
Okay guys, it is the next day and they have shipped me out a brand new set of seat rail covers, and here they are right out of the box, looking much better than the last set. And actually the last set also had a defect on the small rail, very small, but you could still see it. So basically, in order to install these, you have some 3M double-sided tape there. So what we will want to do is prep the seat rails first with some brake clean, and then peel off these and push them on the cart. So let's go do that now. Let's go prep the seat rails for the carbon fiber seat rail cover install. All right, here is the first rail. We got our brake cleaner right here. Put it on a rag. And just wiping off.
possible dressing or anything else that could be on there. That's simple. Now we have our carbon fiber seat rail covers here. And this one goes on like this. Just like that. It kind of clicks on, so let's get the 3M tape off if we can. Kind of difficult. Boy, that's really tough to get. Dang, that is really hard. That's what she said. So difficult these days. Okay, I'm going to use some needle nose pliers here because I can't reach in there. I can't even use needle nose pliers. Oh, and the lights went on. Guys, this thing is being there we go. I'm not going to peel it all the way off. But it is hard to get off. I mean, like, really hard. I have a little bit of fingernails. It doesn't help that these are trashed. This is absolutely ridiculous. One more. Why don't they have the ones that split down the middle? Alright, that one was a little easier. Alright, now we've got the sticky tape off, finally. Oh man, that sucked. So we are just going to pop this on there. Push it. And hold it. Keep some pressure on it for a minute. So it does not cover all the way over the seat rail. And it is all the way on. It does not cover the whole rail. And it's pushed all the way on. Huh. This side is a little bit gnarled up too. So yeah, so that's what it looks like installed. It does not cover the whole plastic. So if you're expecting it to, too bad. It's not wide enough to cover the seat. All right, round 2 of trying to peel off sticky tape. Oh man, this stuff is going to drive me insane. You guys see how hard this is to get off? It is literally kicking my butt. Okay, I got one edge up out of 3. Please somebody tell me I'm doing this wrong. Alright, I got 2 out of 3 edges. Oh, that one was forgiving to me. Okay, here goes the other one. Again, it doesn't cover the whole seat rail. So you can see right here on the inside, it does not cover the whole rail, which is kind of disappointing. But they are there. So yeah, overall, they're okay, but that, you see that? It doesn't cover most of the rail. Does on top, but not on bottom. All they had to do was make that a little bit wider. Hey guys, welcome back, and I wanted to just go over with you guys my Amazon shopping cart here for the upcoming audio install on the cart. And starting at the top of the list here in the shopping cart, we have the Invertec 500 watt power inverter. Now what this is going to do is going to allow me to actually hardwire a AC from DC to AC converter into the cart, and then have outlets available to plug in standard 110 volt items. And what I'll end up doing is probably mounting a actual house receptacle, like ones in the walls, on the actual cart, and run the power from these plugs here. So that is part of the list. Next up on the list, we have polyfill. Now this is actually for the inside of the speaker enclosure, and this dampens the speaker enclosure, and it's also going to go in the dash behind the 6.5-inch component speakers. Next we have some Velcro here for holding various things on, like the Bluetooth adapter I'm going to be using to feed the amplifier, and I will show you that Bluetooth adapter separately. I already own it, so it's not in my shopping cart at this point. Probably don't need this anymore because the inverter has a USB outlet on it, but this was going to be to power the Bluetooth adapter for receiving Bluetooth audio from the tablet in the cart. So what this is for is these two RCA splitters connect to the output of the, I'll go ahead and show you the Bluetooth adapter. So Bluetooth adapter. And it's actually this one. Now if you notice here, it's got RCA outputs. We're feeding both a front channel full range, and we're going to feed a subwoofer input as well. So we're going to come off of this Bluetooth adapter with these Y adapters here and feed the inputs to the amplifier, one set to the front channel, one set to the subwoofer channels. Here we have some crimping tool with some heat shrink connectors. I will need plenty of those for the power connections to 12 volts. Now these are terminal blocks for distributing power. Once we go from 48 volts, which the golf cart batteries produce, and we
drop that down to 12 volts for all of our equipment in the cart. We will want a place to connect power and ground, and that's what all these are for. This will connect to the output of the 12 volt down converter, so to speak. Voltage reducer is what it's actually called. Now we have our front speakers. These are the Infinity Reference 6530CX, and they look like this. These will go in the front on the dash, in the speaker pods on the dash, and they have little tweeters here that I'm going to attempt to flush mount if I can find someplace big enough to put them. If not, they will surface mount somewhere. Let's hope. I haven't taken a good look at the dash, but we should have enough area available. Now we have our box. So this box is actually going to fit in the back of the golf cart between, so where people sit in the back and hang their feet down, there's a spot there for just storage, and this seems to fit perfectly. It will just hang over a couple of inches, but that's okay. It's not going to get in the way of anything. It'll hang over towards the back of the cart, but it won't get in people's way. It's going to hold a single 12-inch woofer, and we will stuff that with polyfill that I showed you earlier. Here we have our woofer. This is the SCAR Audio, and this is a dual 4 ohm voice coil woofer, so meaning it has 2 voice coils. You can see 1 voice coil there, 1 voice coil there. Those are 4 ohms. When you parallel these 2 voice coils, you get a 2 ohm load on the amplifier, and that is what we want. We have a mono channel on the amplifier, so we're going to load it with 2 ohms, which it is safe at 2 ohms. Here is our voltage reducer. This is going to take our 48 volts from the golf cart batteries, and it is going to produce 12 volts. And the only bad thing about these are they are not switched, so I am using a master on-off switch, which is in the list somewhere. Here is a good collection of wire connectors for connecting to the battery. So they have the copper connectors, and they have the heat shrink tubing to go over them, and then you crimp the end on or solder it in. I don't have a torch to be soldering, so I will most likely crimp and then heat shrink the ends on. Here's our battery disconnect switch. I'm going to use this from the output of the 48 volt to 12 volt reducer. I'm going to be able to switch off our 12 volt accessories with this one switch. So this will actually go before the 12 volt reducer, and we'll switch off 48 volts into the 48 volt to 12 volt reducer. Then out of the reducer we'll feed our terminals here. This is just cable loom, so this will dress up all the cabling and make it look really nice. So we have 2 sets of those here, one 1-inch wide and 1 1/2-inch wide. I'm not sure if that will work, but that is what we have now. So that's a look at what is being ordered tomorrow, and then we will start on the audio part of the golf cart. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I hope to see you next time. And if you enjoyed this, please like and subscribe to Supercar Street Racing.
Guys, today we're going to take a look at what is under these aero covers on the brand new 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. We're going to do that right here and right now on Supercar Street Racing. Stick around. Alright guys, this is my 2023 Model S Plaid, and we are going to be taking a look at what is underneath the wheel covers, but not before we clean it, and then we will pull these right off and see what is underneath. And here is the Model S Plaid aero cover sitting here, so beautiful. Under this cover. Oh, so much better. So much better. Just needs hubcaps. That's all it needs, and I wonder if these will fit it. Don't think they will. Guys, that is such an improvement. My hands got dirty. Let's get the rest of this clean. Guys, here is the Tempest wheel from Tesla, right underneath this cover here. And what we are going to do now, right here, is clean this wheel.
All right, so we have successfully uncovered the mystery of what is behind the aero covers on a 2023 Model S Plaid. I just ordered the wheel cap cover kit from Amazon. I will put that up on the screen right now and link it in the description. And here is a look at the car without the aero covers, and it is a humongous improvement over stock with the aero covers. Of course, it looks way better. So I encourage you, if you're not doing long distance on the highway, to take off your aero covers. If you're going on a trip, you can throw them back on. They do nothing in the city. They don't help you in the city that much. I would say negative 20% or more. But, and I'm making a joke. But yeah, the car looks awesome. I am going to get a picture of this and tease it in the thumbnail. And man, I'm hyped for some better wheels for this car. And that is coming in about 2 months after the car gets the special treatment from All Set Auto. And that wheel that we are getting is a surprise, and it is going to take a while to get. So this is how the car looks now. I'm going to step back and give you guys a view. It's too bad they're not black, but they are gunmetal, like a dark gunmetal. They look great. They will look even better with the center cap kit that I just ordered. And I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and we will see you for the next thing with this amazing 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid on Supercar Street Racing.
You know you guys want to hang out in the almost finished Supercar Street Racing studio. You want to come over, have drinks, food, and chill in the studio, and then whatever comes next, we might do a little bit of this and then a lot of that.
Guys, back from vacation, and today we have taken the wine fridge out here. We have to get this area cleaned up and then get the lights installed underneath this. I don't know quite how I'm going to do it yet. It should be pretty simple, but we might have to cut a little bit of drywall to do it. I'm not sure. Doesn't matter though. This whole thing is getting painted. This whole kitchen is being painted as soon as the appliances go in. So we already put the wine fridge out on the curb, me and Patricia. Now I just got to vacuum this out and work on these lights. And we're going to get that going. And I think I'm going to remove this Alexa because we already have it on this fridge. There's no point in having two screens in here. It kind of complicates things. I can move that elsewhere. Alright guys, welcome back to the channel. After a short vacation, I went on a cruise and a vacation. We came back to find where we left off over here. We had installed the lights underneath that cabinet, and we found out that we can only go right to left. That means the power wire has to either go underneath or on top. There is a gap. I am going to have to probably at least make a hole in the drywall right there for the wire to get behind there, because unfortunately the shelf is not even all the way. It's gapped there, but not right here. So first things first, we got to get this cleaned out because it looks like very bad, and hasn't been opened up without a wine fridge for probably 5 years at least. Of note, I was having issues with the cameras outside, and this guy right here is an Eero 6 Pro. And it was in here. I tried it in the garage on the other side of the wall. Still not a lot of luck. So I ended up going ahead and getting a Eero 6 extender. And I still got to tie the wires up, but I put it right up here where there's power on the corner of the house. That gives me a good Wi-Fi signal out here to the cameras. And so this camera out here is now working perfectly. The one on the other side of the house, however, is still flaky, and there's a Eero 6 Pro like 5 feet from it, so I don't know what I'm going to do about that. But yeah, so now I've got a little bit better Wi-Fi coverage on the corner of the house where I have cameras, and as you guys know, I have like 10 cameras and like 6 Wi-Fi devices. Also, just remembered I need to order lights for behind the new wine fridge. This whole thing needs to be lit up. I wish I could do lights over here. Just not really a good way to do it unless I did it. I guess I could do it on the top. I'm gonna order white LEDs to put on the top of this and the top of this. Absolutely am. And back here I put power in way back in the day. Yeah. All right, let's get this clean. can see right there, it was looking pretty gnarly, dude. Underneath the lip where you couldn't really clean it.
All right, we did get everything removed from underneath the cabinet now, so we are ready to go ahead and start installing. We also need to move everything off the top of this because we're going to try to get the wire back there if we can. If not, we will run it underneath or into the wall. All right, these are the 9-foot Govee string downlights. So what we want to do right now is get these out to kind of get an idea of what we're going to have to do to get these other lights installed. Let's go ahead and get this unpackaged. We would actually be perfect if we could go left to right. We could start on that side. Power would be easier, but we can't because the lights don't allow that configuration. And we have to clean the glass before we start sticking. But let's lay out the lights first. Just don't know when we do it with the wire over there. Okay, up here in the back, the wire will not fit through there to drill through here, so I'm going to get a razor knife and see if I can cut a channel out right here.
Got him! Got him! Oh! Whoa! Whoa!
All right, we did get the wire run behind there and drilled through the bottom. And now we are going to go ahead and stick. That's kind of not a great place for it there, but I'm gonna try to go ahead and get this cleaned and stuck on. Go ahead and put the cable mostly inside the wall here. That way it can completely be hidden, the connector. And what we'll do is we'll just fill over that and then when they paint the kitchen. Now I'm gonna go ahead and clean under here to get the lights stuck on. I got the first part of this done before the appliances get delivered, and I did get the power ran up here and the wire stuffed behind the shelf mostly. And then over here we will have to patch, and we will just go ahead and embed that wire in the wall. And then the Echo Show goes right there. Now I'm just gonna clean all this up and get to work at my regular job.
just like that, and we're done with this lighting project. Okay, now that both sides of the lighting project are complete, we can go ahead and put these devices on same device type in the Govee app so that we can control them all at once. I'm going to go ahead and configure that now, but I wanted to let you guys see how this looked with the kitchen lights off all the way. And so that's with the lights set between warm and cool, and I was successful except for that part where we have to fill right here where I got the wiring. But yeah, it looks really cool. I'm really happy with it. And you can see the fridge has its own edge lighting as well. I'm gonna go ahead and do like device on here and get these lights synced up with each other. All right, now I have to get everything back underneath the sink here, and then that will complete this project. The only thing I can say is these lights do not do a good warm white. If you want warm white, you need to get a different step. These are almost yellow when you put warm white. In fact, they look completely yellow. This is halfway between warm and cool. And as you know, this stove has edge lighting. And if we go here and we hold down the settings menu here, you drag the little slider and you can see it going through all the settings. And there's the edge lighting. You click OK, OK. And then you can select a color here, natural, cool, or warm. And put it on cool. So now it is on cool white down here. There's what it looks like. So what we'll probably do now is put these lights on cool. The kitchen ceiling lights are warm white. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put everything back under the cabinet and wrap this up, and you guys can join me while I do that. Pretty gross. Alright, yo, I took so much flack for Dude Grabs a Hot Pot, but actually this guitar was already destroyed. We had one bad take where I thought they were recording and they weren't, so this was already destroyed. And here is Dude Grabs a Hot Pot Aftermath. We are in the Supercar Street Racing living room, and I'm Brad, and welcome to Supercar Street Racing. If you're new here, we're so happy to have you with us. If you're not new, welcome back to the channel. And today we have a partnership with Wow Lights, and right behind me here sitting on the table, we're gonna get these Wow Lights 100-foot outdoor permanent lights unboxed, see what's inside, and figure out a plan on where we are going to install these. Right here in front of me, so graceful and fly looking, is the Wow Light C5103-A. This is a 100-foot permanent outdoor light kit similar to the other one that we had. And we're gonna get this opened right now and see what's inside. Ever so graciously provided to us from Wow Lights, we have the Wow Lights installation package right here. You have one thing of bulbs and wire right there. And then right next to it, we have another thing of bulbs and wire. Inside of the box, that was inside of the box for the Wow Lights. It looks like we have here a remote control. We have some clips to hold the wires in, similar to the other kit we put in. Some more clips to hold the wire in. We have what appears to be a controller, a power supply and plug. Remember, this uses 110-volt standard power. And then we have a user manual right here. Okay, we do have the Wow Lights powered on now, and I just wanted to give you guys a brief tutorial. Now, the power supply is first in the chain here, then the LED controller hooks up to the power supply, and then the Wow Lights go on the chain just like that, and they just connect one to each other with these handy little quick connect things. And now when you are ready to actually get these lights paired to the app, It does use Smart Life, and I will get that opened up and see if I can figure it out real quick and get back to you guys. Okay, we are in Smart Life right now, and as soon as we opened it up, Bluetooth was able to connect to the lights, and it was wanting us to add. And now it is pairing the device to a 2.4 gigahertz network. And it has a little clock spinning up here that it is adding the device right now. Now the lights all did stop flashing. The flashing means they were in pairing mode, and they just automatically connected to the smart home as well. I did edit the name of the device, and I think I am going to end up putting these on the fence, but I'm going to show you guys exactly how to do it if you want to put it on your house so that you have that information as well. But here is, once we get into the app, you can see that you can change the scene, and there are some different types of scenes you can change to, like whatever In Rhodius Profusion is. There's one called Gorgeous there. There's one called Blue Sky, which not sure why, because okay, now it is turning blue. Mew, whatever that means. So there's all kinds of different ways to change it. There's headings up at the top that say mood, festival, life, color, and scenery. So you can go to each one of those, like Tropical Dawn, and you can change your light colors. So the way these work to get these installed on your house is you basically take some cleaning fluid, you put it up on your house underneath the soffits, and I'll show you an example of that with the other kit that I have installed. And then you just simply press these up onto the soffit. About 4 to 5 inches away is what they recommend on the distance from the house, and they will stick. And then if you have issues with those actual things sticking, they give you these clips as well that you can screw in. And so that takes the weight off of the actual wire, and you would simply put clips between each light, and it will hold up the light much better. If you do have issues with any of these sticking, I did find that super glue, really good super glue, works the best, and that will keep them on. So right up here we have a different brand, the brand I'm not going to speak about right at this moment, but you can see that they are just spaced out a certain amount, and then I put the clips right between each one to go ahead and hold up the lights. Now I did have one fall there, which I went ahead and super glued back up and have had no problems, and I've only ever had one light ever fall off. But this is kind of the spacing and the distance from the house that you want, 4 or 5 inches away to do these lights. Okay, I'm doing a little experiment out here on whether I can actually mount these to the fence, and my idea is pretty simple. I think I could just zip tie these on and they will continue to point down. The problem being there's nothing to stick them to on the fence. So once they're pointed down, I'm going to try to see if they will stay. If they won't, this will not work. But I have them draped over the regular lights, and they honestly don't look that great with 2 light strands here, so this may not work either. Just because of that reason, it would be cool if it did look good. So let's try the experiment. All right, we've already got power run out here, so I'm just going to tie into that real quick. But I'm going to turn the power off first. The power is off now, so I am free to work without shocking myself. I am all done with this part of the project. I have not decided yet if I am going to keep this or not. I want to see it at night. It needs all the zip ties cut off and just to be kind of adjusted here and there, but I think it's going to look cool at night. I just want to see if it looks weird, and I probably need to put more zip ties on it so that there's not loose wires in different places. But for now, that's all we're going to be doing until it gets dark. All right, we are now recording on the phone to go check out the WOW lights for the first time at night, but we will have to pause down to turn on the lights. But let's get out here and check it out. And here is a view of the WOW lights installed on the fence, and they are absolutely cool. Didn't know if I was gonna like them, but I actually absolutely do love them. Check this out. Yeah, they look crazy good. So yeah, I think I'm gonna keep that and go ahead and add the second set over here. So just down this fence here and go all the way to the water right there. But I mean, this is crazy looking cool. And of course we can change the colors and the scenes and all that. Let's try that and we'll come back. Ah, here it is. So here are the different effects. Pretty cool. And you can go ahead and dim and raise it. We can go back to scene. Here is one called Mu and one called Mediterranean. As far as I know, when you go back to dimmer, it's just a straight color. Here's Sunflower. Dazzling. And you can go to these other tabs for life and festival and color. But we're going to wrap this video up now. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We will be doing this other side as well. We just have to get the lights and we can do it. We are out here in the 4K production studio once again, taking a look at WOW Light. Now, the company WOW Light was gracious enough to send us these outdoor lights. It is a 100-foot set of outdoor lights similar to other brands. However, this one actually uses Smart Life for its app, unlike some of the other devices that use their own custom-made app. And you can see right here on the screen, we have the 50-foot version right there and the 100-foot version right here. The 100-foot version is $263 with a $60 coupon added to it to get yourself a little discount. And I can tell you this, the way these work. So the way that you put them up, and we just went over that in the video, is they have 3M tape on the back. You just take that and you peel it off and you stick it right up to your soffits. Ideally, you want to be about 3 to 4 inches away from the house for maximum effect. Some people aren't able to do that, like I wasn't able to do that with my set, but you might be able to. Now, I took mine to a different level by putting it on my fence. I just thought it would be cool. Now, it is expensive. However, I've been having issues with my lights on the fence burning out after about 2 or 3 times of being in the rain. So these will probably last way longer. Now, looking at the reviews, they do have a 4.3 star review. out of 25 ratings. And if we look through the picture here, you can see that they do show the app here, and it does use Smart Life, and it has a Bluetooth enabled discovery on the actual thing. So when you actually start it up, it finds it via Bluetooth and then it adds it to Smart Life via Bluetooth. And looking right here, you can see that they are IPS65 waterproof, and they are good for up to 100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is also good because most of the time these are going to be out in the rain, and you can control them with smart home devices. You can do a bunch of different lighting effects. There's some funny ones in there that I don't even understand because they don't make sense, but they do look cool. Now we have to get one more set to put in the other side of the yard on the other fence, and then we should be good to go. And it says right here holiday decoration, but you can actually use them all year round, like I'm going to do in the backyard. I'm going to have both fences with the lights on it, and so we will be able to control them like that. And like I said, it is $263, which is much cheaper than some of the other ones that have the same effects and the same amount of lights. So there is a coupon. Make sure you use that, and make sure when you buy anything from Amazon, not just this, anything, you can click on any of my links in the description and buy anything you want. And on my affiliate program, it does give me a couple of dollars because the channel loses a ton of money. So this will help me greatly if you do it. And now we got to leave because we have 1 million LED lights to replace in the backyard. What's up, guys? Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we have a special thing for you right here in this big cardboard box. Yard Care reached out to me and asked me if I wanted to show you guys their 2-in-1 dethatcher and scarifier, and of course I was like, yes sir, I would love to rep your products, so go ahead and ship me one out. They did just that. It's right here in the box. So today on Supercar Street Racing, we're gonna get this thing wide open. Let's do it today on Supercar Street Racing. Alright guys, today on Supercar Street Racing we have something super special for you. Yard Care reached out to me directly and wanted to know if I could show you guys their 2-in-1 dethatcher and descarifier, and of course I said yes because I'm bringing you guys all the best stuff. We're not just going to open it, we're going to actually use it on Rich's yard because he needs it over there. I don't on my yard, but let's get this thing open today. I want to show you guys all the features of this, what it can do, because it has one for dethatching and one for scarifying your yard. So basically the descarifying process slices through the roots and makes the soil looser. Now when you use their scarifier, it cuts through the roots of the grass and allows the roots to get a healthier hold on the soil and grows your grass so much stronger. I'm hyped to try that on my yard because my yard growth is awesome, but I feel like this might help. Now this guy is fully adjustable. You can adjust the scarifying depth and the dethatching depth up to a certain amount. So whatever your yard needs, if you need a certain level of each one, this guy will allow you to adjust both, and I'm hyped about that. This thing holds 10.5 gallons of dethatching, and it has 2 safety switches to make sure that there's absolutely no way this thing will start while you're actually working on it. It's safety first. Now this thing also has 7-inch front wheels and 5.5-inch rear wheels. The tires are also puncture proof. Now the Yard Care Dethatcher and Scarifier doesn't have many reviews yet, but both of them are 5 stars. I'm gonna get this thing out of the box now and show it to you, and then after that, we're gonna go ahead and use it and see what it actually does on Rich's yard. Now I don't know what depth to put it at. I think that's an experiment for the future. We'll have to figure that out. All right, you guys just took a look at all the features and the details about this Yard Care Dethatcher and Yard Scarifier. There's only one thing left to do right now. In my right pocket here, I have the SCSR patented Smith & Wesson knife. This thing right here is ready to go ahead and open up the box. Well, let's get it sliced open. I already took the exterior condom off. All we have is the actual box. Let's get that opened up. All right, I did, completely honest, 100% truthful, there were a lot of things inside the box rattling around, and I see now what that is. It is basically just like parts that have to be assembled, and on the very top of the box we have a nice manual here for you guys to check out at some point. So this is the Electric Dethatcher and Scarifier user manual. Right on top of that, it looks like we have some parts to put together. This was rattling inside the box, so just completely honest, yeah, this stuff here is not packaged, it's just in the box. Here is a bag of accessories here. It looks like things that you tighten up. And here we have another metal wire frame here. Here is the bag. This is the catcher bag. And it does say Yard Care directly on it, but there are definitely loose items inside the box that are not packaged in anything, and they definitely move around. So just be aware of the packaging when you get your Yard Care out. Here is the top part. It is actually connected to the bottom. You cannot remove that. So here's the handle, and that won't come out either, so I've got to figure out that. All right, so the rest of everything is this one piece with the handle connected to it, and it just does come right out, and it is pretty light. To be honest with you, it probably weighs 15 pounds, no more, and that is the complete unboxing. Let's get this thing on top of the chair for you guys to check out. Thanks for taking a break from the video to take a look at today's sponsor. It's Tron. Tron sent us this brand new rotating outlet extender for you guys to check out. I got one in my hand right here. It's pretty cool. Basically, you plug this into any existing outlet, and it allows a little bit of an extension on the outlet, and also allows you to have 3 whole entire plugs from one outlet. And if you look right here, it does spin also. That gives you convenience that you can spin the plugs on any direction that you want to. Now it does also spin, so that gives you the advantage of putting the plugs on any side that you actually want to. Since it has side plugs, you will not block your existing plug. This thing is awesome for business trips and travel too. You can throw this in your suitcase and take it along with you when you go on trips. So since this doesn't have any kind of internal protection at all, it's perfect for cruise ships. It is approved for use on cruise lines. It's so cool because it fits into tight spaces like behind furniture or behind appliances in the kitchen. So go ahead and take a look at this Tron multi-outlet splitter extender. I'll give you guys a link down in the description. Please tell them Supercar Street Racing sent you, and go ahead and buy from our official sponsors. And there it is. There is the Yard Care Dethatcher and Scarifier on top of the Supercar Street Racing stool right here. So I guess we have to put this together, and it looks like this guy goes right here. There's a control here for the depth of the dethatch or the Scarify, and I guess you would have to play with that in your own yard to see what your custom depth would be on yours. Let's break out the manual now and see how you actually build this. All right, I got my reading glasses on now. You guys have never seen these, but this is the only way I can read this tiny text on the manual. The first step is to put the cable holder on. It says the switch side of the handle, but I'm looking at it and it looks like it's aligned that way, and that just keeps this cable. You can actually pull some slack there like that, and then it'll just kind of sit like that on the side. Lower handle assembly onto the deck. Make sure the metal handle is in the slot of angle adjustment block 11. Handle, it does, oh, I did this wrong. This is completely, Incorrect.
Robert, it goes down.
No, it don't.
It do go down.
Oh!
All right, guys, the next step in the process is putting these side handles on there. I'm looking at pictures to see which way they actually go. You need to make sure that the offsets are on the outside, not the inside. Both on there. They're both to the outside, like it shows in the picture. Okay, these next bolts go to the outside. So you just put them from the inside of the handle to assemble the handle. All right, guys, you just saw me build this whole entire dethatcher and scarifier, and it took me about an hour because basically I could not figure out the part with the bagger. Yeah, now after we built this thing, all we have to do, now reminder, this is electric, so it needs an extension cord, so it is not battery powered. But now that it's built, all we have to do is go directly over to Rich's house, go ahead and dethatch his yard and see if we can make his grass grow a lot better. Let's go over to Rich's house now with this yard care dethatcher and scarifier. It's time to take this dethatcher over to neighbor Rich and Trisha's house and go ahead and test it out. In order to do that, we need an extension cord. I did not plant the cord holder. I did not secure it to that, so I don't have that. I think this is the cord holder. I think it's actually supposed to go on here through this metal thing. I'm just gonna leave it off for now. But we need to go out to the shed and get the extension cord first and then go try this thing out over at their house. Okay, we're right here with the dethatcher. I'm not sure of the height. I've got it on -9 millimeters. I'm gonna try a little bit like that and see if it does anything, if it has a good effect. Now to use it, you simply push the button on the handle and you hold back on the lever. You can hear it and see it working. Now you notice this is already almost full with grass, and the strip that we did looks awesome. It didn't cut the grass, it just pulled up all the thatch. Actually does a really good job. Check out the strip that I did with the dethatcher, it looks awesome. And it did just fall right out. But this is what it took out of Rich's yard, that whole thing. I'm actually gonna raise it a little bit. It filled that bag up quick. Okay, that did some. But you can see there, we have a full bag of different stuff from the yard. That's exactly what this thing is designed to do. That was like 2 minutes worth of dethatching and I got a lot of the leaves. Look how much it got. Now the other blade is for chopping up roots and growing your yard better by letting it aerate your yard. I'm not going to attempt that on my yard or Rich's yard, but you get the idea. That's kind of what the dethatcher will do. It pulled out all of these dead grass roots right here. All right, guys, you just saw us over at Rich's house dethatching his yard. He really needed it. He had a lot of dead grass in his yard, so we thought we could help him out by taking the yard care dethatcher over to his house directly. But now let's throw it to Supercar Street Racing Studio B. With me, I'm going to tell you guys how to order this on Amazon. There'll be a link in the description for you to go ahead and order that. It helps us out greatly. If you can order all your stuff through any of our affiliate links, you don't have to buy this product. If you buy anything, we get a little bit of dollars and it helps the channel grow. And thanks for 160 something thousand subscribers. Let's throw it to Brad. We're back here once again in Studio B after a short vacation up to Canada to check out the Hamilton Tiger Cats with Rich and Trish. But we're back in full effect now in Supercar Street Racing, and we want to show you guys this awesome dethatcher from Yard Care. We got a chance to put this dethatcher together and put it to a test, and it performed very well in Rich's yard. I would definitely use this again if I had a yard with a bunch of leaves in it. It pulls them straight up. The only thing is it fills the bag up very quickly, so I can see you getting a full bag fast and having to empty it multiple times. It also has an adjustable height. It is plugged in power, not rechargeable, so keep that in mind. I'm going to put a link in the description down to this dethatcher and this scarifier. It does both. It has an interchangeable blade that allows you to both dethatch and scar your yard if you want to do that as well. That's supposed to increase the root health and allow you to grow thicker, greener grass. Like I said, it took a little bit to install. The instructions were not great, but there is a video to help you install it, and I will drop that down in the description as well to help you guys. If you have any questions, let us know down in the comments section. Let me know what you thought of the dethatcher and scarifier, and let us know also how you feel about Supercar Street Racing. Thank you so much for all the likes and subscribes. Please buy this from our official product links down in the description. And before we go today, just want to talk about something that happened in my life. My father actually had a stroke about 2 weeks ago. I had to go to Memphis at the last minute and be with him in the hospital. He had a blood clot in his brain that he had removed. My thoughts are with my father right now. Of course, he is recovering at home, but I love you, Dad. If you hear this, I love you, and I'm with you. If you need anything, you know I'm there for you, Daddy. So let me know if you need anything. Guys, pray for my dad. He is recovering from a stroke and needs your help. But that's all we're going to do today. We got to get out of here. It's almost dinner time. I'm very hungry, and I have a date tonight. Let's go.
The Dingarona. Bring it, baby. Unleash your power to see. The Dingarona. Bring it, baby. Unleash your power to see.
Hey, dude. Get some birdseed. There's two. Mama Cardinal left, but there's two on the feeder now. Yeah.
I wish that one would come back.
Check out this dude. He's pink. Dude, what are you doing being all pink in my backyard? I just don't understand what happened to you. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Brad here. And today we are taking a look at an upgrade in tool equipment. Today we have right here in front of me the DeWalt DCK 24OC2. drill and impact set. And we also have the DeWalt DCS 334B jigsaw. Taking a look at that today on Supercar Street Racing. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, where we do product unboxing, talk about power sports and cars, and do just about anything around the house and show it all to you guys. So today we've got a set of nice DeWalt tools here. Now I have suffered for years with broken Hitachi tools that I have gone through battery after battery, bought a new charger, and done plenty of other things with them, and they finally have really made me upset in the last couple of days, and I decided to go ahead and buy some good tools for the first time in my life. So today we have the DeWalt DCK2402C. It is a combo pack. It comes with the DCD771 drill and the DCF885 impact gun, 2 batteries, and a charger. Now we picked this up off of Amazon for the low price of about $150, and it came in about 2 or 3 days. So if you're interested in getting this, I will put a link in the description to this. I got the DeWalt jigsaw off of Amazon also, and I will put a link in the description to that. But now comes the fun part where we're going to go ahead and unbox this for the first time. It still has the sticker condoms on it. It is still nice and sealed. So let's take a look at this now. So it looks like they got some tape here. I got my trusty Christmas present here, my Smith & Wesson Extreme Ops, ready to take on some really tough cardboard boxes. Now on the back, it has your typical battery warning label, and I do have this turned the wrong way for the camera, so let me put this right here. It shows you the specifications here for the DCD771 drill. Right here you can see, and it has all of the specifications, the speed settings, and the chuck settings and everything like that. And then below that we have the DCF885 impact driver with all of the specifications for that. Down below that, it tells you about the warranty, 3-year warranty, 1 year for service, so 3 years limited, 1 year service, 90-day money-back guarantee. Battery is 3-year and for limited warranty, and 2-year of free service. Now right here, it also tells you that it includes the DCD771 drill driver, the DCF885 impact driver, a belt hook, 2 lithium-ion batteries, a charger, and it's supposed to have a contractor bag. I heard some reviews online that it might not be the biggest bag in the world, but that it will hold these. I'm hoping it will hold the jigsaw also. Don't know yet. I might have to buy a new bag for both of these. So that is the back of the package, and the side is the same. It just shows you pictures of the drill and impact with the model number for the kit, and that it is the 20-volt max kit. Now let's take a look inside the box here. So first things first, we have a bag, and I think the tools might actually be inside. They are. So this came everything inside the bag, and it looks like it might be big enough also for the jigsaw here. Now I bought the jigsaw because I do a lot of work with speaker stuff and woodwork and stuff, so I needed a good jigsaw, and I haven't had one in years. So here's the bag right out of the gate. It does feel like a high quality bag. It does have these hard plastic things on the bottom so that when you set it, it doesn't deform. It is a zipper bag with 2 handles, no shoulder strap, which isn't even really necessary for a tool bag. But yeah, so let's go ahead and open up this DeWalt bag and see what's inside. Dun dun dun. All right, first thing we have here is the user manual. Now this is a user manual for several different
pieces of equipment here. I don't know which one this is for right off the bat. Looks like it's for the impact gun, so we will put that right here. And then we have another one right here, and it's got a little insert with the wireless certification. So this must be the drill. It is. It's the DCD 771 drill manual. Looking further into our bag here, let's take this out and just get a good first look at this. Now, my buddy Joe does have these tools, and that made me want to purchase them. You've seen Joe tear up all my cars on all the videos. He breaks everything I have and doesn't care. And here is my new DeWalt impact driver, and I can tell you right out of the gate, it's got a nice belt hook here, but I can tell you right out of the gate, the quality of this tool. If you've seen other tools, and I have my Hitachi out in the garage, if you've seen other tools, you feel the quality and you see the quality right away of the metal here, and it just looks like a high quality tool compared to some of the cheap stuff. That is sold on Amazon. You know how that goes. You get a $20, $30 impact gun and it comes to you and it feels like plastic. Not this guy. Looking high quality, looking great with the rubber grip here. You can see on the front here, here's where you put the actual chucks in, or whatever they're called, the bits. And looks like we got 3 LED lights right here on the front of the impact gun. So here's a good look at that impact gun now with the belt hook. So it hooks right on your belt. The 20 volt max batteries go right here, and your reverse is right here, as of any standard normal impact gun is, and your trigger right there. But yeah, it's got a good heavy, I would say this weighs a good 1.5 pounds. I would have to weigh it to see exactly what it weighs, but you can tell there was some quality put into the DeWalt 20 volt max impact driver. Let's set this aside and keep digging in our tool condom. All right, so the second thing out of the bag is a battery, which is enclosed here in a battery condom as well. And we have the 20 volt DeWalt lithium ion. This is a lithium ion kit, and it is pretty lightweight, probably weighs, I don't know, 0.5 pound or less. And that is the first battery. Okay, digging into our DeWalt bag even further, we have another lithium ion battery. That's right, this kit comes with 2 lithium ion batteries, not 1. So that lets you keep 1 battery charged at all time while you work on the other battery. 2 lithium ion batteries inside the DeWalt bag. Now let's keep going here. Kind of want to do this next. So inside the DeWalt bag now we have the DeWalt DCB 107 charger. Now this is just a lithium ion charger only for the DeWalt 20 volt max charging system for these tools only, and they do make aftermarket batteries for the DeWalt. I don't recommend buying aftermarket batteries. I will tell you my story with the Hitachi batteries at some point, but yeah, I recommend getting the genuine DeWalt charger and also the genuine DeWalt 20 volt batteries when you buy your tools. If you buy cheap tools, you get what you asked for. That's always the case. There's never an exception. Digging further into our DeWalt bag here, what do we got now? Okay, so in this tool condom here, we have the DeWalt 20 volt max drill. Now, my buddy Joe has this drill. This is the DCD 771 here. Feels very high quality. It is heavier than the Impact. Obviously, it is longer than the Impact, so it's going to be heavier. Here is your torque adjustment speeds. This is for a high and low speed on the bit, and so you torque down. Right now, it's set on full torque here. That's the little indicator there, and then you can dial this back if you want the actual drill to slip rather than having full torque. Looks like you've got an LED on the bottom here, which is really nice that you can see when you are actually working. It lights up your work area. Standard 20 volt interface here for the DeWalt battery, clicks right in. to release the battery. I've never done it, so I am going to see how that is done. Okay, so you squeeze these two. No, that's not it. How do you do this? Oh, this front thing, okay. So you push down on this front thing, the battery comes right out. Not sure what this is on the side here, but yeah, there's two holes here. It looks like that just might be screw holes, but that is the DeWalt 20 volt max drill. This is the bag once again. Also inside the bag, it came with just a filler like this and a little silica gel pack that you can eat later if you're hungry. Putting this aside, we have all these nice DeWalt tools, but let's move on now to the DeWalt jigsaw. So this is the DeWalt DCS 334B jigsaw. And I bought this because I am always going to be needing a jigsaw to do work on wood and plastics and projects for the channel. You know, we like to do a lot of projects around here. We're doing something all the time here. So we're always busy at Supercar Street Racing. We need a nice, really nice jigsaw actually. And the jigsaw costs more than the actual toolkit did. It was about $150 alone. Now putting this together, I maybe could have got a combo 20 volt kit. I really didn't look into it that much. But on the front here, you see it shows you the jigsaw and it says the battery and charger are sold separately. I already have batteries and chargers. I didn't need one. Would have been nice if this came with another battery. If you need more batteries, you can always purchase them, and I will put a link in the description to new batteries. So let's take a look at the side. It just shows you the jigsaw again, the 20 volt, and it's XR. It is a brushless jigsaw. And on the back here, it shows you the specifications, the strokes, the keyless blade clamp, four position orbital action, and keyless bevel adjustment, and so on. And then it has something underneath the actual label here. Probably something about the warranty, not sure. But let's take a look at the sides. Nothing extra there to look at, so let's get open the DCS 334B jigsaw from DeWalt. Hoping this is a high quality device, just like all the other DeWalt tools have been known to be. First, we've got our instruction manual here in a nice instruction manual condom, and they were nice enough to, for our $150, it looks like they were nice enough to give us a free blade. Sound the hype train. Free blade for $150 device there. They gave you a free jigsaw blade. I did order more jigsaw blades, so let's put that aside here and take a look inside the box. Okay, putting the box aside here, now we have our brushless DeWalt 20 volt XR jigsaw, which I think the XR line costs a little bit more than the regular line, but I'll have to do some research. Looks very high quality, feels very high quality, something that you will not break easily, and it is awesome, and I love it already. I don't know how to operate it yet. I haven't broken open the instruction manual yet, but there is a blade here, and I do not know how to put it in. So blade would face that way, and then I believe you just push it in here, but I don't know if you have to do anything to do that. Let's see. Okay, that's not for the blade. All right, I got to do some research on adding a blade because I really don't know how you do it. Yeah, I'll find out, and we will do that later. But that is a look at the DeWalt 20 volt XR jigsaw, and of course it takes the standard lithium ion batteries right here in the back. Fits on just like the other tools. And when you're ready to pop that battery off, you just push the yellow button and you pop that right off. And now we're going to show you guys how to actually load a bit into the DeWalt jigsaw, but I got to research it first.
Okay, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I did some quick research inside the instruction manual, and now I'm going to show you how to load a blade into the brushless XR DeWalt jigsaw here. So the first thing you do, you need to release the DeWalt latch here. This is the latch that opens up the blade acceptance shoe or something like that it's called. You pull this open, it will be opened up, and then you just take your blade here, push it in. It has to be a T-shank blade. Once it's seated, you let go of the latch, and now your blade is in place. It wasn't quite there, but now it is. It's got to sit on this little guide right here. So that is how you load the jigsaw blades into the drill, or the jigsaw rather. And there's some other instructions on here that tell you what everything is. I was kind of curious as to what this black thing was. So it's right here in the manual, it's number 6. And that is the orbital action lever. And not sure what that does yet. We will actually look into that and let you know at a later time. We are back here at Supercar Street Racing. You got Brad here, and I'm ready to show you this DeWalt DC-B107 charger here. So we have the charger all plugged in, and now I wonder what this little thing does. It doesn't look like it actually moves, but we are going to go ahead and take one of our DeWalt batteries and place it into the charger. And we can see a red light flashing here on the charger, and I don't know quite what that means, but let's take a look at the front here. So it looks like the flash is okay, so there's 2 LEDs here. The left LED flashing means the pack is charging. The left LED solid means that the pack is charged. And the 2 LEDs together, if you see that, that means that your charger has stopped charging because of a delay in the heat and cold. It has to be a certain temperature in order to charge the battery packs. So that is a look at your charging system. I do have 2 batteries here to charge, and I will let you guys know how long it took to charge this battery pack as I edit this video. Hey guys, we are out here in the garage, and I did time the charging of both batteries was around 45 minutes each. And this is my tool cabinet here, where when I redid my garage, I went ahead and I put an outlet in the back. Let's see if you can see that. Yeah, of course you can. So back here in the back, I made sure I put an outlet in so that I could charge tools in here. And what we are going to do right here and right now is go ahead and connect the charger inside the cabinet. But when we do that, we need to tie the cable up nice and good. So let me grab some zip ties. Okay, I got my zip tie here. We only need about, I don't know, 6 inches of cable. So we will tie up all this really nice. Right here on top of this $5,000 worth of washers and dryers. But we only need to get to the back of the cabinet, so that would be fine right there. We're going to go ahead and tie that up. Just like this. I know it might be hard for you guys to see. Oh, dryer always comes on when you touch it in the front. Turns on when you touch it. That's what she said. Gonna grab my scissors real quick. And go ahead and cut this little pigtail off. All right, now we're going to move our battery charger into the shelf and go ahead and plug it in the back, just like that. And now we have our nice organized. So the battery wasn't quite done charging. I just plugged it in maybe 20 minutes ago, but the first battery did charge in 45 minutes. Got a nice chuck there for our mechanical drill, our wire drill. Now I'm gonna go grab the tools. Okay, we are back here and I have all of the tools. There is the drill. There is the impact, nice and organized. The Jigsaw is going to live up here, and the extra battery can live right here. All my drilling accessories are over here. And here is my drill and my impact gun, my extra battery, my charger for the DeWalt's, and that is my little Walmart special Black & Decker lithium ion I've had for about 10 years. And then up here will live the Jigsaw, and I may move some other tools up, power tools up here that I have, and get it all nice and organized, because I don't need to keep other miscellaneous wire and things like that up here. Yeah, so that's how this turned out. It's really nice. I love it. That is a look at the DeWalt 20-volt tool set. I got the full set of drill, impact, charger, and 2 batteries on Amazon. That link will be down in the description. I got the XR DeWalt Jigsaw off of Amazon as well. That link will also be in the description. Guys, thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you next time on Supercar Street Racing.
Right, the IKEA fairy did come. The fairy did come. Right, the IKEA fairy did come last night, and I did get rid of the Right, the IKEA fairy did come last night, and I did get rid of the old couches. So our mission today is pretty simple. We are going to unbox all this IKEA stuff and set up my new furniture. did get everything unpackaged, and the hardware and instructions were in the last box tucked underneath the springs. So I'm going to get the instructions out right now and figure out what is going on here. This is a modular set, so it has to be put together a certain way. Let's get to work. I get everything. Okay, I had to take the ends. Off of both of these. Okay, I had to take ends off of both of these and swap them around. They are interchangeable, so I had to take this end off because it was configured for completely opposite. Move it over here and then take this end off and move it, putting this back together. Okay, I had to take the ends off of both of these.
Okay, this part of the project is done, and the couch. The project is done, and the couch is put together. It wasn't too bad. I made one mistake that cost me maybe 30 minutes of extra time, but I got that fixed now. And you can see right here, let me step back here and put it on wide. There's a better shot at it, the modular couch. Remember, I had to move one side to the other to get it to the control. Small part over here on this side, so not too bad. I'll put a link in the description to the couch, and watch the video back if you need any help putting it together. We'll see you guys. All right, we are back in the kitchen as the Roomba goes crazy in there.
Wasn't sure if you're going to hear a little bit more about that. But again, there will be 3 calls coming up on this Starliner readiness poll for terminal count. They will pull the mission support room manager or MSR. After launch, the BMC.
A beautiful shot of our beaches here from the courtesy of our chopper team here at the Kennedy Space Center. Folks coming out to enjoy the launch and an amazing day. Weather, no changes again. Low-topped cumulus clouds on land, which you see some of it there, but because they're low-topped, that's not a concern. When a rocket flies through a big, thick cumulus cloud, it can trigger a lightning strike, but those clouds are not the kind that can do that, according to Launch Weather Officer Melody Lovin. And so we're good to go there. We also have a launch visibility is always a factor here in the southeast. Can you see the rocket and from where? And our friends at United Launch Alliance provided us with this graphic so you can see about which point in the launch you would see the rocket. If you're within the first 2 inner circles, you should be able to see the solid rocket boosters jettison a minute after launch. Folks in the Orlando and Central Florida area will be able to see it about 90 seconds of flight. And then it'll come into view for much of the rest of the state after more than about 2 minutes, including Tampa on the west coast of Florida. The southeast corner of Georgia might be able to see the Atlas Centaur separation, which happens after 3 minutes of flight. Again, we're looking good here at the ASOC. Richard Jones polled his team, the NASA operations manager.
15 minutes.
And all of them are go.
LC flight, channel 1 and air to ground 1 are now merged, going to air to ground 1. Roger.
We'll send it back to the host desk.
LC flight, air to ground 1, ready for contact with Starliner on channel 1. Roger. Houston, contact air to ground 1.
Houston.
Flight Alan Shepard, May 5th, 1961.
Gemini 3 with astronauts Gus Grissom and John Young launched March 23rd, 1965.
Apollo 7, October 11th, 1968, with Wally Schirra, Don Isley, and Walt Cunningham.
STS-1 launched with astronauts John Young and Robert Crippen, and it launched April 12th, 1981.
Starliner Houston, your suit fan Bravo is repowered. It looks good. Please close your visors. Column closed.
You saw video there of Demo 2, May 2020, Doug Hurley, Bob Benkin.
And then, of course, today's NASA's and Boeing's crew flight test with Butch Wilmore, and Sonny Williams.
You know, Mike, 12 minutes and 15 seconds to go. How are you feeling?
I am excited. I'm grateful to ULA and Boeing and NASA team that we are sharing this historic moment together. Go Starliner.
Yeah, our hearts and well wishes are with Butch and Sonny as they make history testing what is poised to be the second commercial crew vehicle that is certified to ferry people to and from the International Space Station. So with 11 minutes and 46 seconds to go, let's send it back over to ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennicke to walk us through the final moments of today's launch countdown. Let's do it, guys.
Let's do it, Megan. We just heard the Starliner readiness poll is a go. We know the crew's visors are down now, so we are moving along smoothly into the final 11 minutes and 30 seconds of this countdown. This is an instantaneous launch window today, which means that we will launch when the orbital path for the ISS aligns with the Space Coast. Once we get into orbit, Starliner will be working to catch up with the space station, eventually reaching speeds of more than 17,500 miles per hour. It'll take about 25 hours or so to get there. And we are going to be watching here any minute.
Minus 11 minutes.
For the crew access
arm. Control, so the crew access arm for launch. Roger.
Right on cue. Crew access arm about to start moving away from the spacecraft. And Dylan, we will watch it move very slowly today, but it could move much faster if needed.
That's right, Lauren. It takes about 2 minutes to rotate the 120 degrees back away from Starliner to its stowed position and latched position on the crew access tower. Here we go. But we could, in the event of an emergency, redeploy it in less than 15 seconds.
It's amazing that it can do that. We hope to not have to ever see that happen. After liftoff today, Brandy and Jim will continue commentary from Houston through ascent, spacecraft separation, and the orbital insertion burn. We will have the shot of Butch and Sunny inside Starliner until the moment of launch, and then we will get it again when we get to the ISS.
Minus 10 minutes. Flight, verify CST 100 on internal power. Verified. Starliner, configure ordnance for launch.
Touch and wait.
All right, the spacecraft is running completely on its own now. And they are configuring ordnance for launch. That means or could happen during ascent.
So Lauren, we're just about 2.5 minutes now away from our terminal count status check. The terminal count status check is the final report from each operator indicating that their system, whether it be a ground control system or a launch vehicle system, is ready to execute the final 4 minutes of the countdown to launching the rocket. At this point, if there were an issue, the anomaly team would be discussing it, but nothing like that has happened right now. All's quiet. I am expecting to hear all members of the team report go when pulled by Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo.
And we're actually hearing on a side channel that they are preparing for the launch vehicle systems poll. This is the long one. A lot of people view this as their favorite poll. It's kind of fun to listen to them list off each system, and then that team will give a final go or no go for launch. And we will be able to watch cameras on the rocket today, and live telemetry feeding back will provide a real-time look at the spacecraft model when video isn't possible during the ascent as it moves through the dynamic phases.
minus 8 minutes.
Ah, there we go.
Under 8
All right.
minutes before Butch and Sunny head back to a place they consider home.